so elusive. Maybe we ask the wrong questions. For example, instead of asking how to reduce emissions from cars, why don't we ask where people need to go and what they need to get, and then find low carbon solutions? Instead of just asking how to make offices energy efficient, why don't we ask what kind of space modern work requires? We should focus on what's needed, not what's currently possible. We need innovative mindsets, and we need everyone, policymakers, tech leaders, finance experts, builders, thinkers, doers, everyone around the table. The United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub provides that urgently needed platform for cross-disciplinary action. Harnessing the convening power of the United Nations, with public and private sector leadership, the Hub is building digital tools to bridge demand and supply of climate solutions and to measure impact in line with the Paris Agreement goals. We are gathering experts and providing them space to work together in radical collaboration. Innovation is not an event or even a process. Innovation is a culture. We're building that culture to win the fight against climate change.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you. We're November 10th. I think this is day 8 at COP26 in Glasgow. And welcome to kick off our first session in the Global Innovation Hub in the UNFCCC Pavilion at COP. And checking today, I think building on the debates of the last couple of days on needs, on access in cities, and having a wonderful panel with us with 3 people joining me here on stage and also one speaker, James, joining us virtually. And today we're happy to discuss and set to build on the discussions the last couple of days on needs. And driving, while riding here on the train this morning, I was talking to 2 youngsters from Uruguay. And what was striking to see is when we started discussing COP, I asked, like, what's actually bringing you to COP? And the conversation developed in quite an extraordinary way, in a way that we first said, like, I'm working for this organization and I hope to take this out of COP. But suddenly it was striking that they said, like, you know, when you talk about needs later today, bear in mind that you come in a fancy suit, you have your cappuccino, probably paid by the company, which is true. But we come from Uruguay. We've been working for 3 months to get half of our tickets paid. We will need to work 3 more months after we come back from COP just to make sure that we were able to attend. And also with the question, is it going to make a change? And they were like beginning of their 20s saying, like, is it going to change something that we go all the way to Glasgow to do what? Because we don't have a proper title, we don't have a proper function, we're not invited to any panel. But when you look at the situation in Uruguay, in Montevideo, when we talk about needs, it's about, for example, accessibility, it's about food, it's about mobility. And I asked them also, make it a bit more tangible. And they said, like, to really make it tangible, we are discussing in Montevideo how to go about crops, how to go about food, because we need to sell our food to get the finance, because the finance provides shelter. And they said, like, it's almost an impossible discussion on what has priority. Is it going to be food? But they said the food brings finance, and the finance allows us to buy food which is not grown locally, which is less healthy, but at least it's the possibility to buy cheap food and shelter. And then you feel that's really making it tangible on the ground, beyond the complex words in the jargon, but really to feel what do we actually discuss when we talk about access and needs. But happy to take this further with you today during our session. Hope to really also make it that concrete, that tangible. So looking forward to all of your stories and happy to kick off with Jelmer. Jelmer is from Shifting Paradigms. Jelmer, looking forward to your story. You have 10 minutes, so the floor is yours.
Is this on? Yes, it is. Perfect. Let me just quickly put on a timer, because I'd like to stick to the time set.
And if I'm not mistaken, you also have some slides to
I do.
So if we can put the slides on the screen.
Sorry, James. We're going to put the slides back on. Well, the slides are on their way. Let me just say what I'll talk about is how the circular economy relates to climate change mitigation, and what I'll do is I'll go through essentially 3 topics. First is around how are these 2 topics of how is circular economy and climate change related. Then take a global perspective, and then look at what does it mean for particularly low-income countries. At Shifting Paradigms, we mostly work with low-income countries, trying to essentially use circular economy strategies to bring their emissions down and enhance their NDCs. Now, when it comes to the relation between circular economy and climate change, there's essentially 2 statistics that I want to share with you. One is, if we look at what we consume and the energy that was related to the consumption and use of all these products, then around 67% of what we consume are actually products, or actually materials. It's the food we use, the vehicles, the homes we live in, and the remaining percentage is actually related to a final energy product. So that's where we talk about the end use of energy. So heating our homes, lighting, personal mobility, passenger transport. So that already tells you that the circular economy is essentially around how we use products and materials, and that is actually covering the lion's share of global emissions. Next slide. In addition to that, when we look at how carbon emissions build up along the value chain, so here you have global emissions, just about 50 gigatons, and that through take and actual consumption, that builds up along the global value chain. And here you see that 62% of global emissions are related to the first 3 steps, to the extraction, processing, and production. And the circular economy is essentially about keeping products here. So keeping them in use, remanufacturing them, extending their lifetime. So what we try to do in the circular economy is cut out this part. And waste in the circular economy is actually a problem, not so much because waste can create methane emissions, but rather because the moment we discard something, we're going to buy something new and we start all over again. And that's what the circular economy tries to do. Next slide. Then taking a global perspective on this, just last year with the Dutch NGO Circle Economy, we mapped out what the circular economy can do to bring us back on track to 1.5 degrees world. And what you see here is we call this the spiral, but from 3.2 degrees all the way to, well, we arrived at 1.8. We can to a large extent close the UNEP emissions gap with circular economy interventions. This is a global perspective, and most of the interventions are actually in the blue part, which is housing, infrastructure, so buildings, nutrition, and mobility. But most of these interventions also relate to access. They're around shared mobility. They're around, in some cases, even reducing floor space so that everybody has access to a certain say, service level of housing. They're around cutting out food waste, changing diets. So a lot of this also relates to access and also sort of, in a way, a more equal division of resources and materials at a global level. Now, how does this work at country level? Next slide. At Shifting Paradigms, we worked together with UNDP last year on first Vanuatu, then the Gambia, and now Lao PDR. And let me share some of the first findings from Lao PDR. The report is actually with the designer now. Next slide. So the graphs are not as fancy as some of the other. But what we do there typically is with the country, we first of all define development priorities. What do people at individual level aspire, but also what are national objectives around job creation, about avoiding waste, maybe the trade balance is of importance. So there's certain development priorities. Then we map out all material flows, or at least to the extent we can. In the Gambia, we had 250. In Lao PDR, we had 350 resource flows that we identified. And that's what we use as a basis for workshops. So then we start interacting with stakeholders around, all right, where does material value get lost? Where are these circular economy opportunities? That's what we use as a basis for, well, essentially a report around these are the circular economy opportunities, but also these are their impacts in terms of jobs, GDP, resource use, greenhouse gas emissions. And then the implementation is the fourth step. And one of the first projects we did was with the city of Almaty in Kazakhstan. And there now the World Bank is actually using this as a basis for a series of interventions in the city. Now, what does this look like? Next slide. When it comes to really how the circular economy can complement what the country is already doing. So this is Lao PDR. This is their baseline, running from around 90 to an expected 112 by 2050. These are megatons. And the NDC can cut out quite a lot, probably around 60, with mostly interventions in the forestry sector, reforestation, reducing deforestation, but also interventions in transport. And we, together with stakeholders, mapped out what the circular economy opportunities are. And with that, we can actually become, or Lao PDR could, in theory, become go to net zero by 2040. Now, what's preventing them from doing that? It's mostly finance. So the main barrier, also when talking about access, really is investment capital. That's what is the main barrier, not just for circular economy part, but also for the NDC part. Next slide. Now, for the first time, we also mapped out what does this mean financially? How does the business case of all these interventions? How does that work? And what we did is we made a marginal abatement cost curve. And for those that are not so familiar with that, is here on this bar you see how much an intervention can reduce emissions, to what extent. So the wider the intervention, so this one's particularly wide, the more it can reduce in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. And on that bar you see the costs. And you see that here there's a few interventions. I'm standing right in front of them, but these are a few interventions that are expensive and have very little impact. But when you look here, these are interventions that have a large impact, but also can actually bring revenue. They have negative costs. So in other words, they bring revenue per ton of CO2 equivalent that you're able to, in this case, mitigate or sequester. And what we see here, most of the expensive measures are around recycling. And the more attractive measures are sort of nature-based solutions around using wood-based construction, changing transport systems towards more active, shared, and public mobility systems, as opposite to sort of private car ownership. Next slide. And then, just from this, a few conclusions about access. When we talk about the circular economy, we're essentially also talking about an economy that's far more labor intensive. We're going to need people to design products in a circular manner. We're going to need people to also recover materials, provide all the reverse logistics, repair, extend the lifetime. That means that ideally we would, in a situation where we now have tax on labor, whereas labor is one of the most sort of sustainable means of production that we have, we move towards taxing pollution and resource use, while perhaps compensating lower incomes. And then we can make a very inclusive transition where not just a few people benefit, but a lot of people benefit. Also, in line with the example from the transport sector, with private car ownership, in many countries accessible only to a few, moving into more active and shared and public mobility systems, you can involve way more people. The other thing is, when it comes to also the example from Uruguay, we're currently, many countries are importing a lot of materials which their waste system can't manage. It's creating waste issues. Instead, we're trying to prioritize locally produced regenerative and secondary materials. And finally, it's about international cooperation. Typically in sort of the current also UNFCCC territorial scope of emissions, interventions end at the border. And what we try to do is open up also interventions that actually happen in other countries. And sometimes you need to intervene in country A to reduce emissions in country B. Next slide. So that basically as a perhaps a discussion starter on access. And with that, let me hand over the word back to you.
Thank you, Jelmer. And as we, I think, have 2 more minutes, just coming back to your story, I think I quite agree with your previous slide on access. If you look at how it's being implemented on the ground, do you see what you've been telling, it's really happening and happening at the right scale and speed? Or do you feel the story is there, but we should do more? And what is keeping you from what are barriers that are still in place, or where do you see this is actually an opportunity and it's really picking up?
Well, in the countries that we work with, it should go a lot faster. So like I said, investment finance is certainly a barrier. So what you typically see is that a lot of these concepts are being picked up at small scale, but the large corporations, so the general tendency is still towards a linear economy, which is also more carbon intensive. So also has its repercussions on the extent to which NDC ambitions can be achieved. So no, the transition should certainly go faster. And what we're currently seeing is that there's increasing interest to actually play with the fundamental levers around tax reform, around circular procurement to drive that change. And I think that's for me at least a very promising development, because then we're going to change not just, or we do not only make the ideas that are presented here possible, but we actually gradually shift the whole economy in the right direction, and not just on a few topics, but across the board.
But happy to pick up on that with our second speaker. And thanks, Jelmer, for the presentation. And our second speaker will be James Ehrlich, who's founder of the ReGen Villages Holding. James will be joining us virtually, and I think his story will really flow in quite nicely with Jelmer's story we just heard. James, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here, and I'm just going to take you through this whole lovely journey. I'm James Ehrlich. I'm dialing in from Stanford University, but we have actually a Dutch holding company, ReGen Villages, which is really focused on this idea of access and agency, right, at the neighborhood scale, living in these self-reliant neighborhoods around clean water, renewable energy, high-yield organic food production, and waste-to-resource management, all about circularity. The idea really is to supplant and replace both subdivision, suburban sprawl, but also to look even broader out to the peri-urban and the rural areas. So it's really kind of inverting the urban context into the countryside context, where we could actually create these incredibly beautiful, flourishing neighborhoods around this metabolic integration. And so, as picking up from what the last speaker had adeptly were talking about, this whole idea of really understanding how the output of one system really becomes the input of another, and essentially that is the driving force of our Village OS software. So in addition to being kind of a new kind of residential asset-backed real estate developer, we're also a software group that designs and implements this kind of software that uses machine learning to both imagine and look at these open spaces in regenerative, resilient ways, but also that we can then operate these beautiful neighborhoods using that same software. Just by way of example, imagine this open farmland that's been sort of fallow, not been used for some period of time. At the same moment, there's a critical need for urgent housing around the world. Is there a way for us to less really balance the new development, the new build, circular development of these kinds of neighborhoods in conjunction with 2/3 more open space? But that open space is really productive. And you look at this kind of virtual master planning that the software is capable of putting out, that we can start to see how we can change the policies and the rules for this agricultural land to be balanced with residential, light commercial spaces that really serve, this idea of carbon neutral, carbon free as much as possible neighborhood living. We're foodies, right? So we focus on this idea of high yield organic, biodynamic, localized food production that goes beyond just the neighborhood scale, because it services the wider public community goodwill radius around it. So we balance both the soil-based farming that's biodiverse and bioavailable with the controlled environment farming. Being a Dutch holding company, we're very much connected to the Dutch producers of this kind of farming. Aquaponic, aeroponic systems, completely circular in their nutrition flows. The fish waste it turns from ammonia into nitrates, which then feed the plants. The water comes back to the fish tanks fully purified. And through these systems, soil-based and controlled environment, we can actually generate tons of healthy organic food right at people's doorsteps. And what that means really is that we can open up the software to this idea of being sort of the Tesla of eco-villages, where they're connected, interconnected around the world, border-free data that's relevant by climate zone, right? It only makes sense. So we really are focused on this concept of social affordable accessibility to housing using earthen circular building materials, but most of all that people live with dignity, that they're connected and interconnected in these communities where food is the great equalizer. People, their recipes, their stories, that it doesn't matter your socioeconomic level, all the boundaries that typically are containing people in poverty, that people can come together and live in abundant, flourishing kind of services. Also that we can age in place. This is really critical. This idea of senior living or assisted living is truly anathema to that fact that it takes a village. Just very briefly, this idea of mobility, that we don't need driveways, we don't need garages. It's really all about this future of shared electric mobility, especially. And then looking at supply chains. Imagine that these villages are really able to prosper and grow and flourish, that we can get to the point where we have this exchange regionally, locally, where we're not relying as much on global supply chain and infrastructure. So ReGen Villages has been quite busy the last 5-6 years. We're connected to some fantastic organizations and firms around the world with bulletproof technologies that we're, through our Village OS, can integrate and assimilate and communicate with each other. Also because I maintain my affiliation at Stanford University. I'm in Stanford Flourishing project, which is part of Stanford Medicine, also faculty at Singularity University, and we're connected to all of these incredible institutions around the world. And the driving point is this, right? That there's this idea of all of this transiting fossil fuel investments that need to asset-backed residential kinds of development to address urgent housing crisis all around the world. At the same time, that we can bring all of these things together in such a way that delivers an impact rate of return while also addressing all of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals under one umbrella: housing, food, water, energy, access to education, women's rights, addressing poverty. You essentially put them all into one basket when you live a healthy, beautiful life at the neighborhood scale. So ReGen Villages, again, we're so blessed to be here, a part of both the Resilience Lab and now the Innovation Hub with the United Nations. And with that, I will give you back your screen.
Thank you, James, for talking us through. And if I would have been a policymaker, I think I already saw the possibilities and just the fun to start diving into this story. But just to assess in the introduction, to really make it tangible, can you give an example of where are you implementing at the moment? And to what extent does that regional aspect that you also highlighted, does that come into play?
Right. So we're a Dutch holding company, but we have an office in Sweden, in the UK. We have subsidiaries here in the US and Canada. Most recently, we opened up a subsidiary in Chile. And so essentially, we are a very strange multinational impact startup and scale up. And essentially, we're looking at from the developed economic regions all the way to the emerging economies. We also have some project developments going on currently in Vietnam, for instance. But we've looked at, essentially the global South through this lens of taking, the Tesla model, but bringing it to kind of Tata scale, right? So we can design for extreme affordability and bring this regenerative resiliency to those who need it the most.
And then another aspect that really struck me in your story when you said, I think, second or third slide, it's also about changing rules and changing policies. Can you elaborate a bit more on that?
Yes, absolutely. So really the concept is that we have these arcane rules on the books in terms of especially residential developments. And what we need to do is be able to rethink agricultural and open space in balance with housing so that we're not just paving over farmland, right, to put housing up or commercial spaces, but rather that we're sharing that land with symbiosis, with permaculture, with organic food production, with clean water retention, with energy generation, that these neighborhoods actually are essentially powerhouses and generators of these clean, regenerative, circular streams.
Thanks so much, and happy to come back to you at the very end. Now passing on, and our third speaker, Dennis Pamlin. I think I can say by now, Dennis, colleague, friend, respected inspiration, talking on behalf of the Global Innovation Hub, Mission Innovation, RISE, I think many hats. I've seen, I think, your fingers already itching just to come in, coming back on all the elements that were already put on the table. So, Dennis, happy to pass the floor to you.
Thank you. I thought I was going to sort of shift perspective and being the devil in the room a bit, the devil advocate, because these are amazing ideas, and there's a lot of people pushing this. Still, after 26 years of climate negotiations and interesting ideas, we are still having increased emissions. So, do we have access in that equation sometimes, somewhere? And I would argue yes, but I would say that we need two tracks. We need sort of these visionary ideas on where we really need to go, but then we also need to think about practically, as the decision makers today, where is the biggest gap? And I think that's where access is such an interesting question. Because if we look at most studies looking at where do we have challenges, transportation comes up. And I think if we were to have a strong focus over the next few years and say, let's stop talking about transport, because transport is not a need. If we redefine that as access instead, and said, we don't want you to start thinking about Minister of Transportation, a transport policy. You need to start thinking about a Minister of Access, an access policy. By then start saying, okay, so we need to start to collaborate, because why do we have transport? Why do people have cars? Where they go to work, they leave their children to school, they go and buy food, or drive and buy food. All these things, that's the need. They need the nutrition, they need the education, they need the work. But we have planned so deeply that when cities are built, we are building them around transportation. So when we come with a carbon agenda, then people say, oh, let's bring in all the people working on the transportation field and develop a zero carbon agenda. So then we get zero carbon cars and we get zero carbon buses, but we don't get what we were seeing in the regenerative villages. We don't get the drones, we don't get the local production, we don't get the people planning for green spaces so people can walk instead of driving cars. You don't think about how people live and the access they have to the needs. So I think we need to be very strong on really focusing on saying that the current existing structures we have are not based on needs. They were based on the 19th-20th century's way of providing needs. Now we have fundamentally new ways of providing for those needs, but we are blind to those. And by having a reactive, negative climate agenda, talking about carbon reductions, we get stuck in this old system. We take that for granted, instead of taking a step back and say, how do we really provide for those? And that's what we've been trying to do with this Global Innovation Hub, is saying, let's move away from what we call the static problem approach, looking at current sectors and how they reduce their emissions, to a dynamic solutions where it starts by human needs and who provides for those. And Charlie Wilson, who helped us develop this, the IPC scientist who developed the P1 pathway, he walked around here and said, 90 to 95% is still problems. It's still sort of CCS, more energy production. Some of that might be needed, but the over-focus on that is just assuming that we're going to have more cars on the road, etc., not the kind of sharing mobility, planning, etc. So, and I think that's, and as you were asking also, how do you as a policymakers make that leap? And that comes to the second challenge for me. So the human needs is the first one. Not talk about needs, human needs. Because we saw that also when we came to cities and say, where are your needs? Well, we need to reduce emissions from cars. Okay, human needs. Oh, people need to reduce their emissions from cars. No. So there's really a gap between thinking in human needs and the data required, because we have collected it and we structured ourselves so long. And that comes to the second thing in terms of time. We have an urgency, but the urgency sometimes is also a trap. on saying circular economy for me. I wrote a report that circular economy is probably the biggest sustainability problem today. Not the idea, but how it's implemented. Because you have all old companies, car companies saying, oh, we're going to recycle this car now. No, you need to think about mobility, not even using that car. We have fast fashion companies saying, oh, we're going to start selling as many, but we're going to circulate them a little bit and recycle them. No, you need to have them last for long, because that's a challenge, because you can't circulate clothing, most of them, because the fibers in them breaks down. So while steel and other things are infinite. So we don't make that distinction when we usually do these nice little graphs. So that's sort of the time thing. How do we rethink the systems and really have this urgency? Because in the global south, people need food today. They are starving. While we should really, in this place, have some long-term thinking, because then we also have, and I'm sorry for dropping some names, but we have the Googles, the Facebooks, who are just constantly pushing us to buy more things, or the Amazons. And we don't take a step back and say, what part of society today is actually undermining and pushing us away from asking where our deep human needs are? And who wants to create a sort of the artificial demand for things? And that's also a discussion we need to have with this sort of time horizon. And the third thing, I have 4 things on my agenda, is collaboration. So we talk a lot about collaboration, but as I said in the first intervention, I think, I said that we need less collaboration. And by that provocative, I mean that 90% of the collaborations today are within existing sectors. So we have all these sectors initiatives, we have all these things. So by having more of that kind of collaboration, we actually undermine the deeper need-based. And that's again where I think the need-based perspective would be good. Just challenge all different groups to say, we have collaboration. Is that need-based? Or is that product or sector-based? If it's product or sector-based, you might be short-term doing some improvement, but long-term, you're probably part of the problem. You're going to make a better typewriter, but you're not going to think about word processing. You're going to work hard to distribute the CD records better, but you're not going to talk about streaming of music because it's not in your business interest. So that's sort of the challenge about collaboration also. We need to stop talking about more collaboration and then talk about human needs or 1.5 compatible collaboration. Because if we don't do that, we become comfortable and saying that, oh, it's easy and we make this pledge now that we're going to reduce this and we see this by 2040 or 2050 we're going to do this. No one who's a business person take that serious. You're not going to be around, your investors not going to be around, none of your business, if you go back far as time, internet did not exist. So then we take a commitment to something as far in the future. It's just ridiculous. It's well intended, and I think sort of politically it could be sending a nice signal. But as a business person, I said that also. People talk about what is happening here at COP, and I said, look at the market. They are judging on the short term. Nothing has happened. All the pledges, all the things, no one is moving up or down in valuation from the market. So the market don't think anything will change. So all this talk, all these investments by things here is not doing anything. And the last thing, and this is maybe the most challenging, I think, in terms of need, is really to bring up the tension and challenges between the local and the global. Because we don't know how to deal with these things. Many of and I was really happy to see these ReGen villages talking about like the global connectivity, because many of these village initiatives, they're really trying to isolate themselves from the rest of the world. And then you have on the other side these sort of simplistic neoclassical economics, just thinking, let's do this on a global scale and be optimized. And how do we rethink that? And I think what I hope we will have in the short term is really need-based, moving the sun approach, and saying, like the climate strategy around where do we produce materials around the world? What should be locally produced? What should we do on the global scale? Because only then can we start looking at how we get access to different things. If that is hydrogen or if that is biomaterial, where will that be produced in the future? And we need really to think deeply about that. And then the last thing in terms of global also is financial flows. it's so nice to talk about all these things, but access to capital is absolutely fundamental. And today, with tax plannings, some of the companies with the highest flags on sustainability, they tax plan so that none of this money is actually coming to the countries where they need it the most. And in the countries where they are is tax exempt and just capital accumulation for some really rich people. So we also need to start thinking more fundamentally in terms of access to resources, access to investment, not just access to the fundamental needs in terms of nutrition, etc., but also that how is the system now allocating its resources? And I think that's a really deep question. And it also comes to a challenge in terms of access to meaning in life. So far, most organizations think that lots of the meaning comes from work. 19th century thinking. We know that by pushing people into sort of a labor intensive, we have low value work. In the short term, that might be a solution, but no one wants to sit and recycle and remove things in the long term. That's not really a flourishing life. So how can we build that and say we can build some, over time, some initial workplaces there, but also have these deeper questions about universal flourishing income or income distribution. How will we, the first generation in humanity basically, that are able to produce enough for everyone to live flourishing lives. Until the 60s and 70s, we had a deficit. There was not enough for everyone. But since then, we have that. And we now have access at the same time as we have people really starving for having basic needs met. And that is something that is really, really challenging then to say, how deep do we need to discuss that access to resources? Or are we trying just to get, in the short term then, people get them some mundane jobs in that? And I think that has been one of the challenges I've seen, especially in the energy sector, that people think the more people we can employ in bioenergy, etc., the better it is. Rather than saying, how do we have AI smart driven for solar? Because by the end of the day, we don't really want as much people involved in the energy sector. We want people to flourish. We want people to be creative, to give something to society. So that's the last thing that I would like to bring that we have in our framework, where we have access and data and energy, etc., further down. But we also have flourishing lives in terms of art and science, where we want to do that. And that's where I think also this regenerative village approach is in terms of where do we have our culture? Where do we have our particular accelerator? Where do we have our Hubble telescopes in that? Where do we enjoy ourselves as human beings? Where do we climb? Where do we white water rift, enjoying our lives also? So much of the sustainability is about telling people what not to do, not providing this vision of a flourishing life. So that's what I want to end with, is really that all these things, we need to look at the basic needs, but also how you create a vision for the future when people say, I want to live there. That's exciting. That's where I see me as an artist, as a scientist, as someone who gives back to society, living really exciting lives. And we don't have that yet. We're still very much on providing food, providing energy, etc. And that is not enough. We saw that in Sweden by providing this sort of basic housing. People, it was good. The energy was there, the shelter was there, but people did not want to live there. It was not seen as a creative space to be. And in the long term, we had other sustainability challenges, not necessarily the energy ones. So that's the word I would like to end on, is really flourishing lives. Not just the basic income, not just the basic things, but really a vision where 11 billion people live those flourishing lives. And that's ultimately what we need access to. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and I think it's a debate that's really triggering a lot of questions. I'm happy to come back to the positive note in the end in a minute, but if I want to be the devil's advocate, once again in my turn, did you in the beginning say, and I follow you completely, but we're in this cozy corner in the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub Pavilion at COP, like temporary village of 30,000 people for 2 weeks. Has the debate on climate change, looking at COP and everything that's going on, has it become too much institutionalized? And sorry to probably paraphrase you deliberately in the wrong way.
Absolutely. And I hope this is the last COP where people think that they need to physically be here. It's like, how would we even think that? Now, even the World Bank and IMF, why do we need physically to come here? It's such a bizarre notion. We have a climate urgency, and we need to bring people on board. This is the best way of excluding people. Most people in the world would, these people from Uruguay, they're still rich. They look around their country, they would say, most people would never even dream of being able to go to Glasgow in my country. And you go around the world, China, India, Africa, you see those areas, and most of the people would never even dream that. So open this up, make it virtual, and that's where I think it's important for this Global Innovation Hub to both have this physical, but the most important is the virtual hub, because that's where the action is going to happen. And when we are now starting to open up, most of the people with the solution agenda, they have never been to COP. These are the people that are sort of selling the offsets or doing all this sort of reactive work that climate started with. Up until Kyoto and Paris, it was all about starting to do some symbolic things to start testing. But the people with really deep understanding of how the finance and disruptive change works, they're not here. So that's also a big challenge for us. And I'm really happy now that we at least have these windows into the rest of the world. But I really hope that, and as I said, for the digital session what I have, that was the first one when I felt I was a bit on the outside, being physically here. And I hope that most people, when they have sessions, because we will be physically here in the foreseeable future, that most people will feel, oh, I'm the strange one being here at COP. That's, the rest of the world is out there. That's the normal thing to be. It's crazy, strange, and odd to be physically here for these things. But, it's also a way, I usually say, at least young people, maybe if you can take train, ride here, meet other people, it's a unique opportunity to do that. But maybe then we should also have local cups. So if this is now in Glasgow, let's have them regionally also, so people don't have to feel excluded, but they can, do their continents, they can at least meet at one place. So that is, 100% agree.
I see James nodding. I was going to ask a second question, but I'm going to keep that to the end. If not, Catherine's not gonna have time. No, I want to come back to all of you in the very end, because when I was talking to my colleagues last night, they say, we follow that story that you've been bringing the Global Innovation Hub, but it seems like the ideal world, the world of the future. Let's remain positive. But how? And it's the $1 million question. How do we get there? And you mentioned science, you mentioned art, you mentioned communities, the human needs. How do we connect again to make sure that we move into that transition? And you're not going to answer now, because it's going to take us too long. I'm first going to go to Catherine, our last speaker, and Catherine is director of the Stanford Codex Climate Data Policy Initiative, a long title. Catherine, I think it's a perfect moment now as the last speaker to join us in this rich conversation.
Yep.
And then happy to come back with the final question after your intervention.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here and following Dennis, who's got the cosmology, and so I really appreciate that. And just seeing you speak last week, I felt like, okay, this person really gets what the Innovation Hub is about, which is a paradigm shift, right? From this, a sector-based approach that's focused on mitigation, in vertical streams to what is this all for? What is the world that we want? And fundamentally, I think, and it's something I'd like to add to the conversation, is political will. And if people don't feel like a climate 1.5 degree future includes them and allows them to exist and thrive now, they're not going to be along for the ride with us to do all these things that are not always going to be easy. So, I have a few points here, but I wanted to say I have a 22-year-old who sends me, not quite as policy-oriented and political as I am, as many of you probably experience as well, but very focused on climate. And he sent me a link from the New York Times from a podcast, which was basically saying, look, we've looked at all of these states in the United States that are controlled by Democrats. And when you look at it deeply, the tax policy, the housing policies actually don't look that much different. And so I think that's a really important thing for us to deeply understand, is that we talk a good talk, but do we actually make the difficult choices that would allow human needs to get met? And so when you think about access, it's all about and people don't want to take transportation, right? It is about a housing jobs imbalance. It's about, it's about where goods and services are located. So, he sends me these things as sort of, hey, Mom, think about it. And you all have been around doing this for a long time, and you haven't really figured this out. So I just offer that up to us, because as we think about the work of the Innovation Hub, and I am really excited about seeing us focus on the actual needs, and I think that is going to be one of the exciting things. Is I'm with you, Dennis, on like whether COP should be virtual or not. The work will happen also at the ground level. So, between now and next year, how do we begin to really amass new players together to make that vision a reality? So, just a few notes on what I think design principles should be for this work, including access, because obviously access is the portal to getting to all those human needs. So one I just mentioned, politics, like recognize inequality is not, a mistake. It happens for a reason, and we're going to have really hard conversations about what it takes to make those changes. But equity frame, for me, that's really those farthest from opportunity need to have their needs met first. And I think so when we're getting into these large multi-stakeholder collaborations, oftentimes I know I've run things, you're trying to get the lowest hanging fruit. Like, where can I get a win? So we do need wins, but we also need to say, at the end of the day, success will be measured by the folks that are farthest from opportunity, us cracking that nut. I was talking about how Americans, I say these things. So anyway, you get the idea. Also, and appreciating their realities and hearing from them. If our good ideas and our visions don't align with what they need, we have to be willing to really think about that. Obviously, we have to break down silos and expand those tables. People have to do things differently. I want to give a shout out to government. Especially when it comes to transportation. There actually is a transportation infrastructure, unlike a lot of these other things at the city level. So we have to have government being supported to do things differently. It's not like they don't want to. And then obviously, we've talked about public and private financing, tech innovation. They're going to have to be willing to get outside their comfort zone. It can't be the great idea they know they have and just needs to, if everybody would just hear about it and fund it, they'd make all the difference. We're going to need changes there. And then obviously bringing in others, as you've talked, housers and employers. And that will mean that some of these solutions we'll have to look at from that lens. Teleworking can happen, of course. We should push that forward. But as I said, recognizing a housing jobs imbalance is really, for most of the people we're talking about who are not going to be teleworking in the near future, we're going to have to grapple with that as an example. Also, education. Online education, distance learning is powerful, absolutely believe in it. We also know there's really important social emotional benefits to community when you think about creating meaning. So we have to have a nuanced approach to this. And that's another example. And this, lastly, just thinking about what the UGIH can do. I think things like, we talked about the GHG framework, like other value chain players all have to be winners in this, right? There have to be a lot more. It's not just carbon credits for the solution providers of the technologists, but how do real people get to be part of that world and those benefits as well? And then policy certainly is a big deal, and we know that city policies have to be much different than they are now, and the financing to go with it. So there's a few thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And while all of you were talking, I was thinking the whole time, long time ago, I saw a video. There was a conference in the Netherlands, building on the Dutch connection here, in 1990, so we're talking 30 years ago, which was titled Where Art and Science and Spirituality Meet in a Changing Economy. And that brought together all these world perspectives. But they had at some point like John Cage, Marina Abramovich, the Dalai Lama, a number of economists to really understand what is your world view and how do you connect? And they subtitled it from competition to compassion. But then you feel like it's 30 years ago. What happened ever since? And that's why I come back to this question on we see it, we know it, but we keep postponing. So how? What is the next step? And I come back to all of you. Dennis, go ahead. I see you.
Yeah, but because I think the main thing to understand is that for the last 30 years, we created institutions based on incremental improvements in existing systems. That's the carbon disclosure approach. That's the science-based reduction targets. That was looking at, there are some, at that time, I wrote a couple of reports about the difference. At that time, the largest companies on the planet were totally fossil-driven, questioned climate change. So most of these, what we have today in structures, what meant to solve that? To open some transparency, to acknowledge that there was a problem, that you need to address that. We didn't think about solution providers. Solar providers, sharing, etc., was not on the agenda. So I think it's really important to not talk about stakeholders, who's going to be there. It's more perspective and say, we have a static problem approach, looking at existing sectors and how they reduce. We need initiatives for that, science-based reduction targets and those things. But we lack things here. We need to come together and create these new tools because we haven't done that. We have been talking about them, but we've not created a reporting system. That's one of the important things we've been working with Mission Innovation also here is a city. Now when you ask a city, take your carbon commitment. It's about the carbon inventory, reducing your cities, setting a net zero target. It's not about being regenerative, exporting solutions. It's not having an 11 billion filter of providing flourishing lives that can be exported. You have a very negative thinking about just carbon accounting in that. And I think we need to recognize that. And the challenge I have is then that a lot of people who, myself included, helped build those, feels threatened. And say, so you say now the last 30 years of me building these reporting schemes, offsetting schemes, all these initiatives of having companies taking on reduction claims. Look at the whole conference. It's about people coming here saying, this is how much I will reduce. We don't have people coming here, this is how much I give. And I hope this is the last thing we have a Western focus. Next year going to be in Africa. I hope we will have the first COP where we have two strands of work. All the people that are part of the big problems, you still need to look at yourself and reduce emissions. But then we also invite the solution strand. Many of you will be in both. But some of you, like architects, software developers, your role is primarily on what you give to society, not how much you reduce your emissions. You're a coal company, you're a steel company. Yes, you need to look at your reductions, but the long term, you also need to think about what needs you support in society. We have a bearing company that I take as an example, saying they stopped focusing on selling bearings. They said, where do we need energy efficiency in the future? What kind of bearings are needed in wind power mills, in electric vehicles, etc.? So you start connecting that. And I think if there's one thing I would like to see now, your $1,000 question is that everyone, all companies and stakeholders move to a human needs perspective and say, how do we connect to really these things? I don't care if you have a zero carbon for your steel plant. How will that steel make life better for people? I know it can be, but if you only focus on reducing emissions, you would like to sell more steel, and that is a problem, because then you would like more cars on the road, you would like more things, so the sharing smart society will not happen. So I think the last thing is really there for company stakeholders to really move to this need-based agenda and say, how much do we measure society becoming better, instead of saying, how much do I sell?
Absolutely. We go from a $1 million question to a $2,000 question, so we're almost there. From a static problem approach to shifting paradigms, that seems like a good transition already. Jelmer.
Yeah, I've been there in terms of greenhouse gas accounting and carbon offsetting. That's indeed what I've also been doing, say by around the year 2000. And the problem with that was that when working on a chrome factory in Kazakhstan, per ton chrome emissions would go down, but that factory would also immediately invest in a capacity increase, completely offsetting its reduction. So in absolute terms, emissions would go up again. And that's what triggered me to look at the circular economy. And what we typically do is when we map out resource flows, on the one hand, it's about understanding how do we use materials, but at the end of these flows, there's always societal needs. There's a pile, usually at the top, saying, because that's typically the largest in material terms, is housing, people need shelter. Then there's a certain degree of mobility, there's nutrition, then there's communication. And what we then try to do is we sit down with these people and say, well, this is how you use your resources towards these needs that you have. Now let's reason back. What needs do you really want to have fulfilled, and how can we do that with the least amount of materials? And that's in a nutshell how we try to So completely reverse that system, but also not take the current system for granted, but take a completely different approach to how you design your economy.
Absolutely, thanks a lot. James, you've been nodding a lot. What do you want to bring in very briefly at the end of this session, or where you feel like, this is still missing in my software program?
Well, no, I think that Dennis summed up some amazing things for us, but the key words for us really are access, agency, meaning, and flourishing. And that we can get that at the neighborhood scale, okay? That we could look at the neighborhoods of the future that are self-reliant and resilient and regenerative. And that creates then this ability for us to have these lily pads of self-reliant communities that are contributing to the public goodwill in aggregate, reducing burdens on governments, on healthcare systems, and actually being able to create a flourishing future, optimistic, for our children and grandchildren.
Thanks so much. Catherine, last words for you before wrapping up?
Yeah, just to say that, you know, I want to be, this is all about being both and for me. And I would say this in terms of GHG accounting, and then I'll say one last thing. We created these NDCs. We've got to report on them. And the real, right, so we've got some legacy, and that it's not just legacy work, it's important work, and we need to have transparency, and we need to show results. So like maybe not this group will do it, but that has to happen. But I'm completely for a consumption-based GHG framework, and I think that is going to do a lot of the empowering of consumers and align with where we need to go. So just on that, wanted to share. And then just lastly, I think a next step would be to show some of these really powerful regenerative communities that are able to take this approach across a range of geographies and local contexts, because I think that people have to see how it can work for a lot of different kinds of people in different parts of the world. So if we could come back in a year or 2 years and have that, starting with some kind of surprises, places you wouldn't think could get it done, I think that would be success.
Thanks so much. Thanks to the four of you. I was really happy to moderate this session on behalf of the Global Covenant of Mayors, so happy to take all this input and also bring it back to the global level. But also thanks for hosting us here at the Global Innovation Hub Pavilion, and hoping that we will build on all these elements that were put on the table. And I think it's yet again the feeling that you feel we actually started a discussion. So what's next? How do we keep building on that? And I think that's also one of the things where a number of people that contribute for a while to the Global Innovation Hub, how do we really use it as a starting point, and for the weeks and months to come, maybe take the big white wall and say, this is what we heard, this is where we already connect, and this is still needs and gaps we see. And for what reason? How are we going to fill them in the next couple of months? So looking forward to stay in touch. But thanks for this rich session.
Welcome the participants, but can you ask her to record, please? And do we have all connected? Okay, fantastic. Good morning, everyone. Please have a seat, and we will start in a minute. We are connecting this time with Latin America. So, good morning. I can see we have all our next speakers connected. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Wednesday, the 10th of November here at Glasgow. We will start with the second session of the Global Innovation Hub. So please have a seat, and we are glad today to have with us the energy community of Latin America under the leadership of the Agency for the Energy of Latin America, OLADE. They are connecting from Ecuador, and today we have a very interesting panel also with the International Energy Agency, but also having the pleasure to have the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, with us, and a number of representatives from Latin America. As you know, this process and the roadmap to the energy transition is very relevant for the Innovation Hub. Here we are looking to explore innovative, ambitious climate solutions that meet human needs. Today in our program we have the focus theme of core needs access. So energy is a very important enabler and the clusters of enabling attributes for a positive transition that goes beyond technological solution, but it also builds on a number of cluster of solutions, including finance, including new developing mechanisms for example, policy regulation, but also leadership and collaboration. So in that context, it's very positive to have such a relevant audience. With no further ado, I would like to then introduce our moderator today. We have the pleasure to have with us the Executive Secretary of OLADE, Alfonso Blanco, is joining us. Alfonso, please, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning from Quito, Ecuador. It's a pleasure for us to be here. We received an invitation from the Global Innovation Hub of United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change to co-organize a panel discussion on the advances, needs, and perspectives of low-carbon hydrogen in Latin America and the Caribbean. This panel will be part of the session that the project is organizing at the COP26 conference, and thank you very much, Carlos, for this invitation. We are very happy to be here. Thank you to our panelists to this important panel for the Latin American region. But first of all, I want to highlight some issues regarding low carbon fuels in the Latin American and the Caribbean. It's well known for everybody that hydrogen is gaining momentum on the energy transition agenda, and LAC is not the exception in the world. Particularly in our region, low carbon and green hydrogen has an important potential, and several countries are developing strategies to become producers in the short term. Governments play a key role in scaling up and the supply and demand of hydrogen and defining a long-term vision for hydrogen in the energy system and support initial development of this technology in the region. Our challenges are move forward from strategies to the implementation and the scale up in a cost-effective way for this technology. For that, we will need financing and developing markets where low carbon and the green hydrogen can be used. There are several markets to start introducing low carbon and green hydrogen: refineries, petrochemicals, industries, ammonia, cement, transportation sector, and other end users of energy in the region. So I want to give some important figures for the region. Hydrogen demand in 2019 in Latin America and the Caribbean, most the use to produce are used to produce methanol in the region, ammonia, and the direct reduction of iron. And the demand, for example, in Trinidad and Tobago is 1.8 million tons of hydrogen per year. In Mexico, 0.7 million tons of hydrogen per year. In Brazil, 0.4 million tons of hydrogen. In Argentina, 0.4 million tons of hydrogen per year. In Colombia, 0.2. Now we are having a market for the demand of hydrogen in the Latin American region, but we have to move forward in the hydrogen technology and hydrogen production. The participation and involvement of policymakers, investors, private companies, technical experts, and energy consumers is needed in order to deploy the hydrogen infrastructure in the region. International and regional cooperation is essential for the Latin American and the Caribbean hydrogen market development. And for now, countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are moving in their own strategies. All would like to be next exporters, but we believe that there is a space to developing joint strategies to access the world market and for the Latin American countries. Today, our agenda, we will have presentation from the International Energy Agency, in which the International Energy Agency will explain the last report on hydrogen for the Latin American and the Caribbean market, following by a presentation from the Inter-American Development Bank on the development and growth of green hydrogen in LAC. And after that, I will moderate a roundtable with delegates from Brazil, Panama, and Uruguay to hear their perspectives for the hydrogen production. Well, I want to introduce our panelists. Give me a second, please. I have here all the list of our distinguished panelists. First of all, I want to introduce Dr. José Miguel Bermúdez Menéndez, hydrogen analyst from the Energy Technology Policy Division of the International Energy Agency. We have Michel Halak, our friend from the IDB Senior Economist, International American Development Bank. André Osorio, Director of Department of Information and Energy Studies Ministry from the Ministry of Energy and Mines of Brazil, a good friend from OLADE too, and our friend Rosilena Lindos, and Undersecretary of Energy of Panama. We have a pleasure to have Panama representation from Rosilena in this panel, and Noelia Medina, advisor of the National Direction of Energy of the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mining from Uruguay. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to moderate this panel. And let's start with Jose from the International Energy Agency with the report of the hydrogen for the Latin American and the Caribbean markets. Thank you, Jose, to be here. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alfonso. I think the team of the Innovation Hub is going to put the presentation, although I cannot see it yet. Not sure if it's visible for the audience.
Dear Jose Miguel, the presentation is displayed on the screen. You will be able to see it. It's already at the screen.
Okay. The only thing is that I cannot see. I'm not sure if we are we will be in the right slide. Maybe we can kick off, and at some point it will show up in the screen for the virtual attendees as well.
Yes. We are sharing the screen. Just give us a second. You will be able to see in one of these little windows that you have on the platform. Just give us a second. The technicians are projecting now.
Perfect. Just in case, I will kick off, conscious of time, to make sure that we have time for all the panelists. Well, I would like to start thanking particularly Olade for the invitation. We are really happy to be here today and to have the opportunity to give the audience a brief overview of the main findings of the report that we have published this summer about the opportunities that hydrogen presents for Latin America's clean energy transition. If you go to the second slide, you could see some text points, but because I would like to start setting the scene with some global hydrogen trends that we are observing at the moment. You may be aware that in 2019, the International Energy Agency launched a landmark report called The Future of Hydrogen at the request of Japan's G20 presidency. And we found that there was an impressive momentum behind hydrogen, although there were still many doubts about whether the time for hydrogen had really arrived, since there were other false starts in the past. Now, 2 years later, we think that it's safe to argue that the momentum this time is turning into real-world action, and the progress in the ground is reaching a pace that we have not seen before. And let me give you just 3 indicators. First of all, governments all around the world are pushing for hydrogen. By the time we published the Future of Hydrogen report, only France, Japan, and Korea had a strategy or plans in place to use hydrogen. Now, 18 governments have already released their hydrogen strategies, and more than 20 are working on developing theirs. Industry is responding to this call for action with a strong appetite for investment. So according to the Hydrogen Council, the industrial sector has announced $500 billion in investment from now till 2030 in new hydrogen-related projects. And finally, there is a growing number of bilateral and multilateral cooperation agreements between governments and industrial sectors around the world, showing that international cooperation has taken center stage for hydrogen. It is difficult to pin down the exact reasons for this progress, but we think that the fact that hydrogen can help in reducing CO2 emissions and the fact that there is a growing number of governments and industries that are making net zero commitments is certainly a key reason. But despite these laudable developments, as ever in the clean energy transition, there are key questions to respond. So is this progress fast enough? And is it going into the right direction? And these are the type of questions that in the IEA we are trying to answer with our different analytical outputs. Next slide. To start off, let me remind you that hydrogen is already a major business. In 2020, according to our last estimate, global hydrogen demand was around 90 million tons, practically all used in traditional applications as a feedstock for industrial processes and in refining. The adoption of hydrogen as a clean fuel in new applications is quite minor. It accounts today around 0.02% of total hydrogen demand. However, as we showed in our net zero emissions by 2050 roadmap that we released in May, hydrogen will need to play an important role in the transition to a net zero energy system. In our net zero by 2050 scenario, hydrogen demand grows sixfold by 2050, and its use expands to new sectors, including long-distance transport, shipping and aviation, either in the form of hydrogen or hydrogen-derived fuels. New uses in heavy industry, such as iron and steel production, or power generation to facilitate grid balancing and integration of renewables. We have to be clear in that hydrogen is not a silver bullet. It is just one piece more of the puzzle that we need to put together to achieve net zero emissions. However, it has to play a critical role in particular sectors where emissions are very hard to abate and where we have no other technological alternative, or those that are available are very challenging to implement. Next slide, please. So when we speak about the clean energy transition, Latin America is not an exception, and this transition is gaining traction across the region. Many countries have recently presented updated national determined contributions and have announced long-term net zero emission objectives. The role of hydrogen in particular is gaining attention, a lot of attention. Chile became the first country in the region to publish a comprehensive hydrogen strategy in late 2020, and Colombia followed this September. I have to clarify that in the map that you are seeing now in the slide, Colombia appears as in preparation instead of published. Because the report was launched just a few weeks before the announcement from Colombia. And in addition to that, we have more than 10 countries in the region that are currently developing their strategies. This momentum has been complemented by a growing number of projects. So the project pipeline of low carbon hydrogen production projects is growing, although none of them has yet achieved final investment decision. These projects include a handful of very large in the gigawatt scale projects, many of which are aiming to export low carbon hydrogen to emerging international markets. Next slide. In this slide, we show one of the key contributions of the report, since as far as we know, it contains the first comprehensive analysis of the current hydrogen demand and production in Latin America. In 2019, the hydrogen demand in Latin America was around 4 million tons of hydrogen, which is roughly 5% of global demand. 90% of this regional demand was almost equally split between three applications. Oil refining for upgrading heavy oil compounds and for the sulfurization purposes, methanol production, which is used as a feedstock in many industrial processes as a solvent or even as a fuel, and ammonia production, which is then used in the manufacture of fertilizer and explosives. The remaining 10% was used in the so-called direct reduction of iron, which is a process for the production of steel, which uses reducing gases such as carbon monoxide and hydrogen. Regarding the country distribution or breakdown, 6 countries, which are Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Trinidad and Tobago, account for close to 90% of this demand, with Trinidad and Tobago accounting on its own for 40% of this demand. In terms of production, we have to clarify that hydrogen today is still not the clean energy vector it should be to help in the clean energy transition. Practically all production was based on unabated fossil fuels, mostly natural gas, resulting in CO2 emissions which are equivalent to those from all road vehicles in Chile. Low carbon production was limited to 3 pilot projects for the production of hydrogen from renewable electricity. However, it is worth noting that the world's largest electrolyzer in operation at the time of the report was in a fertilizer plant in Peru, although it's running in grid electricity and cannot really be considered low carbon. Next slide. As part of our analysis, we explored which could be the potential evolution of hydrogen demand in Latin America in the next decade, defining 2 case studies: a baseline case, following current trends and policies, and an accelerated case, which is an optimistic vision of the development and uptake of hydrogen technologies, considering more ambitious policies and support mechanisms and the development of the required infrastructure on time. I will give you just only a few highlights, and you can explore the findings in more detail in the report, which is freely available in our website. Regarding the adoption of hydrogen in new applications, even in the accelerated case, new uses will still represent less than 20% of total regional demand by 2030. This reinforces the measures that the IEA has been putting forward since 2019 in our Future of Hydrogen report about focusing first on current uses and decarbonize them, to focus later on the development of new uses and the deployment of new uses when technologies are fully developed and the cost of producing low carbon hydrogen has dropped. Next slide, please. Focusing on the decarbonization of hydrogen supply, Latin America has a huge potential to produce low cost and low carbon hydrogen. We think that low carbon hydrogen, both produced through electrolysis using renewable electricity or from fossil fuels with carbon capture, utilization and storage, can become competitive by 2030 in certain regions of Latin America. With an abated fossil generation, as long as carbon pricing is put in place and ambition are raised across the region. But let me focus beyond 2030 to show the real long-term potential of the region to produce low-carbon hydrogen. The cost of producing hydrogen, particularly from electrolysis, is expected to keep reducing after 2030. And we think that by 2050, cost in the region can fall below $1 per kilogram in the best location, pushed by the significant fall in the cost of production of electricity through wind and solar PV. As you can see in the slide, this includes the Atacama Desert, the northern part of Mexico, northeastern Brazil, or La Patagonia. However, what is really important in our view is that the production of low-carbon hydrogen will not only be competitive, but also abundant. We think that the area that can be available to produce hydrogen below $1 per kilogram is more than 8,000 square kilometers, which is more than the size of France and the UK combined. If we can go quickly to the last slide, in which I will briefly touch on the 6 recommendations that the report has put forward according to the analysis that we made. We would like to highlight that these recommendations are that it is important to define a long-term vision for hydrogen in the energy system, and this can be done by adopting national strategies that are consensual and built with agreement with the stakeholders. And it's important to identify near-term opportunities and support this initial deployment of key technologies. These technologies that are at the initial phases of deployment, of course, will come at a price premium, and for that it will be important to bridge the cost competitive gap with supporting measures. There is a need to support early financial scheme with the idea of reducing risk going forward. It will be important to focus on research and development and betting on innovation and skills to reap benefits beyond just emission reduction. It will be critical also to adopt certification schemes to foster low-carbon hydrogen production and demand to create market opportunities. And finally, but definitely not least important, is to cooperate regionally and internationally to position Latin America in the global landscape and have a common voice for the region at global scale. That's all on my side, and again, thanks a lot for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Jose. It was a very important presentation regarding your report. We have to congratulate the International Energy Agency about this important report for the region, and thank you for your presentation, Jose. Well, let's follow with Michelle from the Inter-American Development Bank. It's a pleasure to have you in this panel, Michelle, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just a second to see. That's perfect. So good morning, and thank you very much for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to participate in the Global Innovate Hub, especially in this panel about discussing the hydrogen opportunities. It's a big opportunity for us also to show a little bit about the initiative that we're developing, the IDB. So thank you. First of all, why IDB is developing this initiative on hydrogen, on green hydrogen? First, because it's related with IDB vision. So what's the IDB 2025 vision, the IDB group. The first action, it's climate change action. And green hydrogen, it's completely aligned with this action. But this is the most clear, let's say, alignment. But there is also other alignments that for us it's important. The second part of our vision, it's the regional integration. We believe that hydrogen, as this industry will develop really important in the next decades, allow us also to integrate value chain and work it regionally, as just our colleague of IEA just mentioned. Also, we believe that there is place for supporting small and medium enterprise in this value chain and creating jobs. That's something that's really important for Latin American Caribbean right now. And even the two other parts of our vision, digital economy and gender and diversity, also could be thought using this development of this industry. Because when you talk about certification, digital, it's important. And when you talk about developing a new industry, or not new, as just mentioned, there is hydrogen already, but the scale and the size of the hydrogen economy to be something really new in the region. So there is a place to work with reskilling and skilling people, and then gender and diversity can have a big role. So that's really aligned with the 2025 vision of IDB Group. And why now? Basically, climate ambition. So we have the objective to net zero emissions for 2050, and hydrogen may play a big role on that. Also because we have cost reduction, especially in solar and wind worldwide. And also we're observing a huge research and development and innovation in major markets that support by roadmaps and national strategies. And when you talk about what do you happen, yeah, there is a lot of uncertainty. We can see that there is some forecasting an increase of 4 times of the current industry, and some that are forecasting 10 times increase on the current demand of hydrogen. And the big part of this increase is related with the energy uses of hydrogen. So that's something really important. And another thing that's important in this graph is that until 2030, we need to prepare. And after that, we see this increase. So it's really important to prepare right now. And as you mentioned before, Afonso, that there is different use. It's not a silver bullet, but there is different use. And we need to think the hydrogen economy with this different use and with considering the value chain, consider the whole value chain. That's why it's really important with our vision to develop skills, jobs, and integrate this value chain. And why LAC? Why us? Why Latin American Caribbean? First, the renewable cost in the region, it's already cheap. If you think countries as Brazil, it's one of the cheap renewables electricity. And when you think to 2050, you have several countries that can be included as the cheapest renewable electricity for hydrogen, as this graphs from BNEF shows. And if you compare blue versus green, you see that green hydrogen have the potential to be lower cost than even blue or gray hydrogen in some important markets that be probably importing hydrogen as Japan and South Korea. So yes, the region have the potential to have cheaper hydrogen and have the potential to export this hydrogen for other regions in the region in the world that would be probably important this fuel for decarbonization. Also because LAC itself needs to decarbonize, so we have some simulation about how much hydrogen the region could use to decarbonize their own energy use. And you can see that this increase also, it's around, it be around 7 or 8 times of the current use of hydrogen. And the potential of green, it's actually huge. And why we're doing all this? So our theory of change is that we need to develop right now a proper environment for green hydrogen industry to enable it to flourish. It includes dialogue, training, knowledge dissemination, also the national strategies, to include it in the NEDCs, in the roadmaps, coordination mechanisms among relevant stakeholders, and LAC countries coordinating their action. Why? Because we believe that this can allow key players from private sector and green finance to get involved in laying the foundation of the market. It will allow us to scale up operations, and we hope to find results based on green hydrogen solutions to accelerate the penetration of renewables in the decarbonization in the different uses of energy, such as in transportation and heavy industry. And also, we believe that you can expect as a result that the region can become exported of green hydrogen in the future. And the impact we expect is accelerate the decarbonization in LAC, in the world, and also see it as a post-COVID green recovery for LAC, because we believe this can generate sustainable jobs. And for that, we have developed the IDB Green Hydrogen Initiative, and we have 4 big fields of action. The first one is the kickoff. So we're working with knowledge, training, dissemination, dialogue, and the facility preparation for organize all this initiative. We are supporting countries with technical assistance that goes from the national green hydrogen strategies, the roadmaps, how to include it in the NDCs, regulation, certification, and pre-feasibility studies, and technical assistance. We are looking national level, but also at regional level, because we believe that there's some elements that it's important to be thought regionally, as our colleague of IEA just mentioned. And one of these, it's the certification, how to certify it, because we believe that the decarbonization, the hydrogen decarbonization, will be really related with all the discussion of certification, and also about safety regulation. We are working with pilot projects, so looking for grant funds, technological assessment, the private sector participation to be key here, and also effects of demonstration and dissemination. And of course, looking for investment, especially in scale up projects that can scale up. So when you look for pilot projects, we're looking for projects that are interesting, not just to learn about hydrogen because it's a pretty mature technology, but also to projects that can be adopted and scale up in time. So we will have been supporting right now in different levels, 15 different countries, and we have reached different funds to support the countries, and among them, some of them are described here. And that's our side. Again, thank you very much for this opportunity, and we are really excited about this initiative.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michelle. It's a pleasure to have the vision from the IDB in the hydrogen strategy for the Latin American region. We have 2 outstanding presentations from our colleagues of the International Energy Agency, and the IDB is a very comprehensive situation for the development of the hydrogen in the region. But let's talk with the policymakers. Let's talk with the experts that are working in the field, in the development of these strategies in our countries. And we have the vision of Panama, Brazil, and Uruguay in this second panel. Let's talk with Rosilena Lindo, Andre Osorio, and Noelia Medina. Well, let's start with a first question to answer regarding the vision of the hydrogen in the Latin American countries. And let's start with one important question. What is the national strategy on the development of low carbon and green hydrogen, and what are the results that the countries are achieved in this development of the national strategies? Let's start with Rosilena. It's a pleasure to have you here, Rosilena. And what is the situation of the hydrogen strategy in Panama? It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very, very happy and pleased to be starting my morning talking about green hydrogen. And for Panama, has been an interesting process. It's still been an interesting process that is being supported by EIDB as well. And for us, I have to say that the success of the technological disruption to promote energy transitions depends on how we strengthen the skill of today's innovators, and also where technology developers must be innovators as well as the policymakers have to be innovators, including the financial mechanisms have to innovate, and the supply chain enterprises has to innovate together with the diverse variety of stakeholders in and outside the energy sector. And to develop green hydrogen scheme, we have to take that into consideration. Innovation is the direct link to increase the speed limit to the highway towards and assuring a balance between development and climate, and the green hydrogen and renewable energy are part of that suitable vehicle to run that path. Having that in mind, we envision Panama a green hydrogen transformative hub as a regional green hydrogen valley where Panama's geographical position, our Panama Canal infrastructure, maritime, logistic, communication, financial, and air hubs will be an add value for the development of a regional and global trade market where green hydrogen production meets in the more effective way the green hydrogen demand. And we are looking to have concrete projects of green hydrogen, e-ammonia, e-methanol, e-kerosene, so that the storage and distribution of those fuels to the demand of the shipping industry will support them, and to have an easy access to green and cleaner fuels. We seek to consolidate ourselves as a regional hub for clean fuels, together with our actual infrastructure, knowledge, and services, which currently through the Panama Canal reduce more than 13 million tons per year as a shortened route for the maritime transport. And the green hydrogen economy, as you already know, have to be circular. And for Latin American and the Caribbean countries that play an important role and will be increasing their role in the green hydrogen production in an export in a large scale. For many of them, they are already users of the Panama Canal. So we see here a great opportunity to support and facilitate the energy transition of our Latin American countries using our infrastructure that will be enhanced. And we are initiating right now the development of innovative regulations. Our legal hydrocarbon framework will be transformed, will welcome incentive not only to create green hydrogen-free zones, to storage and invest in infrastructure to dispatch green hydrogen and its carriers to ships and vessels as a new clean bunkering activity, but also we are planning to install near the Panama Canal a large-scale transformative plant that will be able to receive liquid green hydrogen and convert it to the green hydrogen carriers like ammonia and so on, to be exported to final consumers in other regions, and also to directly feed the maritime and aviation sector with cleaner energy options. And we are doing this planification not for only the short term that will start with pilot projects, but also looking towards to facilitate our transition of the services that provide the Panama Canal for 2050. Panama is in his way to adapt our industrial and energy policies to promote to fuel shift domestically and to support those international efforts. And well, yes, right now the Panama Canal Authority is also developing the Panama Canal decarbonization plan, where greener ships and vessels will receive additional benefits. So it's part of our roadmap to see Panama as the natural and the optimal green hydrogen route. We see green hydrogen and renewable energy enable. And for us, it's very clear, as we want to promote business regarding renewable energy, to link that to the transformative hub for green hydrogen in Panama. And therefore, we are creating also a sustainable energy transition center for capacity building, research and development, mainly focusing on green hydrogen requirements. And we have to say that to foster collaboration, we must continue to unite individuals with a sense of commitment and passion for the energy sector, with the commitment and passion also to explore different opportunities that the green hydrogen is bringing to the table. Right now, we haven't finished yet our Panamanian and green hydrogen roadmap. We are expecting to be launching our first phase of the green hydrogen roadmap in December 28th. So you will receive the invitation soon. And well, Panama is truly committed to facilitate the global decarbonization path and to become a green corridor for the Americas. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Undersecretary. It's a pleasure to have the vision of Panama, and I have to congratulate the country in the advances in the green economy that you have faced during the last years. A very kind congratulations to the administration and to all the people that are working in this vision. Well, let's follow with André. Let's talk about the vision of Brazil, a complete different situation, a complete different size of country, and a complete different amount of resources. Let's talk, Andrés, about the vision and the role of hydrogen in the Brazilian energy policy.
Good morning. Can everyone see the presentation and hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, and the presentation is in the...
It is a pleasure to participate in this important forum of the Global Innovation Hub to discuss the importance of green hydrogen and the perspectives. As we know, the new sources of renewable energy used for electric, in particular solar and wind, are essential for the energy transition that the world is proposing, but they also have a limitation. They do not provide for storage. In this context, hydrogen is on the solution for storage of clean energy. This will not just help to equate electricity supply and demand, but maybe more importantly, to bring clean energy to sectors with more difficult decarbonization, such as transportation, industry, and heating. This alternative is, it is true, also presents a challenge. The cost of producing green hydrogen by electrolysis is still significantly above that of hydrogen generated from fossil sources, such as natural gas. As a country with advocacy for renewable energy, Brazil has the potential to generate green hydrogen in a highly competitive and effective way, but both for domestic consumption and for export. The next slide. Question one question. that is the national strategy for the development of green hydrogen, and that result have your archive. The Brazilian launched the National Hydrogen Program to structure governance and strengthen the foundation for the low carbon hydrogen economy. The program is based on 3 pillars: policy, technology, and markets, which are structured in 6 axes. Currently, the governance of the program is being defined. The technical committee, the work plan, and the harmonization and synergy with our programs and public policy. The federal government has been focusing on the governance design of strengthening research, development, and innovation, and carry out international partnerships and cooperation. In addition to research development and evocation funds, there are prospects for financing the value chain and green hydrogen project, and BNDES, FINEP in the private sector's capital markets and international multilateral and private investors, with a wide range of opportunities with green finance. These are not necessarily financial instruments focused on green hydrogen, but cover the entire value chain of projects, provide comprehensive coverage. For large projects under evaluation, there is the possibility of using the instruments of ZPA, export promotion zones, the parts of PCN in Ceará, which has an ambitious project for a green hydrogen hub. Several projects announced is already classified of ZPA and has other incentives from the government of the state of Ceará. Other green hydrogen projects in parts follow a similar path if incentives from state governments and seeking to qualify as export promotion zones. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. It's very important to see what is the different visions and the different situations from countries regarding the energy sector and the resources and the development of the hydrogen market in each particular situation. We heard about the vision of Panama. We were in touch with the vision of Brazil. And now let's talk with Uruguay. Uruguay had an outstanding development of the renewables energy production during the last 10 years. That is part of the energy strategy of the country. And now Uruguay is facing a second phase of the energy transitions, and the hydrogen is part of this new development of the energy sector in the country. And well, Noelia, what is the role of the hydrogen in this new vision of the energy sector in the Uruguayan market?
Hello to everyone. This is Noelia Medina. I'm an advisor at the Secretary of Energy of Uruguay. Okay, Alfonso, as you mentioned before, we have achieved 97% in average of participation of renewable energy in the power matrix. And nowadays we are starting what we call, as you said, the second transition for the energy sector. And for developing a green, in this case, developing a green hydrogen economy is, as well as electromobility, one of the core actions in order to achieve this challenge of the second transition, and also to achieve our CO2 emission commitments internationally. Let me tell you that we are currently finishing the national strategy for the development of hydrogen economy with the support of IDB and McKinsey consultants. We hope to have it ready by the end of the year, so we are very glad and excited with that. However, we have already started our first steps in order to start creating, especially the learning process. On April this year, we launched a data room for a small pilot project in the transport sector. And the reason why transport is because in Uruguay, transport is responsible for almost 70% of the fossil fuel demand. So we need to work there. And we think hydrogen is a good opportunity to do that. We had very positive results for the data room. We had a lot of exchanges with companies all over the world, and we think we will be ready to launch the tender next year in the first part of the year, probably. Also, let me tell you, this will be a small project, more or less 1.5 megawatts and a minimum of 10 buses or trucks. For this project, we will be providing a special price for power and also some other incentives in order to close the economy of this small-scale project. Well, as I said before, we are nowadays elaborating the strategy, so there are some preliminary results, but there's not really a lot that I can share right now. First results are positive. We think we could be competitive in hydrogen production in the medium term. That's a good news. And well, I would like to add that I really share, me personally, but the government share the position that you mentioned before, Jose mentioned before, Rosilena mentioned before, and also Michelle, that we believe that regional coordination is essential for this development. Is cost effective, but also is the way. Okay, so we are very pleased to be starting this way and with all the other partners of Latin America.
Thank you very much, Noelia, for the vision and the situation of the hydrogen strategy in Uruguay. We are a little delayed, but let's finish with a final question. Only a very brief response, please, because we are out of time. What do you think is the most important demand of hydrogen in the first phase of development of hydrogen in each particular country? Noelia told us that the transport sector in Uruguay is part of this strategy, but what is the situation in Panama and Brazil regarding this issue? Rosilena, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to say, Noelia, as also Uruguay is going to be launching their strategy at the end of the year, maybe we can coordinate and do it together. Just think about that. I really will be happy to do so because it will be good news for Latin America. Regarding your question, for Panama, we think that is a green hydrogen dispatch for bunkering purposes. Currently, the 29% of the cargo that pass through the Panama Canal are fuels, and the sales of fuels for bunkering purposes are similar to the yearly use of fuels domestically. And if we base the potential of green hydrogen that could transcend the Panama Canal, if we consider the energy content that today's LNG and other hydrocarbon shipments, considering also the hydrogen equivalent quantity in million non-tons, the projections that we are managing right now is not a final number, are for hydrogen shipments that will transit the Panama Canal by 2050 could be around 81.9 million long tons in a conservative scenario, and also in a moderate scenario for 2050 could be 190 million long tons yearly. And also, in second place, we envision that domestically, the use of green hydrogen will be for heavy-duty vehicles and to support the agro and food industry sector.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rosilena. Let's follow with Andre. You are muted, Andre.
Okay. The question two, the massification of production and use of low carbon hydrogen in Brazil will take place through the development of several markets, including the transport, fertilizer, refining, chemical, mining, and metallurgy sectors, as well as advanced biofuels and food. The key to the massification of green hydrogen is to reduce its costs. So Brazil's focusing on gaining competitiveness. There are no definition for a specific sector policy in the public transport sector, although there are already some initiatives. The definition is for the development of competitive and value chains taking advantage of business opportunities that already exist in different segments. Part of these results are related to green hydrogen. They believe that green hydrogen will benefit from these broader results on interaction with other low carbon hydrogen technology pathways. There are infrastructure synergies in the innovation ecosystem and in the market. Obviously, as in other countries, existing plants are pilot and no large-scale green hydrogen projects announced in Brazil with a focus on exports already total more than $20 billion are still in the technical and economic feasibility study phase without a final investment decision. In some sector, hydrogen and hydrogen-based fuels may be on the available alternatives for the transition to a low-carbon economy. For light vehicles, the priority is to reduce fuel cell costs and fuel storage issues. Hydrogen, this cold market then competitive with electric vehicles and potentially attractive to autonomy priority consumers. Has the use of a new source, the end-chain presence challenges, especially those related to the cost of development technology and installing the necessary infrastructure. For example, if local hydrogen production is not feasible, long-distance transport, it's a is a challenge due to its low volumetric energy density. Additionally, there is a need to install filling station for use in vehicles powered by fuel cell. So briefly,
No.
I can point of that. Today, this use of hydrogen in Brazil is limited to. Opa, pode falar?
Yeah, we are out of time, Andre.
Okay.
Sorry. Noelia, sorry, but we have a final point. Is exports in the consideration of Uruguay? Only a brief response, Noelia, please.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
We are definitely planning to develop export force in Uruguay, but this will be obviously in the long term because the infrastructure needs to be developed at this point. Even though we are thinking about some short-term actions before. These preliminary results we had from the studies made while elaborating the strategy show that we could also be competitive, for example, in jet fuel productions using hydrogen. And this is because we have competitive biomass. We have access to the biomass required for the process. So that's a good news also. And other uses also, we want to start studying other uses for the long term.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We are 1 minute out of time, but the conditions of COP conference are very strict. Thank you very much to all our panelists, and well, it was a pleasure to have all you on board, and thank you to the Innovation Hub of the Climate Change Innovation Hub of UNFCCC. Well, it was a pleasure to have this panel, and good morning to everyone.
Thank you very much, distinguished Alfonso Blanco from Olare, and thank you all the panelists we have today, the Inter-American Agency and Inter-American Development Bank and the International Agency of Energy with us. We have the presence also of Panama. It was good to see their progress, the roadmaps from Brazil, from Uruguay, so it was really a pleasure. And what we did today was also to connect these interesting developments in the context of the Latin American, the Caribbean energy agenda, to the transition plans, and connecting this to the United Nations Global Innovation Hub, particularly on innovating ambitious climate solutions that met the human core needs access. So it was fantastic to see this flow during the morning, and also we discussed shifting paradigm and what is needed, what do we need to get there to 2050. So greetings from Glasgow to all of you, and so thank you very, very much. Thank you to the audience. We will resume with session number 3 in 2 minutes. So I will pass the floor then to the next moderator, and with that, we will have a 1-minute break and continue with the next session. Thank you.
So can we use both mics? Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, that helps a lot. Layla. Yeah. It's much rounder than you would imagine in terms of the vowels. Everyone wants to say Lila Petri, but no.
What's the origin?
Middle Eastern and Scottish. Interesting combo.
That's perfect. So you've got Scottish heritage.
Yeah, originally, yeah.
Okay. Just got the notes here.
Yeah, perfect. Got my little crib sheet of like key stats, should I need them.
I had made mine, but I can't read my own hand.
I'll keep talking until you stop me.
Good afternoon. We're going to start the next session. Welcome to the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. My name is Catherine Foster. I'm the Community Director of the Open Earth Foundation. The Open Earth Foundation works on radical collaboration and open platforms for climate change. And we are very happy to be a partner in the Innovation Hub. And the Innovation Hub is focusing on core human needs and solutions to those needs around climate change. But enough about us. We are here to meet with Leyla Petri, who is the CEO of 2050. She's an expert in sustainability. She's an expert sustainability advisor and 2050 is an expert sustainability advisory and research organization, and she is so much more. She brings more than 15 years of experience working in sustainability. She's worked in on the Fashion Charter, the Fashion Pact, UNEP, Textile Exchange, WWF, Google, and several multinational fashion companies. Have I left anything out of the introduction?
That will be perfect for now, thank you.
Her previous roles have also included as the joint chair of the UNFCCC Fashion Industry Charter for Climate Action and WWF's Global Textile Lead. She's taken advisory board roles for SAC, ECAP, Textile Exchange, the UN 10YFP program, and the Alliance for Water Stewardship, which is very important in the fashion industry. But let's jump right into the role that fashion has in delivering on core human needs and development.
Yeah, so I think there's a tendency at the moment to see fashion as maybe a creative industry, but not a core need industry. But actually, humans have worn clothes for a very, very long time. And there's both the physical need and also the social value that textiles and clothes bring. People actually have a social good from having the right access to clothing that then, for example, we are all wearing suitable conference outfits. And if we weren't, we would necessarily have the same social access. So it isn't a frivolous sector, it is a very important sector, but even more importantly, it's been a key driver since the Industrial Revolution for development and societal change. The Industrial Revolution kicked off with the textiles industry in this country, and actually a member of my family, my 4 times great-grandfather was an engineer involved in some of the earliest technology, so we're really coming full circle now to maybe pivot away from a fossil fuel-based industry. But really what we saw is that textiles drove development across the world. It's begun in this country, but now across the world it's driving a huge lift out of poverty for a large number of people, and it's really a key export industry for many countries that are trying to increase their per capita income. So it's very, very critical in job security. About 430 million jobs globally are linked to this sector, and that's about 1 in 8 people. So it's very significant, and we don't really just mean a woman in a sewing machine factory making textiles, but actually it's the smallholder farmers who grow cotton in rotation with other crops. It's foresters whose materials actually go into creating cellulosic fibers. It's the extractives industry that is used to create fossil-based or chemically-based fibers. And it's a huge range of other actors who are connected in some way to this industry. So it's a very, very broad sector that interconnects with lots of other issues and therefore has a huge exposure to lots of challenges that we see here at COP today, but also a potentially huge benefit and impact from influencing all those stakeholders and trying to take them on a journey of improvement and development. So it's a very, very important industry to take account of. It's not one that necessarily appears in the IPCC reports, but it is very much still a driver of global impact.
Let's talk a little bit more about how this links then to climate change itself, and also for the new actors that are coming in, because we're talking about the value chains and geographic scope and connectivity, but new models around the business model of textiles and clothing.
Yes, so there's a few different models that are emerging. So we obviously see that there's a huge shift to online, and therefore there's almost an additional level of engagement on top of the traditional brand sells you a t-shirt in a branded store model. Actually, the shift to online is in some ways democratizing access to fashion, but it also has the potential to add an extra layer of opacity in the value chain, and so to make it more complex to manage information, more difficult for the consumer to know what's going on, and it has potential to really shift how production and sourcing is happening. So instead of it being a single value chain that's managed by a single entity, it's a huge number of different value chains sort of just presented by another organization. So it is a very important shift. We also see a huge shift to resale and the sort of reuse of fashion in the Western world. Obviously, that's been the case in some other countries for a very, very long time, and they don't call it a new trend. But certainly you see that resale has increased, I think, 11-fold in the last couple of years, and that's really been driven by Gen Z and the kind of youth shift towards more sustainable practices. And then finally, I think we do see a real re-examination of the business model of the industry altogether. So companies are starting to re-examine how they derive business value and whether they should start to shift their business model towards more innovative and sustainable ones. But that takes time. So we still have a very clear traditional model of make, buy, dispose that is happening in the majority of countries, and we see a huge shift in where people are consuming. So before it was very much Europe and the US. Now we see that the rise of the middle class in China, in India, in Brazil, that's likely to drive a significant upturn in global consumption demand in the next few years. So it's about 63% demand is expected in the next 10 years or so to increase. And obviously, we're already a very impacting sector. We can't afford to increase that volume of production and have the same business model remain in place.
So many elements I want to pull, little strings that I want to pull out of that fabric that you've just woven, to use the analogy. But let's go back to the role of e-commerce on marketplaces. As we discussed earlier, I've just released technical papers around the impact of big tech, and by that, and specifically the e-commerce platforms, where we have two trends. We have much more information and digitalization around the marketplace and branding and transport, so we can understand and know our SDG impacts as well as the climate impacts. Yet at the same time, 50% of these e-commerce marketplaces have no traceability, and the information is terribly inaccurate. Yeah. And I wondered, are we seeing an increasing digital divide despite all the talk about emerging tech?
It's a great question. I mean, I think it depends how you look at it, because actually I'm not sure any brand or any traditional sale of clothing comes with great data anyway. I think we're all really struggling with the changeability, the complexity, the difficulty in managing information across this huge global value chain, where essentially if you're making a t-shirt, there may be thousands of farmers who might have put in cotton to that t-shirt, or lots of different people who've traded it along the way, and actually that could shift from one day to the next in terms of who your value chain is. So I think we have a fundamental systems challenge around data and information in that textiles value chain. I think the online doesn't help with that process, because then you have less of that monolithic brand who's engaging at least with their first tier, and it's much more of just a platform of the, whoever wants to be on that platform. So I think we could either treat that as a giant headache and say, okay, we're going to have to digitize our way out of this and panic and, what are we going to do about all this diversity? But actually, I think the alternative is to think about who's actually responsible for the change that's needed. Is it the consumer, and therefore we should give them lots of complex information and they need to manage their own impacts? Or is it in fact that it's governments and business who need to work together to change the impacts? And if it's the latter, which is my personal opinion, then I think actually instead of worrying too much about this change in the diversity and sort of dynamics in that sale level of the industry, what we can do is consider instead those actors are not sort of randomly floating in the cloud, they're physically somewhere. And we actually know that this industry has in some ways the benefit of having big clusters of production in very specific regions. Even within specific countries, there are hubs that we know are the main drivers. So actually what we start to think about and what people have begun to do on ground is to take a sort of regional or landscape-based approach to fixing the problem, or a jurisdictional one where we actually start to look at the governance that's driving this. So a lot of the impacts we see could be addressed geographically rather than through a particular supply chain-based approach. And obviously we still need brands to play their role, but this is where governments should be supported as much as possible to address the production impacts that you see through this industry. That could be through sustainable agriculture or driving energy efficiency and renewable energy in wet processing, so the dyeing and finishing of clothes. Those are really the key impact hotspots, and a huge focus on a change in policy, a push for financial mechanisms to be available in those geographies and bringing in technical capacity to support them, as well as sort of having a more multi-stakeholder approach of connecting them with local communities and what they're looking for. That can be an incredibly effective model for actually creating change and doesn't necessarily require you to trace all the way down a complex value chain or make the consumer responsible for choosing better. So that's my personal view of what we need to do next.
I think that's really interesting. And again, you touch on so many amazing and interesting points. And I think it really does show, when blockchain emerging tech was coming out, there was a lot of discussion about traceability along the value chain, and the onus always being, upwards towards the consumer to allow them to make better choices. But let's come back to this notion of the role on the ground. The geographic scope rather than sectoral or even governance is very siloed in a way. So this is really interesting because we're talking now about different financial mechanisms as well, blended finance, and the role that the toolboxes that we can have on the ground to help local communities, as you say. I'd love to hear a little bit more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I kind of want to quickly speak about blockchain as well, because I think everyone got really excited about blockchain and decided it was going to fix everything. But actually, if you're dealing with unregistered production sites or smallholder farmers, it's pretty nigh on impossible for them to plug into the blockchain in a way that's meaningful. And so we are in danger of excluding important parts of the industry, especially livelihood-dependent parts of the industry, by over-engineering the solutions. So I really think that's why this jurisdictional approach is so important. And what you see, so for a long time at WWF, I was kind of working on these kind of on-ground projects. And then now in the involvement, for example, with the Fashion Charter, you see that there are ways of working on policy and working on a kind of collective action that make a lot of sense. So if you're going to do policy engagement, lots of brands are exploring it but very frightened of it, but we know actually how to do it, which is that you need to have a very, very detailed analysis of what's actually going wrong. What are the barriers? You need to ask people on the ground what their experiences are. You need to understand not only the letter of the policy, but also how it's enforced, what are the penalties, how much, corruption may there be, and also then, just what are the trade-offs that might be occurring from that policy that we're not aware of. So really doing a deep dive into that, and then having a very, very specific articulation to policymakers about what you're looking for. Is it to particularly focus in on a subsidy that's unhelpful, or a particular amount of regulation that's preventing the increase in renewable energies on site? What is it specifically that needs to change in very, very granular detail? And also, who are your stakeholders? So identifying the key actors in the governance system, identifying whether they're accidentally overlapping their mandates and everyone's confused. This is the kind of analysis that you need to do in order to do policy engagement in this collective way really helpfully. And then you really need to have partners and implementers who are extremely well versed in that context, who speak the language, who have the relationships, who understand the nuances. And this is very true also if you're trying to engage on-ground actors and communities. You need to be very sensitive about how you're engaging. So you need to have a plan, an explicit plan on how do you get the right people in the room, who is willing and able to represent particular groups in a way that they approve of, and how do you then manage the dynamic between all these stakeholders in order to make sure that they are working together in the best possible way. So this is long-term work. It can be more complex work, but this is ultimately a really strong way of driving bottom-up action, because I think up until now it's been very top-down in the way the industry works, but we really need to build that grassroots approach to fixing these regional challenges around both the development benefits but also the environmental trade-offs around this industry.
Well, it's really interesting because, partnerships and collaborations on the ground are very ubiquitous terms that we're using collectively and internationally. But what you've done is really outline sort of the granularity and the contextualized approach that we really do need to build out tools and a playbook, if you will. Yeah. And I think for me, coming back again to technology, fintech and digital green bonds, for example, is another area that we're working on. And I think the capacity there, getting away from the bigger notions of energy and transportation and big infrastructure projects, the capacity that we're starting to see to link in financial tools to the local level to support an aggregation of local climate, gender projects on the ground, I think is becoming quite real. So we've gone past that hype stage of the emerging tech and seen the real potential. Perhaps there is a digital divide in terms of value chain traceability for luxury brands versus what we're talking about here on the ground, and contextualize tax bases, financial literacy, all of these elements that come to play for the local level. So I'd love to hear more about that side of things.
Yeah, so I think we have seen a huge shift, for example, in terms of microfinance and mechanisms like that, which are really transforming a lot of people's lives, especially with supporting women's development. I think the gap that I'm seeing at the moment is that this doesn't necessarily connect to the regions where a lot of production is happening. So very smallholder farmers or, small factories, they have a real challenge with getting access to the right kind of finance. And when you speak to the financial sector, they're desperate for investment opportunities. But actually at the small producer level, or even at the sort of municipality level, regional bodies that may even be governmental bodies, they're really struggling to find access to the right kind of credit or the right kind of finance. And this is partly because they're in a regulatory context that's maybe challenging, but it's also a question of financial literacy and new models that actually make sense for these actors. So it's no point in having a minimum investment bid of $100,000 if what the site actually needs is probably $10,000. It's just not going to be accessible, or there's no point in them pursuing it. So we really need to get smart now in terms of exploring both sort of like old tech and new tech versions of financial solutions to, for example, explore opportunities for blended finance, to look at how the public sector or philanthropic money can be used to de-risk financial flows. Because actually what we see is that, especially around energy efficiency, but even on renewable energy, these sites could pay back really well. There is actually a profit opportunity here across the whole industry. I have a stat here. It is potentially a benefit of $54 trillion that we could gain if we got rid of the externalities of this industry, which is enormous amounts of money. But fundamentally, we're not unlocking that right now. So we have to be much more nuanced, and the financial sector needs to be taken on that journey. Mm-hmm. And I think that's part of the role of these international bodies working on textile sustainability, but also maybe a role that the UN and other governments can play.
And I think also innovation partners, because I think a lot of what you're talking about underneath that, we do need real data about all of these elements. And that includes for the monitoring, reporting, and verification of those impacts, as well as the finance. And as we see at the international level, we have these silos. We have emerging tech for SDGs on one side, we have green finance and digital bonds in the middle, and then we have the fintech happening on the side. But it really is about connecting both at the global and the local context. And that's something I speak about a great deal, is needing to connect to the legacy systems. And the legacy systems, it's not a negative term. It's really talking about the localized context, governance, culture, data, etc., that are really important to make that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And really building capacity with those local stakeholders. So, you know, for a municipal actor or a regional government, they may not know how to issue a green bond, but that might be the best possible solution, because then they can essentially take on the risk for lots and lots of actors within the region who can't themselves. So I think it's really about building capacity with these actors. And then, I mean, I think some of them very financially literate, but others may not be. And also they may not be aware of the opportunities that are opening up because of fintech and because of like the innovations that are happening on that side. So I think really just a program of building capacity with those kind of regional bodies is going to be critical.
Right.
Yeah.
And then also would link into issues of energy and water that are really core to the fashion industry as well.
I mean, this, to be honest with you, I've focused a lot on the production side of things right now, but actually even the consumption side, both in terms of those who produce garments and then in terms of those who consume and use garments, there's a big problem around energy infrastructure. We know that's a universal problem, but, you know, grid energy mix is not going to change without advocacy, and this sector can be a huge advocate if we harness them correctly. But we also really need non-climate specific stuff, like we need infrastructure for closing the loop on fabrics, because actually almost all of the fabrics produced are sent to landfill at the moment, or they're resold, but in complex ways that are somewhat problematic sometimes. So actually what we want to do as an industry is to start to close the loop and reclaim used products and turn them into new products. But in order to do that, you need a huge amount of reverse logistics. You need an infrastructure that's going to help you reclaim all those materials and then process them in the right way. So that is going to require a huge amount of investment. And the kind of investment flows happening right now are the sexy, fun, new things like, oh, we can use enzymes to like split blends. And of course, fun, great, wonderful. But actually, we need the unsexy stuff like, oh, we're going to collect your waste from your doorstep and we're going to give it to a municipal recycling bank or whatever. Like, that's the stuff that needs to happen, and we need investment on that. And then the third element is really around wastewater treatment. So both in production and also in use phase, you get a huge shedding of pollutants from either the agricultural side or the kind of use of chemicals in the production. And then for both use and production, you also get microfibers. So microfiber pollution from textiles is about 9% of microplastics globally. It's a serious issue. And so we really need to think about end-of-pipe solutions as well as watching what we put into the pipe. We need much better wastewater treatment in all different regions around the world in order to actually prevent these pollutants from going into the water sources and into the oceans ultimately.
And I think that also can be integrated into other manufacturing processes as well, because it is across the value chain, even at home washing our clothes, for example.
Exactly,
So we've seen a lot of innovation coming around in and around that, as well as the circular economy, and that's a big theme here at the Innovation Hub and in my previous employer, Climate Kick. So I'm really glad to hear you talk about this entire process and the need. I think I'd like to come back to the role of youth. And the influence of youth in this sector, in innovation, and in the way we can tackle climate change.
Yeah, I mean, I think youth connect in two different ways. I think they are the consumers of a lot of fashion products, or at least the consumers that people are very aware of. But also the production regions where things are happening, they're very, very young as a population. So actually, people who are affected by these decisions, this value system, are often very young. But I think the thing I've particularly noticed over the last few years is that the CEOs of large brands are being influenced by their children. So they are now very ambitious on climate when they may not have been so ambitious before. And quite often they will anecdotally share, it's because my kids asked me. So I think that is very key to driving change, is actually the social influence that younger people are having. But also they are the customer of the future. So a lot of brands are now trying to really rethink, how do we give value to these consumers when actually they are quite interested in resale and sustainability, and that can lead to a whole load of innovation, for example, in the digital space, and really thinking about dematerializing business value. I think that's one of the core message I would say around circularity and decarbonization and making the industry sustainable is, we don't have to kill the businesses that drive this industry. They can still make money. Nobody's coming after their money, but they need to dematerialize and decarbonize the way that they make those products. And they can have brand value that exists purely in the digital space if they're interested to. You know, we are entering this conversation about the metaverse now, which basically says people are going to start to literally live in an online virtual world some of the time. And we already know that during the pandemic, we've had almost everything happen online. And so there's an opportunity opportunity to sell actual virtual clothing or to have other brand experiences that are virtual in a way that has revenue potential but doesn't actually require any materials. Now, we have to do that in a way that doesn't have trade-offs, so obviously energy and other trade-offs there, and also in terms of livelihoods. So I think that's the only other thing that we really need to stress, is that the shift towards new tech-based approaches and meeting the needs of the young generation shouldn't come with negatives for those currently in the value chain. And that's the balancing act between the fashion industry as a kind of driver of core needs and the fashion industry as an innovator, is that actually what we need to make sure is that the people in the value chain don't lose their jobs, don't lose their livelihoods, aren't left high and dry. And so this may be about saying, well, let's reduce consumption through circularity, having closed loop approaches, digitizing, dematerializing, but we need to take that journey really carefully. So that might be about saying, well, we can help farmers shift to regenerative practices, but also they can shift to maybe having alternative crops, but we need to facilitate that change. Or it might be about saying, well, actually, the factories may need to consolidate or shift what their business model is over time, but they could focus now on remaking clothing or recycling fibers rather than producing in the conventional way. So this is where, again, that geographical perspective has to be so key, is that, if you take a value chain approach, it's quite specific to, okay, we're going to shift over here and we leave everyone behind. But actually the geographical approach says, no, we have a group of stakeholders. How are we going to make them future-proof? What journey are we going to take them on as an industry?
I like this idea of future-proofing, and I think that's something that we've talked about here at the Hub, is the idea of ensuring that the value is actually projected into the future as well, and future-proofing the new innovations, such as digital world, the impact that might have, etc. But it's very good, very thorough discussion we're having here. I wanted to open it up to the audience to see if anyone had a question for Leila.
Hi, thank you so much for speaking about all these important things, especially in the supply chain. I think you touched on so many important factors and identifying all the problems. But one question I have is, a lot of the biggest fashion leaders right now in fast fashion is I feel like they can't exactly identify these points in the supply chain because it's so wide and just everything, they can't identify where the problems are because they aren't tracking this data. So where do you see where these fast fashion companies are going and how can they improve? Because I feel like they are leading all the fashion sales right now. And so how can we improve that? And where do you see these companies phasing out in the future, or will they phase out soon?
Yeah, I mean, I think the term fast fashion is an interesting one because I think it's also become a little bit of a negative term. And what I think we should actually speak about is, I mean, there are strategies that luxury brands can use that work just for luxury brands because they have a very specific business model and setup and value chain. They can apply things in a very particular way, but we're kind of thinking about the rest as fast fashion, right? It's kind of the Chinese and Indian brands who are emerging now. It's the high street brands in the West, and they do have a very particular way of working, which is quite consumptive right now. What I would say is that actually a huge amount of ambition you see in the industry also comes from those brands. They're not necessarily, although it kind of depends on context, but a lot of them are trying to change, but they're just struggling with how to make that transition. So I think what they're starting to understand is that they cannot continue the model that they have pursued, but they're really looking for ways to find help to shift. And so there's a lot of industry bodies now created. So there's the Fashion Industry Charter for Climate Action, there's the Fashion Pact, there's Textile Exchange and Sustainable Power Coalition. They all have a different role to play in helping with particular parts of this picture. So for example, the Fashion Industry Charter has just announced that all of its signatory base, which includes all different kinds of profiles of brands and suppliers, will shift from a goal of 30% reduction in GHG emissions by 2030 on all scopes to now either 50%, which is very ambitious, in line with 1.5, or a science-based target, which is in line with 1.5. So they really brought the ambition level to a super impressive level, and the signatories are still there. So I think they now are at the position of setting these targets, but they're scared, I think, to how to get there now. So I think what we need is actually a focus on the key technical and systemic changes that we now need to see in the industry. So we need institutions like the UN. So the Charter have started to do this, but we need the UN to help with policy engagement, because actually brands could have a very strong voice in key regions to say, we need better grid energy mix, or we need help with decarbonizing, like phasing out coal, which is also in the charter. So, there are real opportunities for that industry to have a voice for the positive change. I think we also need to get a relationship with the financial industry and kind of really structure it in the ways that we've talked about so that it's fit for the change that's needed. And then I think we need to consider incentives for the shift of business model. Because at the moment, I think it's somewhat additional. So they're experimenting with resale, they're thinking about these alternative models, but it's as well as. And actually, I think we need to shift towards instead of. And so incentives for that in the Western world in terms of governmental policy could be really helpful in making the shift, because these companies are not a monolith. There's lots of different people inside. And a lot of those people are kind of thinking, we need to change, we want to change, but we need to equip them in the way that's going to make it feasible. And this is even more true in the non-Western countries that are now starting to be a huge consumer base, because actually they are maybe not involved in these big global platforms right now, or only involved in small numbers. So we really need to start to reach out to them as a kind of community of people working on this and find solutions that work for them too. And I think there's very specific needs that are in the marketplace. So we need grid energy shift, but we also need the reduction in subsidies that make on-site renewables impossible, or we need to have power purchase agreements that companies can then sign up to, and we need sort of subsidies for improved farming practices. So there's loads of very specific things that we can ask for from not only the industry, but the policymakers and the financial institutions that will help everybody partner to move forward. So yeah, I absolutely understand when people get upset about fast fashion, but actually I think we should let that term go, and I think we should just think about democratizing fashion, but making it more sustainable, because we can't just all afford designer brands all the time. We need to have people have opportunities to gain the social and physical value of fashion and textiles, but in a way that makes developmental sense.
Thanks. I think what I'm hearing too, again, is a lot of the use of the term needs, core human needs, and a solution-based approach based on that, rather than already identifying what we think the problem is, to saying, actually, yes, we do need clothing, and there's a cultural and social value to it as well. And rather than saying we need X, Y, Z as a solution, let's think more systematically about the overall picture. And I think that's where the role of the hub can really play a part. I think we have one more question.
Hey, thanks very much for all of your points. I think the benefit of circularity is, that's accepted. Democratizing the fashion industry, super important, but still feels like the elephant in the room is about its scale. Like, we're just producing too much. How open is the industry to producing less? How do we rethink, are consumers open to consuming less? And if not, do we need to regulate?
Yeah, it's such a thorny challenge right now. I think this is probably the biggest one that everybody's grappling with. My personal opinion is that there's reasons why people overconsume in certain countries now. Not every country, we need to be clear, but some countries like this one, we overconsume fashion and textiles. But it's driven by particular social drivers, right? It's driven by advertising, it's driven by social media not wanting to wear the same thing anytime again. Like, it's driven by social expectations, and social expectations can be shifted. And I really think this is where saying to the consumer, buy this cool shiny thing, but also you should feel bad about it, and here's all the information about why it's bad, is a very contradictory stance. And what we actually need to do is say, here's this cool new way of engaging with us that is a lease-based model, or it's about reusing what you already have, or it's about engaging in a completely different way with the value and the excitement that fashion and textiles bring, but deconsumptivizing those messages. We almost need to deprogram ourselves from like 4 decades of consumptive messaging. And I think if we do that in a way that makes it easy, that says you don't have to worry about the complexity of this sustainability measures we're doing, we're taking care of that. It's here on the website if you want to know, but you don't have to worry, because what we're promising is that we've taken care of it, we're showing you that it's better, and here's a way of going forward and enjoying your life and enjoying product, but without having to feel guilty. And I think if we can go on that journey, the fashion industry and the textiles industry is very good at convincing people to change their behavior and what's now the cool new thing. So the cool new thing is already being sustainable and thinking more sustainably about consumption. And I just think we need to really fast forward that journey as quickly as we can. And then, I mean, consumption is very, very important, but I think there's also lots of other things that can be done in tandem with that to then mean that the consumption that is happening is done in the most optimal way. So yeah, it's a huge challenge. We do need to make the loop smaller as well as close it. And I think the closed loop has been maybe used as a bit of an excuse before to have a big loop and not worry about it. We do need to make the loop smaller, but I think there's really smart ways of doing that that doesn't have to feel painful for anybody and can take the consumer on a journey.
Thank you very much. Again, a very systemic perspective and approach. I want to give the last word to you to allow our audience and listeners where they might follow you next. Are you staying on at COP? Do you have another session? And where might they look at the charter and other work that you're doing?
Yeah, great question. So I am around, I think, another day. One of the things we're doing at COP, actually, is that we are doing a free training module. So if you go to 2050.cloud, we're having a free training module that's available for anybody to use. It's sort of with business in mind, but anybody else can use it. And it sort of takes you through the whole journey of demystifying some key terms around GHG emissions and the climate change challenges and how you go about setting a really ambitious strategy. So that is very exciting. And then also the charter, if you go to the UNFCCC website and type in fashion charter, you should find the right page. And then the updated charter is there for everybody to view. And I think you can actually even compare it to the old charter and just see how much ambition levels have raised. So I think it's really encouraging. This COP feels like a sea change to a lot of people, I think. And I've seen that this particular industry is probably 10 times more aware of climate issues than they were 3 years ago. It's an absolute day and night situation. So I do feel hopeful. I think we kind of know where the challenges are, even though there's opacity in the value chain. We need better data on use phase impacts. We need better data on raw materials impacts, definitely, but people are starting to work on that. I think we know where the problems are. We know geographically there are certain countries, certain regions where that's where a huge amount of impact is happening. And we know probably what all the technical solutions are and what we need to do to change people's behavior. So I think it's just a question now of, like, we have the recipe, we know what to do, let's make the cake now, you know? Let's get on with
Baking.
it. Yeah, exactly.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much again for joining us today.
It's a pleasure.
I look forward to our next discussions.
Yeah, me too. Thanks
Cheers.
a lot.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub for an afternoon's session on the topic of shelter, encompassing a number of perspectives on human habitation, accommodation, and the way in which we think about living in and on this planet. My name is Kirsten Dunlop. I am the Chief Executive of EIT Climate Kick, and I'm here as one of the core partners of the UNFCCC Innovation Hub. And co-moderating this session this afternoon, I will pass to Ikenna to introduce himself.
Yes, hello everyone. My name's Ikenna Azuike. I was also the moderator for Monday's sessions on healthier food for a healthier planet, and it's my pleasure to be a co-moderator for this session on shelter today. We want all of you, please, to be very engaged, ask questions. I'll be shoving a microphone in your faces to ask questions. If you don't, so be ready.
And if you're standing a little bit up the back and you feel like a comfy seat, please do join us for this session. So we will be running this afternoon in 4 chunks of 50 minutes. Many of our speakers will be joining us throughout the afternoon so that we can build on the conversations as we go through. And I'm going to have to compete with loud noise at the back of the stand. And I would like to do just a very, very brief introduction to the context in which you are. The United Nations Global Innovation Hub, which is part of the UNFCCC program. This is a space for possibility. It's a space that seeks to deliberately address the need for more systemic responses and more systemic approaches to innovation as a means of addressing the enormous gap between what is possible and plausible in our current ways of thinking and what is actually needed in order to address climate change in time, in order to survive, and in order to not make a set of morally and unethical, morally questionable decisions about the number of people on this planet that survive. So we are here to talk about innovation to achieve the impossible, to make the impossible possible, and to open up and expand the space of possibility. The Global Innovation Hub is also about radical collaboration. It's about seeking to redefine innovation in a significantly more holistic and systemic way, understanding innovation not only as technology solutions and substitution, but the ways in which we weave together all of the very many transformations of ourself, of our world, of our policies, of our rulemaking, and of our assumptions about ourselves that are needed to achieve a self-transformation to live in sustainable and regenerative ways. This is an environment and a space that encourages that in terms of multi-actor collaboration across all scales, across all sectors, and very much part of the energy and vibe of COP26, of multinational, subnational, multi-actor collaboration and cooperation everywhere. And it is also about taking a long view, understanding that much of what we need to achieve together is through long-term, deep, sustained partnerships and the orchestration of systemic change through those organizations and in partnership with communities of innovation actors working together in deep collaboration and connection. So as part of this context and this space, we're running a session this afternoon on shelter that will traverse a whole set of different perspectives. On shelter as a fundamental human need that reveals much to us about what we think about our relationship with the planet, and is based on deep assumptions that we may need to unpick and redefine if we're going to start to embrace a much more inherently interdependent and symbiotic relationship with the natural environment. On shelter as one of the key elements of transformation that we can think about in our response to crisis of catastrophic natural events, crisis of human migration, crisis of living with climate change. On shelter as one of the areas of intervention to think about regenerative relationships with the natural environment. Accommodation, houses that partner with us in restoring, in capturing carbon, in regenerating the environment, and in beginning to create the means for open systems for sharing and for replicating across the world. And the last session will look at the highest possible order of how we may reframe our understanding of this planet as our shelter, and how we rethink our ways of relating to it and to each other within it. So we're going to start with the first session, which is focused on the idea of shelter as a human need and an expression of identity. It's my very great pleasure to introduce the four speakers on this panel. Professor John Onions, who is the director of the Sainsbury Centre for World Art at the University of East Anglia. Patrizia Slavuta, who is with us in person, who is the founder and CEO of Self Hackathon. Thomas Hübel, who is on remote connection, somewhere in the ethersphere, who is an author and the founder of the Academy of Inner Science. And Cara Peake, who also joins us remotely from Australia in the middle of the night. Thank you very much, Cara. Who is the head of innovation and director of the Cultural Intelligence Project. So we're going to start with John. Each speaker is going to speak for some minutes, and then we're going to open up for a conversation together here. And some of the people in the room are speakers in subsequent sessions, and we will seek to build on each other's perspectives. So, John, over to you.
Okay, well, anyway,
we can hear you well.
Sorry?
We can hear you well.
Okay, there's an echo on my line, but I don't know. There's no way I can get rid of that.
I think they will do.
Anyway, it's marvellous to be part of this adventure, and I certainly think this term shelter is a wonderfully chosen word with which to begin. And just to say a tiny bit about what I will be hoping to bring to this is I'm interested in using neuroscience to understand why people do things and what they do. And one of the things that I first needed to work out is
hang on, he's on mute. John, just 1 second, your sound is muted, just 1 minute. John, have you by accident muted yourself? Can you just check whether you've No, it's still on mute. Still on mute. Yeah, your screen is showing that you are muted. Can you just try unmuting? You'll see a little microphone with a cross through it.
No, actually.
If there's an icon with a little microphone with a cross on it, a line through it, can you just try clicking on that?
Well, perhaps we should move on to...
John, you're muted. Can you hear me? No, we can't hear you. Just 1 sec. John, can you hear me? Can you wave at me if you can, because we can't hear you. You can hear me? Okay, can you see if there is a little microphone sign with a line, and just click on that. Can you unmute him from here? No.
All right.
Okay, John, I'm going to suggest if you just exit the session and come back in. I'm going to pass to Patrizia. She'll speak first, and then we'll start again. Atkin.
Yeah. Hello. Is that?
We hear you. Yep, yes. We hear you. Okay, good. Fantastic.
Okay. Shall I go back and start again?
Yes, please.
No, that's right. Anyway, one of the first things that when I started to work with neuroscience, I wanted to know why we have a nervous system, and I was interested to discover that the only difference between us and vegetable life is we need a brain to move. All animals, all insects, and things like that, and they need a brain to survive, and a plant doesn't need to move to survive, and so it can stay where it is originally. Anyway, so one of the best ways of can you see my first slide?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay, because that is a sea squirt, which illustrates the role of the importance of the brain. The sea squirt is a creature that swims around the oceans until it finds a place where it can get all its nutrients and reproduce and things like that, and it then proceeds to absorb its own brain. It no longer needs a brain, and so it consumes it. And it can be said, obviously, of some people, bureaucrats in big organizations can be thought of in a similar way. Anyway, it's most important that we don't have a brain to think, we have a brain to move and to go through all the mental processes which precede the movement and which monitor the movement. Now, and to illustrate how critical the importance of movement is to survival, I show this little clip which shows our close relatives, orangutans, in an Indonesian river, and they are using coverings to cover their heads to protect from water and from some sun. Anyway, that is, I don't know how to get rid of that.
Just go to the
that
next.
Illustrates how a creature, our close relative, uses natural and man-made materials to provide some sort of shelter. And in order to do that, they obviously have to recognize the value of those materials, and they do that because we all, all primates, the species to which, the group to which we belong, all have a capacity of appreciating what is the advantage or what is the use of a particular material, a particular fruit. Anyway, they recognize the value of leaves, and they must have done that probably for millions of years, and they've only recently discovered the value of plastic bags, and they realize that the plastic bag can have a similar function. And so how does this capacity of an animal to use its environment to survive, to provide shelter, how does this affect our picture of history? Here is the first semi-permanent architecture made by humans. It's made a building made out of mammoth bones in the Ukraine 15,000 years ago, and this is made. It would be made at the time when this was the Ice Age. There were mammoths, and there were humans who preyed upon them, and the mammoths, when they were killed, the humans would go inside them and take all their materials and use them. They would eat them, they make tools out of them, and they would then burn some of the bones. So they're making use of these mammals. Now, but what interests me is what would have led them to make a house which actually is a bit like a mammoth, because it's comparable in scale. This is what a mammoth looks like. I mean, very, very intimidating. And it's clear that when the humans went inside these animals to pull out their organs, which they were going to eat, and to excavate their materials, they found the inside of the mammoth a very satisfying experience. And they clearly would like to enjoy all the benefits that the mammoth gets from its its bone structure, its muscular structure, and its stability and monumentality. So when they came out and started to find ways to create shelter for themselves, they made buildings which had many of the properties of a mammoth. And this is another drawing of of one of these mammoth houses, and you can see how they've used the tusks, for instance, to help to make the roof. But it's particularly interesting to see in front, you've got a row of long bones. Now, these are bones from the legs of the mammoth. So people who would have seen these bones would have felt about the resources that they represented, that they were rather like the legs of mammoths. So you imagine that your house is protected by a row of mammoth legs, because you understand, and your other people who are viewing this will see these bones as being representing the power and the stability that mammoth legs offer you. Now, so the people who made the first permanent buildings did so for neurological reasons, because they actually empathized, they neurologically empathized with what a mammoth was and what the value of its resources was, and they recreated them. Anyway, this is a view of the Pantheon in Rome, which is a very different world. And at the time when this was made, the Romans had extraordinary power, and they used that power to take raw materials from all over the world. You see all those marbles, and the Romans at the time did write and complain, or many of them did say, this is terrible what we're doing to the earth. We're raping our mothers. We're smashing the interior. We're using marble, which should be under the earth, on top of it. So they were profoundly disturbed by that. But at the same time, they also felt some affinity with the natural world, because they said that architecture, Vitruvius, who wrote about architecture, he says we learned about architecture from animals, and when we started to build huts, we built them like birds' nests. And this is so they looked at birds, and as they looked at the birds making the nests and weaving twigs together, they empathized with those creatures and said, we can do the same thing. Anyway, what is, I think, important about this is that if we need to know, how are we going to deal with the crisis that we're in, as Kirsten was saying. And the truth is, I think we can do a lot worse than look at these images of orangutans creating shelters for themselves out of leaves and out of plastic bags. Of the orangutan as it does that, and that I think will help us to explore in our own need, to explore technologies that respond to our own needs as we understand much more complicated resources than leaves and plastic bags. And I also think that it's we're really talking about empathy with not with material things, with other creatures, but we can also have an empathy with all humanity, and empathy, neural empathy, which is it's part of our nervous system. It's in the foundation of our moral values, is based upon something which if we listen to it, if we respond to what our nervous systems tells us about our fellow affinity with our fellow citizens, we will, I think, be in a much more driven to do something. So neural empathy can be helpful to enable us to find new solutions to problems, and also to drive us to make the changes we need to make in our own life.
Thank you very, very much indeed, John. Now, please stay on the screen, and perhaps if you can just do stop presenting. I'm going to pass now to somebody whose life's work is going to pick up very particularly on the question of neural empathy and how we are as neurological systems. Patricia, can I bring you into the conversation?
Yes, absolutely. Well, hello, everybody. If I can ask people who are standing in the back to come forward. I don't want to lock you in, but it will be just easier for us. Plus, I like to have people sitting in front of me. Perfect, thank you. Thank you for your attention. First of all, as a psychologist, I must say this is the most scarce, the most precious resource you have. So the next 7 minutes hopefully will be worth it. I have 7 ideas, 3 of which will be potentially dangerous for you. So watch out, and you will get to decide which 3 are dangerous. So how many of you are familiar with the Maslow hierarchy of needs, the pyramid? Yeah, okay. Kind of basic psychology 101 if you ever did psychology. At the very, very bottom, it says physiological needs. And Maslow in the 50s, he said this is shelter, food, water. Very, very basic. Fast forward 50 years and we look into neuroscience of human beings, and we see actually that at the bottom of the hierarchy, it's not shelter, but it's a different type of shelter. It's this invisible shelter, which is actually belonging. And we have a whole bunch of research showing that we actually hardwired to be social. In fact, you can provide people shelter, food, water, and just with that, the nervous system will not develop the way it should. And so, so this is the shelter, the belonging. Now, my research is slightly different. I want to take a different twist on this, and that's the dangerous idea. I want to talk about what we shelter from. Because one thing is sheltering, another thing is sheltering from. And I think that sheltering from is part of the problem that we're dealing with right now. And so we shelter from many things. The most obvious ones, my research shows, so I studied genocide back in the day. Now I study many other things, but still kind of roam in the dark side of the human nature. And so we shelter from the ones that look different than us. That's quite obvious. I say we're not racist, but just pay attention to who you prefer to stand next to. If there's empty seat, we've done quite a bit research around that. We tend to kind of go towards folk that look like us. We shelter from people emotionally, from people that seem angry. We label them difficult, not smart, etc., etc. We also shelter from people, and this depends on the age, that have different idols, ideologies, and ideas. Now, how do we shelter? We shelter in a couple obvious things. The most obvious one being, we erect borders and barbed wires and build buildings for those that will define who has and who has not. But we also shelter ourselves emotionally. We become numb, and there's a very famous book that we used to study back in the days, States of Denial. So we deny, complete nervous system shutdown, and so we just do not react to another human being or anything else. And then we judge and label. Now, with the rise of technology, I've been working quite a bit in the idea of technology for quite a long time. And everybody talks about the VUCA world. Anybody familiar with this concept? Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And we know that brain does not like that. The brain does not like constant change. And so the VUCA world kind of started with the progression of technology. What happens is when you're in such a fast-paced world where everything is quite uncertain and everything is quite volatile, we tend to grasp onto things that we know. We try to find certainty and control. Now, that certainty means this idea is the right one. Control means, if I do this, things should happen a different way. So we've been already living in that world until 2020, and then comes COVID. And I think from psychological perspective, COVID has done 3 very interesting things that really mess up with our psyche. And I'll link that up with shelter very quickly. We deal with uncertainty, prolonged uncertainty, and that is big no-no for the brain and the nervous system. We deal with acute stress. And the third one that I think a couple people after me will be talking about is we deal with collective grief. Now, this is not only grief of the people that passed, but this is also grief of the world that will not be. We see extinction of species, degradation of the environment, and psychologically we perceive this as loss. And so many of us right now are in a state of mourning. Which is interesting. So this is the perfect storm for the human psyche. You have 3 things piled up on top of the VUCA world, and it's a perfect storm for the psyche. Now, once we are in this state, what the brain does is it tries to find certainty and says, well, this way, everybody else is wrong, this is the right way. And I think that is actually part of the problem. What we see from neuroscience and psychological perspective, we see mental health on an absolute decline. So the dangerous idea the number one dangerous idea that I would like to share with you is that we're actually sheltering in a way from ourselves. We're sheltering from the parts of ourselves that I think are so important to integrate, which is, the parts that are confused right now, the parts that are grieving, the parts that have been shamed by others, so we shame ourselves, the parts that we find that are weak or are confused. And so, from my perspective, somebody who works quite a bit with technology, I don't think this technology is the solution. Exponential technology would not be such a solution. The solution is actually an open mind. From my perspective, an open mind, open human mind is the most exponential technology. Now, what does that mean? What does open mind mean, and how does it connect to shelter? What we know from neuroscience research is the more complexity there is in a system, the most adaptable the system is. Now, we talk about inner complexity. We talk about parts of ourselves that are actually complex. What Kristen talks about is the walking into an uncertainty and actually staying in that space of uncertainty, which we know this is where innovation comes from. So the question, and I'll give you 3 kind of examples of how to open the mind. Now, if you go to anybody in neuroscience or to me, if you ask what a mind is, we actually do not know. This is one of those most complex concepts in psychology where we all disagree what mind is. We know the mind is not brain, right? We know that the mind extends beyond the brain, and most likely what we know from this research is that mind also extends beyond the skin, aka I'm not really sure where my mind ends and where yours starts. There is this weird space in between that we know that human nervous systems start syncing up with each other, which is it looks like magic, but you can actually see it on brain scans, right? So I can feel you, you can feel me in a really weird way, and our systems start syncing up. So where do I end and where do you start? We don't really know. We can't really put, this is me and this is you and this is somebody else. So 3 ways of actually opening the mind, and this is, this becomes not a keynote but a workshop. Number 1, you actually open the body. The nervous system actually exists in the body, and we actually know it directly feeds, the body feeds directly into the brain. So exercise for you, and I know this maybe is COVID safe because everybody is tested. Why don't you give high five to a neighbor to your right and to your left? No, real ones. Come on. High five. Yes, perfect. Excellent. You open your body. So pay attention, honestly, as you're walking around, where does the body contract and where does the body relax? Because it turns out, and we know that from neuroscience, is a body that is open is also a body that is much more open to ideas, right? So that the concept of openness is not only, tight mind, and tight body means tight kind of perspective. The second one is I would like for you to, and this is based on neuroscience research, so this is not crazy psychologist talk. Close your eyes for a second, if you're willing to, and think about a time and place where you felt fully accepted by other human beings. No matter what you would do, you felt fully accepted. Maybe you were a kid. Whatever you would do, you would be fully loved, accepted, and welcomed. And with just show of hands, and I'm the only one looking, just raise a hand if you can think of time like that. Fantastic. Now you can open your eyes. What I just did is I did something called secure attachment priming. Secure attachment is the idea that if you believe that the world is safe and other people are safe, now, research shows actually, first of all, your nervous system is wired differently. Second of all, the newest research that just came out very recently, probably 2 weeks ago, is showing that people who have that feeling in their body where that they actually feel safe and they trust other human beings. There are also people, independent of their political orientation, they actually care more about the environment. They donate more money, independently of political affiliation, which is probably the very first piece of research that actually showing us how to overcome a lot of ideological barriers that we have. Why I'm talking about this in the shelter session, because this is our shelter ultimately. And we find the shelter not only in this physical body, but also in others. And then finally, I would like for you, I would like to just talk about one more topic, and I know I have to finish, which is scarcity and abundance. We did quite a bit of research about scarcity. Now, scarcity is this tightness of this mind's tightness. And many of us find, I research money scarcity, as in there's not enough money, but many of us have other types of scarcity, time scarcity, right? There's not enough time, and that's what many people feel. Opportunity scarcity, it's either this way, we either get it together or we don't. Love scarcity, many people have love scarcity, right? It's a different topic, Tinder topic, but there are different modes of the brain and operates when it's scarcity mode and when it's in abundance mode. And so I think one of the ways that we can work with is actually moving from scarcity to abundance, if that is your proclivity. Now, the best way right now to hack yourself into abundance is actually go around, and this is actually perfect time in Glasgow, and look at the abundance of the nature. What's really amazing is how nature is affecting our nervous system and how it's affecting our thinking. And so look at the colors, look at the leaves, look how much abundance there is, because there is enough. By far, there is enough. And so I want to end here with just saying that the concept of us sheltering from parts of ourselves, as I find human mind to be the most untapped natural resource, and it's right here. And we have, in a way, there are other sources of energy that we can tap into, but we lock ourselves out from it. And so, from my perspective, in order to tap into this most untapped natural resource, we actually have to tap ourselves first. And it starts with this question of innovation, because we're Innovation Hub is what if. But from neuroscience perspective, we can only ask that question and go into uncertainty if this body feels actually safe, if this becomes our shelter. And it's both biological but also psychological. So maybe I'll end here and I'll say, the bottom of the Maslow pyramid is not physiological needs, physical shelter. And it is not most likely others as shelter, but it's the sense of interbeing, where you actually find shelter wherever you are because your body feels safe. And I'll end here.
Thank you very much indeed, Patricia. So I'm very conscious of the time, and we'll keep going to the next speaker. And I'd like to bring in Thomas Hübel, who works a lot with individuals and communities all over the world on collective trauma. And you mentioned this notion of hiding from ourselves and trying to understand, as John was saying, our instincts to seek shelter, and reflecting on our relationship with ourselves and with one another in thinking and asking, what are we sheltering from? So Thomas, can I ask you, how might our experience of trauma, individual and collective, inform our need for and our expectations of shelter in the world and with and from one another?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you for having me as part of this exciting space that you're in. And I have a VUCA moment, as Patricia
Thomas,
said.
just one question. Are you able to put in the video so we see you?
I have my video turned on.
Okay, so now we might see you. Just 1 second.
Oh, because I see my control video here.
We see a T for Thomas, but not your video.
Is there anything I can do on my side?
If not, just keep going.
Yeah, maybe I'll keep going. So I have even more of a VUCA moment. I wanted to say it's very funny to hear Patricia. I will just keep going, before we spend the time on fixing. And then I will try to come online. Maybe here. So now you still don't see me.
We still don't see you, no, but it looks like you're not. We nearly did. Okay, Thomas, keep going.
Are you still online, Thomas?
Do you hear us still?
Have we lost Thomas?
You don't hear me anymore?
I hear you now. I don't see you, but I hear you.
Okay, so I will start again. So that when Patricia said that we are on the bottom of the Maslow pyramid, we talk about safety. And I believe for many of us, safety, as Patricia said, starts in relation. And if we look at shelter, we are also looking at home. And I think for many of us, the word home, although shelter can be an office, shelter can be an infrastructure, but for many of us, the experience of home or shelter is even more important than the physical home or shelter we are in, because we can feel very alienated within a space. And I would love to pull our attention for a moment to the invisible aspect of our experience that we call trauma. Because it seems like, and trauma entered the mainstream world more and more in the recent decades, and it's a process. When I go through an overwhelming experience, I'm under a lot of stress, and at the same time, my nervous system has the capacity to fragment and shut down one part and numb that part. But what happens is I numb a part of myself in my body, emotionally, relationally, and mentally. So one part is like a city at night that goes dark. We're part of the city. So when I, in the parts where I'm traumatized, I actually cannot, for example, experience a sense of safety. I feel either hyperactivated and stressed, or I feel numb and indifferent. And then through my work in the last 20 years, I more and more saw, wow, like, yes, that's true that our individual upbringing is a deep relational safety building, and safety is something that we work towards, and feeling at home in a place, in a shelter, as Patricia said, in a body, or in a society, or in nature, is part of that invisible experience. And then as I kept on working with large-scale traumatization like the Holocaust or racism or gender violence or many big or genocides, we and through this work, I understood more and more. So wait a moment, if we take into account that trauma is something that has been going on for thousands of years, all of us have been born into a pre-traumatized world. Through our ancestors, through our parents, grandparents. My grandparents were in a bombed city in the Second World War. Like, many of us still carry the after effects of large-scale traumatizations within us. And then the whole cultural traumatization of colonialism and racism and many other very deep wounds that we have around the world. So how do we want to feel at home in a world that is deeply wounded, but that wounding has been normalized to a certain degree? And I think our relation to each other, our relation interculturally through diversity and different levels of othering is challenged by the part of us that is simply frozen and that simply doesn't want to change. And that's also true for my relation to home or shelter. So either I'm over anxious or I'm numb and indifferent. And in the middle, there is my open, as Patricia said right now, there's my open capacity to adapt to changes that are needed as feedback loops with my environment. But if those feedback loops are partly broken or hurt, they don't work. But it doesn't mean that I'm too stupid to change. I'm too frozen to change. That's a difference. And that's why I thought bringing the dimension of the trauma is an individual experience, but trauma is also a deeply social phenomenon that sits as frozen structures in our society. And when its nature is not to develop, its nature is not to move. It needs to be healed and integrated. And so when Patricia speaks about the body being open, the mind being open, and that's the great resource that we need right now, because when my body is open, I believe my body is nature, not my body is on the planet, my body is the planet. But trauma creates a sense of separation, a sense of isolation, a sense of not belonging, a sense of insecurity, a sense of overstress. And many of us experience that overstress as a daily stress level that we operate on that became normal. And it becomes intensified through the technology that we are using right now, for example, the fast speed of data. So when our nervous systems need to channel and ground that data speed, it bumps against various traumatizations. And then on top of that is the tremendous amount of potential collective trauma through climate impact and through climate migration. And I believe that, as Patricia also mentioned, that the amount of complexity, and I would even add the amount of integrated complexity, is adaptability, or the capacity to be resilient. So if the past, our past, millions of years that are sitting in our bodies here right now, if that past is not behind us, but if that past is listening right now and speaking right now. Integrated history, I believe, is presence. That's what life developed up until this moment. And so the integration of experience, and trauma is unintegrated experience, that still didn't give us the learning that we can harvest. So when we speak of innovation, and when we speak of developing a new relation to shelter, to home, to the way we relate to nature, I think there's a double learning that we have to go through. One is the integration process of the past, whose pearls and gems we didn't harvest yet. And then there is the innovation that is the brighter future that we all draw our inspiration from in order to develop all the technology and all the new ways of doing things, including social change. But social change won't come through putting pressure onto trauma, because that always creates a backlash.
Thomas,
so if
thank
I want to... Sorry?
I'm interrupting on, and my apologies, just so that we manage to stay within the time of the session. Can I ask you maybe to just make your final comment, and then I'm going to bridge, actually, particularly picking up on your notion of integrating the pearls of the past into perspectives that are looking at the past and the present and the future together. And I'm going to invite Kara Peak to speak next. Thomas, just your final comment.
We can continue. I think I said everything.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, may I bring Kara, if we could bring your video on, I'm saying this with nervousness in the hope that we can get your video up. I'd like to add your voice as the last in this session to just connect. I'm going to wait a second so we can see you, but not your video yet. Can you hear me? Softly. Very, very, very quietly.
You and myself.
There's something wrong with you. Can you try again, just clicking on your video to project, because we're seeing your icon but not the video.
Okay, I can see myself. And you.
No, we don't see.
We
can hear you clearly.
Do you want me to begin?
If not, Kara, then because you're also hearing an echo from me. There's something weird. If not, please just talk to us. It would be lovely to see you, but please do talk to us. We're looking at a picture of the United Nations Global Innovation Hub, so you're speaking at least from that context.
All right, thank you. Naji Gurujin Naya Nilawa Banaga Yaru Jandu, Dangu Bunaba from Rabibi. So my name is Kara Peak. I'm a Yaru Bunaba woman from Rabibi, which is Broome in Western Australia, which is closer to Singapore than Sydney, to give you some perspective of how big our continent is. Today I wanted to talk to everybody about the concept of shelter, but in the terms of culture is shelter and from a First Nations perspective. I think a lot of First Nations people would resonate with this across the world, but I'm going to talk from a Yaru Bunaba perspective. In terms of culture being shelter, or shelter being culture for us, it's our reference point in our way of being in the world and how we relate to the world. And picking up on a couple of the things the previous speakers have mentioned, it's the relationship, it's a sense of being, it's a sense of identity that we then use to leave our mark on the world and also to integrate with our landscape. Similar to what has been mentioned earlier is that we as Yaru Bunaba people see that we are part of the planet, we are part of our country. Our country is our land and sea, and we are no different from it, so we must exist with it. We can't exist on it or through it or anything like that. And in doing so, culture creates a sense of comfort and identity, a relationship with the world around us, the existence and the structure of our family constructs, and a sense of place and people. And with that, we live side by side in a reciprocal relationship with land and sea, with country and culture and law. And by law, I mean LORE, which is our traditional teachings from our ancestors and since time immemorial. With this relationship, I feel that First Peoples globally and definitely in my country have been severely underrated and are often left out of the climate discussion and climate solutions, as many would say, even with COP26, you know, this year as we speak. And through that, I would say that we as First Peoples are required to be first in the climate discussions and solutions. And in fact, if we do not do that, our culture, which is our shelter, will disintegrate because our culture is integrally connected to the land and sea. Now, I come from a saltwater people, meaning that I can see the ocean probably not even 5 minutes from my doorstep, which is a beautiful thing, but also a scary thought when we're talking about oceans rising. My home might not be here in years to come if we don't do something to protect my culture, my environment, and my sense of self, and therefore my shelter, my safety and comfort. In doing so, I believe that through the First Nations lens, environmental health is the new wealth, and the global economy should be based on that. And we should be approaching our climate solutions like that. I've been involved in a number of different global discussions around this topic, and First Nations people continue to be overlooked and also set aside for technology or for innovative solutions instead of looking at our culture and our way of relationship to the earth that did not get us into this current situation that we are in. Indigenous Australian people, or First Peoples of Australia, are considered one of, if not the oldest continuous living culture in the world. There's a reason that we've lasted 80,000 years, and I would put to you that we actually have a lot to give, and that other people in the globe, as much as we're working collaboratively, also need to set ego aside and unpack your own cultural constructs and increase the cultural intelligence of each and every one of us to identify why is it that First Peoples are set aside in the conversation and the narrative? Why is it that First Peoples' point of views is only a nice to have or something that might be nice to fund rather than something that is being put at the forefront in the center of the room in the leaders of this discussion?
Cara, thank you very, very much indeed. Did I interrupt?
You're fine.
No, I'm not sure. Well, thank you very, very much indeed. Now, I'm conscious that in this session it's a trial run for the afternoon and we've had a few interruptions. I'd like to just draw some of the threads together and ask if anyone in the audience has a question. We've heard a range of perspectives within a context of global innovation action, taking a systemic approach and a regenerative approach and a whole planetary approach, a whole systems approach around neural empathy and the importance of thinking about what is it that structures our instinctive responses to looking for shelter and why. We've heard about open mind and body as the most powerful technology we have, openness of mind and body to do something to reframe, re-understand and rebuild our sense of relationships with one another and the planet. We've heard about reintegrating, understanding and reintegrating the wounds of the past and thinking about how we draw upon the power of our understanding from the past to think about anticipating and preparing for the trauma of the future in climate change effects, but also thinking about how do we do something, how do we draw on the abundance mindset that Patrizia was talking about. And Cara, we've heard about the notion of culture as our shelter and the importance of increasing cultural intelligence to make ourselves collectively capable of facing towards what we need to do, which is self-transform. And why are we othering those who are oldest of all in understanding how and why to do that? So with thanks to you all, can you just hold 1 second while I see if there is a question from the audience that anyone would like to put to any one of our 4 speakers, recognizing we do have very little time. Yep.
Hello, I'd like to thank everyone for this really interesting information about neural empathy, generational trauma, and the state of the world that we live in today. And my question is for everyone here: how do we translate that into what is currently happening? How do you reflect that in the negotiation rooms at COP26? Do people need to go heal their trauma before realizing that something needs to be done, and taking responsibility for what we're doing and our role in climate change? How do we heal? How do we collectively heal and truly make an impact? Because we're running out of time, and only now, as Thomas mentioned, is trauma becoming something mainstream. So what can we do?
Thank you very much for that question. Now, I'm conscious that people here will be, I hope, joining us throughout the afternoon. Thomas, can I ask you to make one reflection quickly on that?
Yes.
And then we'll take a break. But I know you'll be staying with us, so we'll have an opportunity to build forward. Go for it, Thomas.
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. So 2 things. One is trauma hurts our relational capacity. The other way around is our relational capacity is the superpower in healing trauma. So one thing we need to train and also through healing integrate is our capacity to relate and to be more trauma informed. The other part is that we start to illuminate how many societal structures are actually built out of ice and not out of real bricks. And I think the more we develop an awareness of how we normalized wounding and how we accepted that wounding that's how life is, and we would say, no, maybe that's how life is when it's hurt. And I think the more our capacity grows to discern that's great. And running out of time, there's a truth to it. And always trauma creates also a heightened sense of scarcity, as Patricia said. So we need to always be aware of both what's really happening and what's my experience.
So we need to be counterintuitive. We need, as Cara said, to work out how do we expand our collective intelligence by running against what feels to be running out of time and expanding our space for action together. Thank you very, very much. For those of you online, please take a short break and we will restart here the second session. You are very welcome and encouraged to join us. For those of you who are here, we're going to take we'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll refresh the room, see if we can get the system working a bit more effectively. And we'll start again at, we'll start again at 7 minutes past. I'm going to go Germanic on myself. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. If you're interested in attending the next session in the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub afternoon session on shelter, please do come and join us. We are welcoming, we don't bite, and we'd be delighted to hear you and see you. And if you want to come in for a while and leave, please feel welcome to do that too. We're now going to move our conversation to the next stage of discussion, which is about thinking, reframing and rebuilding our understanding of shelter in less permanent ways, and anticipating the way in which we might need to redesign and rethink our relationship with seeking shelter in the world and with one another in response to crisis, into major migration moves, into climate catastrophe, climate events, weather changes, and any number other of humanitarian crises and physical crises. And that challenges some of our very, very core assumptions about stability that you heard from the first session from John O'Nyans. So it's my great pleasure to welcome for this panel, 3 speakers in person, I'm delighted to say. Mr. Shigeru Ban from Japan, who is here with us and will be speaking about his work in the world. Maarten van Aalst from the Red Cross Red Crescent Humanitarians at Red Cross Red Crescent Center. Climate Center, thank you for helping me with that. And Alistair Parvin, who is, I'm going to get this right so that I don't get the expression wrong, because it's one of the things that I find so interesting in the world, the Open Systems Lab, right? And the founder of WikiHouse. So we're going to hear first from Alistair, and then from Shigeru, and then from Maarten, and each with a different perspective. We'll hear from each of them, and then we'll open up to discussion here, and possibly with some of the speakers from the first session. Alistair.
No, I don't think the mic is on.
Just go for it, or press up.
On button. Yes. Radical new innovation. So to be alive today is to live alongside some pretty weird paradoxes. And I don't know about you, but this building was one. It's like a building full of paradoxes. One in particular paradox that I've been thinking about a lot in relation to this topic is that, broadly speaking, most of us agree on what we want when it comes to the built environment and what we need, right? We want to build zero carbon, zero waste, healthy, sustainable, resilient, secure, safe homes, neighborhoods, and cities, right? I mean, hands up if you disagree with that. You know, I mean, you're probably not here, but very few people disagree with that, right? And yet there's this also this open secret, which is all the technology and all the knowledge and indeed all the money that we need to build those things is already here. We already have it. And yet in most places it's not happening. It's not, most development does not look like that. Most development has colossal embodied carbon, for example, right? Pretty much every developed economy in the world today has a housing crisis. So there's something really, really weird going on. We have to kind of square that circle. And the kind of idea I want to put to you is that I don't think it's a lack of will as such. Sure, there's lots of vested interests, etc. I don't think it's necessarily a lack of will. I think it's because that we are trying to put these solutions into out-of-dated systems, if you like, operating systems. So if you look behind the stuff that we look at when we're designing, building homes and shelter and neighborhoods, underpinning it is a series of invisible operating systems, such as the construction system, the design system, and the various systems of knowledge that come around that. Regulatory systems, such as the planning system, financial systems, the land system, right? And those systems were designed, right? But they were designed a long time ago, decades, in some cases centuries ago. And so putting kind of even the most high-tech solution into these systems is sort of like trying to run an electric train on a dirt track. Or like we're trying to sort of shoehorn this stuff, and fundamentally the basic incentives of the system aren't pointed in that direction, right? So, and a good test for this is difficulty, right? In other words, if you ask most people, even with good intentions, who are trying to build zero carbon houses, they will tell you it is crazy hard. It is just too hard. So yeah, but the important thing is these systems were designed, right? So there's a famous Winston Churchill quote about first we shape our buildings and then we shape us. Actually, the truth is first we shape our systems, then they shape our business models, then they shape our buildings, and then they shape us. And these systems, we're not redesigning them, right? They're sort of like, one of the issues that we have right now is that basically everybody thinks it's somebody else's job. But generally speaking, it's no one's job to redesign and innovate the design of those invisible open systems. Generally speaking, the market thinks that it's the state's job, and the state thinks that it's the market's job because of this false binary narrative that we're being fed. And so where we find ourselves is in a situation where we're stuck with these old, obsolete legacy systems, and we're either, on one hand, just bashing them round the head, or we're throwing subsidies at them. So we're throwing money into these broken systems and then wondering why they don't fix, right? Why they don't come out. So there's a kind of, and I think this is probably very pertinent to a lot of the kind of political debates going on at the moment. People are saying, oh, how much will it cost to transition? How much of this made-up technology called money is it going to take, right, for us to transition from one system to another system? And if you think about it for more than 10 seconds, it's a completely abstract, absurd kind of question. But on a very practical level, the idea of an awful lot of what's going on is we're handing out subsidies and funding to help people do a thing that's currently really difficult. If we took just 1% of that funding and spent it on trying to work out why it's so difficult and how we could redesign that system so it became easy, right? And even the most mundane thing, like building a zero carbon house. So and also, if you spend time really trying to unpick these systems, it becomes really kind of obvious that these things aren't kind of working. So I want to kind of just sort of throw in three sort of ideas or reframings for how we might sort of think differently about some of the challenges that we all agree on. So one is a shift from the idea that we're going to build these zero carbon cities, of development which is done to people, because usually that's the reaction is, oh right, we need to build zero carbon cities, let's build one. And some very powerful people get in a room and make some models, right? And I think we have to flip away from that to this idea of building capacity, building open capacity. A general rule of thumb is if you want more of something to happen, make it easier, not less difficult, right? So, to give a good example of this, as we already mentioned, one of the projects we're working on is WikiHouse, right? It's an open source building system, and basically our ambition was to see, can we make a way of building using timber and make it so incredibly easy, which is not yet, but we're working on it, that literally any small business, anyone, any community can just build a zero carbon house really quickly. So, what we found is these really interesting projects where kind of these small businesses or communities would pick up this technology and they'd build a house or something. And we realized the irony was that we could knock down the house at the end of the process, because actually we'd achieved the real thing, which is we now had a community and a string of local businesses who knew they could build a zero carbon house anytime they choose to. So it's about building that distributed capacity rather than seeing this as a problem of how will we pay for the houses. It's more like, how are we going to stop them building houses? Right? It suddenly becomes the question. The second idea, which I've already touched on, is this idea of we need to move away. So as well as sort of building capacity and looking how we can use things like open source to transform how we do things, our ways of organizing, we need to move away from this idea that you can just throw money at problems and focus as much more as possible on sort of recoding the rules. So, the framing of this conversation is around shelter. And we already, Patrizia, you already touched on this idea that actually one of what is it we're sheltering from? And again, our sort of very simple monkey brains tend to focus on the idea of shelter as the physical thing keeping roof off our heads. But the truth is that today, the biggest determinant of your well-being and your security and so forth is actually not the physical shelter over your head as such, it's your legal relationship with the land. Right, so if you own or rent a house, most of that money, most of that value of that house isn't actually the house, the physical shelter. It's actually the piece of paper, the rights. And of course, that system of land ownership and tenure is incredibly old and outdated. Right? It's sort of incredibly extractive. It has no stewardship responsibilities, etc., etc. So another dimension of the work that we're looking at is saying, well, wait a minute, could we redesign new forms of land ownership? And actually, can we go back across history and geography and learn from these amazing old, many of these indigenous pre-industrial models of ownership and say, well, actually, we can recode the rules. And by the way, when you do that, you suddenly find you don't need to make the money, right? The biggest form of capital in the world today, by a long, long way, is real estate. Like the total value of all the pieces of paper in the world today is something like $300 trillion. All the gold in the world is only about $7 trillion, right? So by rechanging what's written on that piece of paper, you're recoding wealth itself. You don't need money at that point. So a good example of this is if the UK government simply passed a law tomorrow that said every building we build must be zero embodied carbon from day one, well, straight away we would have first thing would happen is, so, well, oh goodness, where are we going to find the money? Well, the truth is what would happen is that land values, because the way that land values work, something called residual land value, essentially land values would drop by however much more that costs. So the money is already there in the land. We'd just be taking it out into the construction economy. But then we have this immediate other capacity building problem, which is around, oh wait, is our forestry industry ready? Is the ecosystem ready for us to scale up forestry to that scale? These are goes back to this thing about capacity building questions, and so the systems that we use for that. But it wouldn't cost us anything. And then the final point to finish, I think, is just sort of my way of looking at the world. It can be broadly summed up in that kind of Buckminster Fuller quote about, if you want to change something, don't fight against the existing reality. Build a new one that outperforms it, right? And it's right that we invest as much political struggle as we do into the topics about climate change. But meanwhile, there is a huge scope in the middle to say, take any given system, take construction systems, take the planning system, and go, if we were to start from scratch today, knowing what we know in the 21st century, let's design a new one. Okay, let's start prototyping, build one, see if it works, and see if we can get people to start opting into it, right? And I think we have to start, we're guilty of a huge failure of imagination in the sense that we've got so panicked and so locked in these massive fights over these old systems that we're not making enough space to use our inventiveness to imagine that it is possible to design new planning systems, new construction systems, new forms of land ownership. And obviously, we need to do that yesterday.
Thank you very, very much indeed, Alistair. That is a wonderful segue. And I'm not going to ask you any more questions, but I'm going to segue straight, taking the gold of that, to Shigeru Ban, who is the architect and founder behind Shigeru Ban Architects. And I'm going to ask you about your thoughts and ideas on doing exactly that, inventing new forms of human shelter that really change some of our core assumptions and the system that we work with.
Thank you. Can I show my slide, please? This is a shelter for art I designed. There's some Pompidou Center in Metz. But today I'm going to show you some of the shelters made of paper, recycled paper. If you want to see the sample, I found out this British Pavillon used my paper tube as a decoration, so you can check later.
Oh, fantastic.
After I spent 10 years practicing as an architect, I was very disappointed my profession as an architect, because I found out we are mostly working for privileged people who has money and power. Because power and money is invisible, they hire us to make a monument, to show off their power to the society. And I was kind of tired of working for them. So I started looking for the opportunity to work for general public, even people who lost their houses by natural disasters. Next, please. 1994, Rwanda, as you may remember, there's a genocide between two tribes. And I was very surprised seeing what's given by United Nations, and they are freezing with blanket. I found out in the rainy season it's quite cold, so the shelter doesn't work. So any medical care doesn't help unless we improve the shelter. So I sent my proposal, and there are no response. So I went to Geneva by myself without any appointment to meet people, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. I was very lucky to meet the German architect who is responsible for shelter, and I proposed to make a shelter out of paper. And he was very pleased because that time, this is standard shelter United Nations provide. The refugee has to cut trees by themselves in order to put the plastic sheet given by United Nations. But over 2 million people cut the trees. This became very serious deforestation, and UN cannot continue encouraging cutting trees. So then they provide aluminum pipes. But aluminum is quite expensive material locally, so they sold them for money and cut trees again. So that's why providing aluminum pipe didn't work as an alternative solution. So that was the timing I proposed to use a recycled paper tube. As you see, this used to be the forest, the tree is gone, and they went much further to cut more trees. Next, please. Next, please. So this is a paper tube made of recycled paper. I made a few prototypes, and I wanted to make something better, but because of United Nations policy, we are not supposed to give them something too comfortable because they like to back to the home as soon as possible. So I was given only $50 per unit, so that this very simple shelter with plastic sheet, but that was the good solution to stop the deforestation. Next, please. Then year after, 1995, in Kobe City, Japan, we had a big earthquake. Over 3,000 people died. And I read the newspaper that there's Vietnamese refugees in Kobe gathering with the church. And I thought those minority people must have more difficult time than normal Japanese victims. So I looked for the church. As you see, all the city was burned. So it was so difficult to find the church. Finally, I found out there is only statue of Christ remain left of the building burned and destroyed by earthquake. Next, please. Then this was how they was living. Although the government started building temporary houses, somehow the house was built outside of a city, and these Vietnamese people has to commute the nearby factory, so they didn't want to move. And when the hot days, temperature goes over 40, it's very unhealthy. But the local Japanese people try to kick them out because they are afraid the park is becoming like a slum. So I thought we have to give them something more comfortable, healthier, but something very temporary. So this is what we built with the student. The foundation is made of plastic beer crates, the paper tube as the main structure. And we built during this 3 weeks 50 units. And actually they stayed there for 4 years. Next, please. Then I also built a temporary church with students with paper tube. And then this is the first time that they could have their morning service indoor. The priest said that they like to keep 2 or 3 years, but actually this became very important symbol of the city. This was used for the music, theater, discussion. It was there for 10 years. And then they decided to rebuild new one. But that time there was a big earthquake in Taiwan, and they asked us to donate. Next, please. So we disassembled and sent over to Taiwan to build by ourselves. Then this became the permanent church and community center in Taiwan. It's still there. Then I wonder, what is a temporary structure? What is a permanent structure? As you see everywhere in the big city, even the many concrete building destroyed by developer to make a new building, so that even building made in concrete can be very temporary if that is made to make money. But even the building made of paper by student, if people loves it, this become a permanent building. Next, please. And 1999 in Turkey, big earthquake, I was there to make temporary houses. All the paper tube, plastic beer crates were donated from the local company free. And children help us to put the waste paper inside of a paper tube to make the wall more insulated. Next, please. In 2001, India, the big earthquake again, I could get everything I need except the beer crate, because nobody drink beer in the west side of India. So my local Indian architect proposed me to use a Coca-Cola box, but I thought this red Coca-Cola doesn't meet for the local context, so we made a traditional mud foundation. And I was surprised last year, my local architect sent me a photo. This still exists, used as a local hospital.
Wow.
Next, please.
Wow.
Next, please. Sri Lanka, after the tsunami of the earthquake, and this fisherman's village was totally destroyed. And I went to there to make permanent houses with locally available mud brick. Next, please. 2008, Chengdu, China. There is a big earthquake. Over 30,000 people died, especially many of the schools destroyed and killed the children. And I started making temporary houses, but the local government doesn't want any foreigner to make temporary houses. Instead, I met the schoolmaster. She wanted to make some classroom. So I brought my Japanese student, worked with the Chinese student for 5 weeks. We made the 9 classroom over 500 square meters just by student with paper tube locally available. Next, please. This is a result. This still exists. Next, please. L'Aquila, 2009, just above the Rome. Old city was totally destroyed. And this city is very famous for music, but all the concert hall was destroyed. So I proposed to the mayor, why don't we build a temporary music hall? And the Japanese, do you remember him? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
He brought the G8 summit to L'Aquila, and the Japanese embassy was very kind to organize my presentation of my temporary music hall with 2 prime ministers. And because of this, I got €500,000 to build. Next, please. Temporary music hall with a paper tube, with some wall, with the stone, with scaffoldings, and this still also exists. And the people really love this concert hall, like to keep as a permanent building. Next, please. Next, please. 2010, Haiti. And you may remember, we are working now again, Haiti. Last August, there's another earthquake. I made also paper shelter, but no material available. So we went to next country, Dominican Republic, to bring the student and all the material from there to build with local victims some shelters. Next, please. 2011, 2011 in Japan, in Fukushima and other area, big earthquake, people have to evacuate like this. There are no privacy. I thought privacy is the basic human right. So next, please. So I went there with student, with paper tube, with some curtain to provide the space, privacy for each families. And also the bed is made of paper. This was also made by the student. Next, please. Then the people have to move to this government temporary houses. It's so poor, leaking, and no sound insulations, no storage. And then next, please. I propose to make 3-story temporary houses with shipping container. We built in 3 months 190 units. And the budget and the size of the house is exactly what the government make with the same budget. But still, Unfortunately, I created a new problem. People are supposed to move out 4 years, but they didn't want to move, so they stayed there for 8 years. Next, please. In Philippines, Cebu Island, there are earthquake and typhoon. And in Philippines, they have big beer company called San Miguel. I asked them to donate. They didn't want to do it. So finally, I had to use a Coca-Cola. Next, please. And this is
Nepal.
Nepal.
Yeah.
Thank you. Again, earthquake with brick. All house is made of brick. I had to use a label of brick without throwing away. So I proposed to make a wooden frame with the brick as an infill and the plywood. I tested in Japan to meet the Japanese earthquake standard. We built the houses and some school where we don't get the bricks. Next, please. And last project in Christchurch, same year, 2011, there was a big earthquake 2 weeks before the Fukushima earthquake, and the most important cathedral was destroyed. And I went to there to make a temporary cathedral as a community center. Next, please. With locally available paper tube, container as a foundation. And this became most popular tourist destination now. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much indeed. So I'd like to introduce, to build on so many extraordinary examples of creativity and rescue in the same breath, Martin van Aalst, who is the director of the International Red Cross Crescent Center for Climate Center, the International Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Center, and who is operating right in that complex interface between policy systems, people, and alternative solutions. Martin.
Thank you very much, and what an inspiring set of examples there.
Yes.
Amazing. And I thought I was going to be the only one bringing in the emergency response type shelter component, but you already got there before me. And also showed how that can be done just as a stopgap measure and how it can be done well. So the IFRC, the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, to which my center provides support, is actually the shelter cluster coordinator in the humanitarian system. And I would totally agree with you that most of what is happening there is that stopgap measure. And it's partly because the pressure is really high. I don't know whether the $50 is really only to make it comfortable, or also because there are real cost constraints. I mean, our humanitarian work is getting more difficult every year with the changing climate. The budgets aren't necessarily going up. It's particularly challenging in places where we face compound crises, so it's multiple things one on top of another. I thought it was very interesting, building on the first talk, these questions about systems and how they operate. It's one thing to house people, to build temporary shelter, like you showed in a couple of examples, say in Christchurch, when people can just, temporarily be based in Christchurch and then rebuild a permanent house, or even stay in the shelter if it's so nice that they like to stay there. It's quite a different thing if people are also displaced and they're in temporary camps, for instance, or in host communities that also need to house them. And even in my own country, the Netherlands, with refugees now coming in, I see the social tensions. Are the refugees getting nicer houses than the people that have been waiting? We have a housing crisis, as people are calling it. It's quite a different crisis than most of the humanitarian crises we're facing everywhere. But young people in the Netherlands cannot afford what they're considering decent housing. So are those refugees now suddenly bypassing us on the waiting list and getting this really beautiful house? On the other hand, I would like them to get prettier houses. And I think they also, they came from Syria, maybe they were professionals there. Why don't they deserve a nice place in the Netherlands? But it's these tensions to some extent that we have to deal with. And that is as much a social problem as a construction problem. That is even more so in host communities, in places, in these really challenging developing country circumstances. The Horn of Africa, we know many examples, in the Middle East. So I think it's as much an issue also of social engineering as it is of practical engineering, and the two need to go hand in hand. A second dimension I wanted to raise is that it's often the people themselves constructing their shelter and then also constructing their future risks of their shelters, right? And it's very interesting to see how the decisions are often, hardly informed by the immediate risks that people already face now, let alone by how the climate is changing. A very tangible example I saw myself in Vanuatu, which, as you may know, is one of these small island developing states. They're here as well. They're very outspoken on the climate crisis. It's also one of the most disaster-prone countries in the world. So it's one of those places you go there, you fly in, it's like this idyllic picture postcard. It's been a French colony, so you actually have, French gourmet food in the supermarket. It's a beautiful island setting, but it also gets all the natural disasters that you can imagine. So it gets cyclones, earthquakes, volcanoes, you mentioned it. So they are used to these cycles. And actually in the traditional communities, the shelter that they have there is stuff that they can rebuild very quickly, traditional building materials from their local surroundings. Storm passes through, wipes it away, people pick up, rebuild the shelter and live their life again. But the real opportunities for economic advancement would be around the capital, Port Vila, where you've got the expats who've, of course, built their own traditional colonial houses, but that's not what people coming out from the rural areas can afford. So they're in pretty much sort of shacks that you would see in slums in developing countries. And they have those classic tin roof coverings as roofs. Now, those roofs actually become flying razor blades when a cyclone passes through. So even though technically it is an upgrade in terms of shelter, both being closer to the city, but also having a sturdier home than the traditionally constructed homes that people would have in the rural areas, they're actually dramatically increasing their risk. Now, those same tin roof shelters, we also see, of course, in the most rapid increase in vulnerability in the world in all these cities that are developing. And again, it's as much a social construction problem. These people often live, you were mentioning tenure. They live on the remaining spaces that haven't been sold because they are actually unsuitable to live in, that have never been populated because they are at risk. So people choose the locations that are at risk. And what do they build there? What they can afford at the cheapest possible cost. So again, you get these, literally shacks. Now, a new challenge. So these were always challenging places from a perspective of water and sanitation, for instance. By the way, that became an additional challenge during COVID, when people had to stay in those shelters. I think COVID has also changed our relationship to shelter, even in rich countries being locked up. You saw the differences between people having a 3-story house where each of the kids could go to school in their own room with the proper computer, compared to people living in smaller apartments and sort of having to share a room, and 3 kids being at the same table attending their classes. Huge difference. So shelter actually became a much more defining piece in our relation to the rest of society, I would say. But of course, in those developing countries, in those slums, people's having to stick inside is an even more challenging problem. And then bringing it to the climate challenge, those same tin roofs basically become like hot ovens already under the sun in general, but especially during the increasing heat waves, which we know in our IFRC disaster statistics have been the most deadly disaster with the European heat wave in both 2019 and 2020. Now, why is that in Europe? Partly because it's a temperate zone. The risks are going up rapidly, and people are just not accustomed to it. The shelters are also not accustomed to it. Our houses are not accustomed to it. Our behavior in our houses is not accustomed to it. We don't cool at night and then close it down like they would in the Mediterranean, in the Netherlands, for instance. So it's partly shelter, it's partly behavior. Same with the Canada heat wave, by the way. 50 degrees in Canada. If that had happened in Las Vegas, everyone would just gone inside to air-conditioned rooms. In Washington, Portland, all those cities, and higher up north in Canada, the air conditioning penetration is the lowest in the United States, and in Canada, maybe 10, 20, 30%. So people really suffer. By the way, the people that would also suffer in Las Vegas are the people relying on the shelters there, homeless people, for instance. So that's, again, a translation of that heat risk, again, focusing on the most vulnerable in those places. But now take that context of slums in developing countries. What do you do about that heat risk? And is that a priority for people desperate to find a job, moving into these urban areas, partly because of lack of livelihood opportunities, possibly in increasingly crowded rural areas? So again, it's partly this question of how do you construct the social. So there are technical solutions, right? Just making the roofs white is a very simple upgrade of shelters that has a huge impact. But of course, for the long term, actually what we're looking for are solutions that blend these very practical, simple changes with more the systems upgrade that we're looking for, which much relate to communities' relation to society, relation between communities and governance, especially if they don't have land tenure. That's actually a big issue. They often don't trust the institutional solutions offered for them. Again, we're at the moment with the shelter that we see appearing around the world, increasing our risk every day. So getting this right, I think, is a key piece of the puzzle of the resilience question we're also addressing here in Glasgow.
Thank you, Martin.
Thank you. My microphone. Thank you very much for that, for elaborating on the need for systems change in the context of shelter in crisis, moments of crisis. I'm Jelmer, by the way. I don't know if I introduced myself at the beginning of this session. I'm co-moderating together with Kirsten. This is your opportunity to ask lots of questions. But first, if you don't mind, I'm going to kick off. Because something you said, Mr. Ban, really struck me. The comment about the fact that you couldn't make the shelters too comfortable for people because that would encourage people to stay longer. And I'd like to talk a little bit about, from the previous session, we're talking about the psychology of shelter, what it means to us, and this idea of the psychology of comfort, because I feel like a lot of people today confuse comfort with happiness. We want the bigger our houses are, the happier we are. Do you think the future of shelter actually needs to be perhaps more uncomfortable in general?
Well, depending on the definition of the comfortability, I think the privacy, as I mentioned, is one of the most important comfortability. So it's not about space, it's not about decoration, but the privacy, and also for me, it's the sunlight and the cross ventilation. That is most important element for the comfortability, not about space or the decoration.
Okay. And here in the audience, I saw two women sharing a joke and laughing a little bit when you were talking about architecture being used. You have a question straight away. Go ahead.
I was listening to you.
Oh, but you were reacting to Mr. Ban talking about architecture being kind of used to promote power and privilege for the most part, and I saw you nodding vigorously there.
Okay. Hello. I actually walked into this not knowing I was going to come into something which directly impacted my life professionally and personally. And my name is Hajara Ahmed. I work with the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development for the government of Nigeria. These are primary issues for us. The Northeast, we have displaced people every day. And we know the whole cycle of having to reintegrate and resettle these victims. It's a challenge currently we're facing. And then these are fantastic ideas here we're listening to. So I was just busy nodding and reacting to everything he was saying, both are saying, because it directly impacts decision-making at the policy level in my country at the moment. So I'm grateful to be here, and I'm willing to learn a lot. I would love for Mr.
Ban
to come to Nigeria and give us some of these ideas, because that would be perfect for us. Thank you.
I think you've got to do a lot of traveling. A lot of people would love to have you in their backyard. Yes, we do have a question here.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariam Lawal from Nigeria also. For architect, my question really is, you said paper, traditionally paper comes from wood. So your paper, what's it really made out of, please? Thank you.
It's made of timber, it's recycled paper. As I said, you can check the real material in the British Pavilion. They use as a decoration, but it's really recycled paper. It's available anywhere.
Do we have any more questions? Yes, question here at the front.
I just want to say that I'm glad you mentioned the Horn. I come from an area war has been completely continuing all the time, and homelessness has become now part of a way of life for many livelihood in my area. And the other problem we have, apart from I mean, it is of course the consequence of the wars, but our rural area has become empty. And is there another way of modeling a new framework for especially young people to stay in or to move into rural region to have their employment, their education? I mean, how do we design? I mean, like when I went to my village, for example, I felt like it's a ghost. Even the vegetation there, no, it was so empty, and it's really, really going to be difficult to have a policy. I don't know, for any government to implement a policy on how they can design the rural area. So how could, what do you have of the panelists to help us here? Yeah.
Clear question, good question. Perhaps you first, Alistair.
I mean, I'm not going to pretend to have expertise about rural areas other than the rural areas of the UK where I come from. I think a theme that has come up through these conversations that kept striking me is this thing about the problem that you created, in the sense that people say, it's weird, isn't it, that we have a thing called temporary housing? Isn't that weird, right? And what we're doing now, we're conflating a short-term need, which is a shelter over your head, with a long-term need, which is to be able to put down roots, right? It's the difference between making a house and making a neighborhood, making a place which has business, where people are invested, right? People have security, so they can form the social relationships. Their children can go to schools, and et cetera, right? So there's and the phrase "putting down roots" is a fascinating idea, right? It's an amazing metaphor when you think about it, because it literally means putting down roots. Who's going to plant a tree in a neighborhood that they're going to be evicted from in 2 years? Right? Nobody. But also roots in this idea of, like, when a crisis hits, roots might be the last bit that can hold on. And so there's this kind of obvious emerging. I've always been fascinated by the way that people look at the developed economies and the developing economies, and as these two different things, and say, well, in the middle there's this kind of obvious common sense thing, which is, well, actually, if we stop thinking of ourselves as just giving people shelter, sure, on the short term we need to just give people shelter sometimes, right? But actually, weirdly, if you give people a plot of land over which they have tenure, over which they have security of tenure, but also a series of stewardship responsibilities, and then you give them the tools and the capacity to build in a sustainable way, that's it. They don't, and imagine a planning system where just on your phone, right, you can go on and check that you're within the planning codes in 5 minutes flat, instead of having to hire consultants to submit reports for, several months, right? So suddenly, at that point, you don't need to build anything for people. You're saying, this piece of land, you have a contract with society which says you have the right to use this piece of land, and that has legal protection, and no one's going to take that away from you. And you create an environment where the incentives align for them to be able to then go, all right, I'm going to build. And then the process of building buildings is the process of building businesses, because somebody has to come and build those buildings. And so before you know it, you've got a place, you've got an ecosystem, not just some houses with roofs,
Yeah.
I actually want to ask a question and combine those two answers, two questions. Actually, about refugees, we know we are facing probably 140 million climate refugees. And, I'm in Poland, we have refugees storming the borders right now. Like, literally, there's army on the other side protecting European Union. Is there a way, and that's a kind of weird question, is there a way of actually designing a place where rural areas, this is the plot of land that people that are coming in from being displaced, that they get, and they say, this is your land. In Australia, what they used to do with Second World War veterans, they would go and they were supposed to deforest the place, and that's how they would, get the land, keep the land. Is there a way of reversing that, reverse engineering that, and saying, you get this land, plant trees here, this is going to be your piece of land, and this is the housing. Is that even thought about when it comes to refugees and climate refugees and,
This is the land. Use paper here and plant trees.
Yes.
So I think this is exactly the sort of thinking that we need, and I think along the lines of what you suggested. I think So my first answer would be a yes. And I don't want to say yes but maybe a yes and. I think there's a big difference between cross-border migration and internal displacement, which is actually the biggest category by far now and probably also in the future. So there will be small island nations that, if we don't succeed here in Glasgow, at some point will be gone. Those people will definitely have to go somewhere else and not in their own country, because their own country won't be there anymore. But like in Bangladesh right now, there is an internal displacement strategy in light of the losses and damages from climate change already adopted by the government. So those things exist. And it's very interesting. It takes a rights-based approach. So that's already speaking to your question of what sort of rights. Now, in those cases, I think it's primarily the sort of compensation for people that lose land, but also ensuring that, for instance, rights to education, which might be community-based in a particular place, are still respected if people have to move. But it's also the question of what sort of new communities do you create. I think the tree planting could be a piece of that. I, on the other hand, want to be honest that in a country like Bangladesh, you're not going to find enough plots to be able for everyone to just grow trees and go somewhere, right? That country is already so crowded. So I think the urban systems question is a really interesting one. How can you build climate-friendly, both low emissions, but also resilient place, and even in a place like Bangladesh? But also migrant-friendly cities, where you create a social structure, where you could imagine people continuing sometimes to flow in and out, possibly on a seasonal basis, but possibly also a city to grow in the right way. And then, so without necessarily trees being the right solution, the question of how can we reimagine what a city would look like if we would design it like that, with in mind it will face growing pressures of people that will have to move, and how do we respect their rights in a process that does this? I think that's going to be critical. With one additional notion to that is that also in how you present it, I think this is also a challenge we currently face in the European Union. It's actually often not the most vulnerable people that flee to Europe in the end. It's the most vulnerable people that often stay behind. So how can you do this in a way that also sort of engineers the whole community being able to move, and also this climate-friendly, climate-smart, migrant-friendly city enabling integration of other parts of the community rather than just the ones that can most quickly find employment in the city to find a space in this new social environment. And I think shelter, so people being able to find a place, more than just, one physical roof above your head, but indeed a home in a community, including, and it's not by chance a climate-friendly city. I think, for instance, green space in cities is going to be essential to keep cities livable in places like Bangladesh, where heat waves are already a problem today. So that integration might also need to be part of those urban designs.
Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you. See, I love the route this question took from there to there, and then we ended up with some practical examples.
Can I add one thing?
Very last comment, Mr. Ban, because then we have to wrap
last
up.
one.
Yes.
Instead of planting trees, if you plant bamboo, it's much fast growing. It's possible to make a house quickly. Actually, in Africa, it's a perfect climate for the bamboo. It used to be bamboo forest, but when Western people colonize, they don't know how to use the bamboo, so they cut all. But the mountain gorilla, they eat bamboo. So the bamboo must be the good material for Africa for the making the houses.
Well, that's a wonderful teaser for the next session, because we're going to hear from a speaker who builds in bamboo and who is using that as a carbon sink and a full regenerative system. So we're going to take a break. Thank you very, very much. I'd like you all to thank our speakers. Please, can I remind you of the COVID rules? I'm going to do this myself as well, and re-put your mask on as you go out. This is the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub session on shelter. We'll take a 10-minute break and we'll start again at 5 past on the next session, which is about regenerating the planet in the way in which we build. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the third UNFCCC Global Innovation Center Innovation Hub session on shelter. If you're going to join us for this session, please do take a seat. We're going to get started now. So James, Marco, please. Oh, no. Okay, we'll go that way. Let's go this way because we'll do it in that order. You, James, and Marco there.
And we're waiting for...
Well, no, actually, that's true. So you and I can sit here.
Okay. Cozy.
Okay. So you have one microphone each. There we go. All right, now, just a short introduction for those of you who are joining us. This is the United Nations Global Innovation Hub. We are here to work together on systemic change, on the design and deployment of innovation for systemic change, on radical collaborations, long-term thinking, and really, really using innovation to bring closer together what we need to achieve, what is needed, not what is possible. Very relevant for the publication of Article 6 today. That is not going nearly far enough. So, may I now introduce the next session, which is looking at the possibilities for human habitation and shelter to actively regenerate the planet. And I'm walking across here to pick up the questions that I need. And this is an opportunity to hear from literally some of the world's leading thinkers, leading technologists, leading scientists, physicists, working on what it would take and how we might think differently about our use of materials, construction, design, and the bringing together of art and culture to imagine a world in which our buildings actively partner with us to regenerate and restore. I'd like to welcome Professor John Scheldenhuebner, who will join us online remotely, who is the founder of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research and is the instigator of the New European Bauhaus. James Drinkwater, who is one of the key instigators behind the Laudes Foundation Built by Nature initiative. Marco Poletto, who is the co-founder of Ecologic Studio. And then we'll have online Martin Forsen, who works in Barafa Wood in Laos, working with bamboo, which was one of the things we just heard about in the previous session. So with no further ado, I'm going to pass to John Scheldenhuebner. We're going to hear from each speaker, and then we'll have some questions and discussion from the audience, and we'll also have the opportunity to hear from the city of Vienna, who is with us today implementing many of these transformational choices. John, over to you.
Yeah, first of all, hello. Best regards to Glasgow. Can you hear and see me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you well.
Okay, fine. Okay, so I would like to share a few slides with you, and I tried to make them visible. Otherwise, because you have to help me, so let's see whether we can do it. And let me see. Okay, can you see?
Yes, we see the slides very well. Perfect.
Excellent. And this slide more or less tells you my story and the story about the built environment, because the idea is the following. I mean, you know, but with climate change and the current pledges by the nations that is hotly debated in Glasgow right now at COP26, it's unlikely that we will stop global warming below 2 degrees centigrade, let alone 1.5 degrees here. And if you look at the IPCC scenarios for stabilizing the world's climate, you see that in the end, you will, of course, need decarbonization, complete decarbonization of the world by 2050 at the latest for the industrialized countries, probably earlier. But at the same time, in particular later in the century, we need to draw down lots of CO2 actually from the atmosphere because of the historical accumulation. In a way, we have to undo that. And we have to restore the climate. So in my view, as a climate scientist and physicist, I think we will, in a way, overshoot 2 degrees, but then crawl back 10th of a degree by 10th of a degree, and finally, hopefully, make it to below 1.5 degrees. And for that, at any rate, we need huge negative emissions, so to speak. And the story to be told is really on this slide. So you start 350 million years ago. On the left, you see This is a paper we published last year in Nature Sustainability, but has become very popular already. It's buildings as a global carbon sink. So on the left side in the diagram, you see 300 million years ago or even earlier, the fossil fuel pool was created by the biosphere in the end. So through a number of processes, in the end, by geochemical processes and others, the sunlight was stored and buried and actually set aside. And now in the industrial age, starting around 1750, we have burned these energy pools again, have sent back the CO2, huge amounts of CO2 actually to the atmosphere. And now the vision is to play it again, to play the carboniferous event again by artificially removing CO2 from the atmosphere, but through natural means actually, planting trees, harvesting trees, converting the biomass, the harvested biomass, into infrastructures, cities, buildings, settlements, whatever, storing the carbon long-term actually for centuries and drawing down the CO2 from the atmosphere. And it's very important, I come to that later, that you do it in a sustainable way. That means you have to create a worldwide forestry system where you replant immediately in order to keep going the growth and actually to draw down even more carbon. That is a dynamical equilibrium that would provide a huge amount of biomass as a natural resource, convert it and store it into buildings actually, and keep on pumping, so to speak. So that's the big story. And if you think this is somehow a vision that will never come true, it came true actually in the Carboniferous age. Through the plants, they're drawing down huge amount of CO2, and the level of CO2 concentration in the atmosphere dropped to something like 100 ppm. Currently, we are at 415 actually, and the Earth was almost pushed into a new ice age, actually a snowball Earth event. So the process just stopped short of it. So it's extremely powerful to use the biosphere in order to regulate the atmosphere. And that is the big story. So I go to the next slide. So if you think this is something we cannot even think about, this is a paper, one of my favorite papers that was published last year in Nature, that tells you that human-made mass, so-called anthropogenic mass, is now exceeding all living biomass on Earth. We have still about 1 trillion tons of biomass on Earth, but we have killed already half of the original one, which was before the Industrial Revolution, 2 trillion tons of living biomass. And we have replaced it by artificial mass, so made through concrete, aggregates, bricks, asphalt, metals, plastics, of course. So you see here in this chart that in the year 2020, for the first time since our civilization started, the anthropogenic mass is exceeding the living biomass on Earth. And now the idea is to replace more or less this trillion ton of anthropogenic mass, in particular concrete and plastics and so on, by harvested biomass, which is not living anymore, but it is preserved in a way in the buildings and so on that it can last for hundreds and hundreds of years actually. So in a way, we restore the biosphere, in this case, half of it in harvested form, and we draw down again something like 1 trillion tons, or at least 500 billion tons of CO2 from the atmosphere. So that's the big, big vision. But the history of our planet has proven that it's possible, and it's in a way very simple because we just need to manage and harvest biomass in the world's forest. And this has to do clearly with a vision that was kicked off a long time ago in 1919, because it's about what we call the Earth Bauhaus, Bauhaus der Erde actually. So the planet clearly needs to have this amazing vision actually, that we convert the biosphere again in something that is drawing down CO2, and we store it then in our cities and buildings. But it has to be done in an integrated, holistic way. And for the first time in history, it was in 1919 when in Weimar in Germany, the Bauhaus was created by Walter Gropius and other people whom you see on the right-hand side here. And they definitely wanted to create something like a Gesamtkunstwerk. That means thinking of all the parts and actors involved in construction, infrastructure, and so on, and using all types of materials, but based on the modern technology of that time. So serial production, of course, it was concrete and metals and so on. Now, if you think what would happen if Walter Gropius and others would be revived today and would look around in this world which is shaken by crisis, the climate crisis, pandemic, social inequality, and so on. And you would ask them, what should the built environment contribute? And they would immediately say, let's go organic, let's create organic architecture, but let's also, and that's the holistic approach, let's build our settlements in a way which are inclusive and beautiful at the same time. And that is precisely the vision of the new European Bauhaus. Ursula von der Leyen, the president, announced that on September 16, 2020 in Brussels in her State of the Union speech, and said this is a new Bauhaus movement, a new Bauhaus initiative, which we are creating now, and we are shaping our settlements in the future. They have to become more beautiful again, they have to be sustainable, of course, and inclusive forms of living together. And using organic materials as resources, construction materials, is of course at the heart of it. Now, let me end actually. I could of course provide a much longer presentation, but I hope for the discussion. Decarbonization and demineralization, that is replacing concrete and steel by organic material, in particular timber, bamboo. Shigeru Ban, I watched the live stream of the previous session, so he was very impressive in sort of pointing out that using bamboo you could, within a decade, so to speak, reforest, if you like, a landscape, and you could build your houses already on the plot, on degraded land, for example, from the bamboo. So if you talk about demineralization and organic materials, we should also take into account the other big innovation that is coming along right now, that is digitalization. And with digitalization, the way we live and distribute in space will be completely changed also. We will, of course, use, as I do now today, so we will have video and telecommunication in a way that is unheard of, actually. And the idea is now, why not combining the two big innovations? On the one hand, going bio in the sense that we are going towards a circular bioeconomy, where the building sector is the biggest factor, actually. Some 40% of the current emissions come from the built environment. Even more is actually the material, the trash, the garbage that is created, and 60 to 70% of the resources used by industrial nations actually going into the built environment. So it's amazing. So if we would renaturalize it, so to speak, see on the left-hand side, we would actually go to organic architecture and organic infrastructure again, as a side effect, drawing down so much CO2 that we can restore the climate. and on the right-hand side would use the most advanced tools of humanity like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, things that will come along, I'm absolutely sure. So in a way you would combine high-tech and no-tech, nature and artificial intelligence, and I call it the cyborganic age, cyborganic building, things like that. It will happen, I'm absolutely sure. The question is how fast, how, who will benefit from it, and hopefully everybody will benefit from it. So I stop here and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much indeed, John. And let's segue at that point immediately, following up on your question on who will build it, who will implement, who will enable that, and pass the words to the Laudes Foundation, which is one of those organizations leveraging the commitment to philanthropic funding to ask and answer, or seek to answer precisely that question. James Drinkwater, Built by Nature.
Oh, you've both teed me up so nicely, thank you. And I have to say, at the Laudes Foundation, private philanthropic foundation, we've been hugely inspired by this vision. I've worked in the built environment my whole life, and for a long time, it felt like arguing for incremental, a little bit of energy efficiency or so on. It felt like the best we could do. But as we've raced towards net zero, and now we see this huge 40% nearly of global emissions from this sector, the idea of waking up. Ooh,
no, John, could you just mute for a second so we don't get the feedback? Thank you.
No one wants to hear me twice, John. That idea, the sector is just waking up to, well, if we're 40% of the emissions reduction, and the science demands that we remove a heck of a lot of this stuff from the atmosphere, the built environment simply has to team up with nature. But it's a very inert sector. It moves slowly. So actually, how do we create an innovation ecosystem that actually helps us move towards that vision John has set out, has been the question we've been asking ourselves. And we're delighted to be supporting the Bauhaus Institute, bringing together some of the best innovators, doing some of that fundamental and applied research. Been working with Climate Kick to actually scale demonstrations at the city scale, research institutes like Cambridge University and others. But I think fundamentally, there has to be an enormous shift from the built environment community, particularly those who generate demand for housing now, those developers, those cities, those investors and others, towards bio-based, but a vision that embraces regeneration rather than simply looking at substituting one material for another. I think this is where the sector is today, looking at that substitution potential of steel beams for mass timber, for example. It is not looking at actually how does it engage with a climate-smart forest economy? How do we look across not just substitution of materials, but start to build this generation of bio-based homes in a way that helps strengthen forests over the coming decades, that creates that demand for the right kind of forest economies and helps us sequester carbon. And I think equally, we're not tracing that journey from the forests through to the buildings and looking at that question that John has raised of carbon storage. In Europe, where we're most active as Laudes, your typical house building is built to stand for around an average of 42 years. That's sort of shocking. And whether we do genuinely store this carbon safely in our buildings for generations, that's where the climate argument here of this shift really stands and falls. So in asking ourselves how can philanthropy empower the sorts of ecosystems of actors that can really start to move towards this vision much, much quicker, we've launched Built by Nature, a new organization and a philanthropic fund that is working with partners like the Bauhaus der Erde, like Climate Kick, like Cambridge University, like the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance, those who are taking on big parts of this real challenge, and is starting to bring to the table those developers, those cities, those investors, those home builders and others who have the power to aggregate demand for bio-based building, and starting to connect those networks, arm them with the research and innovation, the frameworks that really try to help us optimize across this forest to buildings journey, that is going to actually take things beyond demonstration projects to the city scale, where cities like my home city of Amsterdam say, we'd like to move to 20% and then more of our buildings being built out of bio-based materials, timber and so on. But they have no idea how to do that, to place them together with those research institutes, those innovators in industry, those willing investors and others who have the wherewithal to start to make this happen. and again, built by nature in bringing together those networks and creating a philanthropic funding vehicle that can start to build teams across all these different disciplines who can start to build solutions and then start to take those to scale, is hoping to, again, through the power of philanthropy, get this movement started and help the industry overcome some very significant barriers of inertia. Again, since the Industrial Revolution, the built environment has been completely optimized around these wonder materials because they were that. Their climate impact has been recognized later, but the entire industry now, in terms of its culture, in terms of its economic and building models, is really optimized for this. So we have to go through a big shift of mindsets, start to shift power to those innovators, those new communities of researchers, developers willing to work very deeply with forest communities, and start to shift incentives, policies, and the ways we start to value this new generation of buildings to start to scale this up. So again, we're thrilled to have started to work with this A-team of organizations pushing things forward, but we've much to do ahead of us, and I'm delighted to be hearing from other speakers who are really starting to push this sort of bio-based building on the ground.
Thank you very much, James. I'm going to keep the conversation going to a whole new horizon and set of ingredients for bio-based buildings when we're thinking about the entire urban environment and the urban and rural environment. Marco Poletto works in materials that we don't necessarily automatically assume when we're talking about wood in construction. That is the rippling other sets of possibilities in other organics and other plants and other possibilities. So I'm going to introduce a way of thinking about the built environment that includes some of the most important organisms that we can use to address our flows as well as our stocks of shelter.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and, of course, to share the stage with these brilliant minds. And as you said, I think our notion of shelter comes from a slightly different angle, but I think we kind of started with a very clear reference in mind, and of course it's the modernist machine for living, no? the definition of shelter that we inherited from modernity, and we tried to kind of almost invert the paradigm and see if we could begin to think about architecture as a living machine, in fact, and how would that look like? Next, please. So essentially, we started to envision an architecture is no longer a container, let's say, of program and functions, like it was defined as such in the machine for living, but becomes itself a dynamic process of production, and therefore a living machine. Next. And we were lucky enough to be able to build a little example of it here at COP, in the green zone, just in front of the Science Center. Maybe some of you have seen it, otherwise I invite you to come along. And this is called the Otravin air bubble, and it's really referring to what we said before. Our attempt here was to create a vision for what the architecture of carbon neutrality could look like, and at the same time really try to push the limit of what we can do technologically today to create a shelter that, in this case, is 99% made of biological material or biomass material, air, water, and living cyanobacteria, living microalgae. It's actively absorbing, capturing carbon and pollutants in the air because microalgae feed on anything they come across. In fact, they are the biggest carbon sink on Earth already. And you know, on the other end, of course, offer an environment for learning, appreciating this potential in a completely immersive way. And of course, for children in particular, that was our target audience in mind, but it turned out to be popular with pretty much anyone. Next, please. So there is something for me very important in terms of what is the relevance of discussing and evolving the notion of shelter that goes beyond the way we inhabit. And it's really in what you were mentioning before, the shelter as something that not only that frames our relationship with the surrounding world, and I would say even that frames our understanding of nature. And I think that one of the things we inherited from modernity, from the machine for living, is an understanding of nature as a kind of mechanistic object itself. And I think that is also something that is very much limiting our ability to interact with the living world in a more profound way. And so in my mind, the possibility to test a new model of a shelter is really also the possibility to create a framework, an interface for us towards the living world that enables a deeper relationship. Next, please. So what we inherited is this. It's a rational organization of functions, zoning, that ended up creating a metabolically linear city, which depends on a heavily influx of material and also generates huge amount of waste. Next. And so the shelter as an interface really tries to re-engineer that equation in a way from the bottom up, from the transformation of the systems that basically define the metabolism of the city at the larger scale and the process of the living world. And so the idea, again, we mentioned before, is the way we can achieve that by combining beauty and efficiency is at the core of what we do. Next, please. So we tried in the years to test this notion at various scales and in various scenarios, really from the most simple little element for a kind of domestic environment. We call this biobombola. It's a domestic algae garden. You can grow your spirulina in 10 liters in your living room, and providing that little bit of extra nutritious and in this case vegetable protein, but essentially also making it very accessible, very playful, and so really enabling a series of experimentation that wouldn't otherwise be possible. Next. And then, of course, we have experimented with the office environment, and in this case also with the context of a space where employees and workers spend the time together and have breaks. Next. And this is a reactor that actually contains about 200 liters of living cultures. That's enough for a group of people of about 20 or 25 people for having their daily dose of vegetable proteins. Next. We scaled it to a kind of retail environment and museum environment. Next. Here you see a system that is about 2,000 liter. Next. And eventually the public realm. And this is a project that we completed just over the summer in Warsaw, and it's a playground, and I have really a strong feeling for this project because it is not only about demonstrating a technology, but it's again really about connecting with a deeper understanding of what nature can be in the urban realm, and in a form that maybe we are not used to or familiar with, but that actually can become really significant. This project was also very much focused on the possibility of fighting air pollution, or any way to remetabolize air pollution, which affects children, as we know, in big cities more than anyone else. And well, the great result with this project was that we were able to reduce pollutants within the bubble, within the playground, of around 85% on average. And so, therefore, even in a city like Warsaw, that is a very challenging environment in that sense, we were constantly within the WHO guidelines for AQI within the playing area. And again, and what is important for me is that children would not necessarily have to think about it. What they were playing, but at the same time, they were playing within an environment that would embody that effort. And so they would feel it, they would perceive it, they would engage with it in a way that goes beyond, let's say, the technological element. Next, please. That is just some images of it. Next. Next. And again, we scaled up looking at the factory. Biofactory is another concept where we are working on very heavily the idea of a factory that can actually, again, remetabolize its own emissions and transform them into raw material. This is an experiment we are conducting with Nestlé at the moment. Next. And some images of possible vision of an automated biofactory growing microalgae on the walls. Next. And then, of course, the kind of most out there visionary dimension of the city itself, where buildings become effectively agents of remetabolization, harvesting what for us now are pollutants, but for the microalgae, for these organisms are effectively food. And then synthesizing next living biomass that can be used for any kind of new products. And as we know, next, microalgae are already part of emerging industry in bioplastic sectors, biofibers, of course, superfood, nutrition. So essentially the idea is to capture this carbon, but rather than trying to bury it in the ground, we are remetabolizing it into new processes for new material that eventually we can use in the city, and therefore we don't need to spend other carbon to create. So there is a sort of double advantage. And next, we're kind of moving slowly towards this circularity that is at the core of what we're trying to do. Next, we can move a little bit faster because I think the time is already running out and I always too many slides. I want to show, just keep going, this project that is, of course, something we have done in partnership with Climate Kick in Dublin, and so it's very dear to me. Next. And it's this photosynthetic curtain, as we call it, which we used to wrap the building of the Climate Kick conference, and that has demonstrated again how these microorganisms, which incredible metabolism they have, can be integrated in places where larger trees or plants or nature, it's very hard to integrate. So again, making use of resources that are already in the biosphere, but that we can host in a kind of artificial habitat that we design, and therefore creating new resources, new opportunities for an architecture that is fully alive. Next, let's go a little bit faster. I want to come to the final. Next, please. This is the diagram of what I was mentioning, from the linear to the circular. The last thing I wanted to mention was the question of beauty and aesthetic, because maybe it's something that I feel very strongly about, and it was already mentioned before, and I was really happy about that, because often people see our work, and they're like, okay, this looks really beautiful, and are you sure that it's actually really working as well? And I think for me, there is a necessity to redefine the role of beauty and aesthetic when we talk about sustainability and ecology. Next. And so for me, I think my definition of beauty is that it is the true measure of ecological intelligence. And what I mean by that is that it is an expression of the health and the vitality of any system, not only living biological ones, but could also become a manifestation of the vitality and health of an artificial or a synthetic organism, like the shelter itself. Next. And so we can find it in all these little elements. For example, here in the Otrivin air bubble that you see outside of COP, in the bubbling of the air, this is exactly where the transaction carbon-oxygen happens. So where the little magic takes place within the reactor. But you can experience it, the sound of it, the gradient. Next. You can see the gradients of colors of the algae. So all of these manifestations that are kind of emerging from these are, for me, very significant and transfer something about what we're trying to do. Next. And again, the softness of material. Next. The way the actual movement of the people itself animates the material of the architecture. In this case, the water is used as a ballast to keep the building from flying away, but at the same time also creates a microclimate for the algae. The jumping pushes the air through the system, so contributes to the purification and carbon capturing effect. The reflections make it exciting and alive, and so on and so forth. And we can keep exploring that, but that's, I think, the beauty of it. You get so much more from it. Next. And then finally, the same way the Bauhaus style came to represent the potential of mass production and the dream of affordable machines for living, I think the style of carbon neutrality shall manifest the softness and the richness of dynamic qualities and the technologies of life, and therefore this kind of new biological architecture we are dreaming of.
Thank you very much, Marco, indeed. I think when we heard before on the previous session about cultural intelligence and the importance of thinking about shelter in terms of our culture as our shelter and the imperative to enhance and increase our cultural intelligence. You are adding here ecological intelligence and literally the dynamic interaction of architectural structures that enable us to remetabolize the planet and remetabolize life. I'm going to pass to the last speaker, who will bring in one of the materials that was referred to in the previous session by Shigeru Ban, and that is bamboo, and referred also to the fact that not all cultures know how to use each material and each organism. And so here's also an opportunity for us to understand what is it that, for example, the Northern Hemisphere has never understood about bamboo that could in fact be used in so many of our solutions together with microalgae and with wood. May I pass now and introduce Martin Forsen, who works with Berafa wood in Laos.
Thank you so much. I'll see if I can share the screen here.
And Martin, I'm just going to remind you, this will have to, I'm sorry to ask you to keep to the 5 minutes if you don't mind.
I will do my absolutely best.
Thank you.
So there might be a bit of a misunderstanding because I won't talk so much about bamboo. I will actually talk about more growing wood and growing eucalyptus. My name is Martin Forsen, as mentioned, and I'm representing an investment firm that are investing in green energy and sustainable materials in different parts of the world. I'm actually currently now sitting in a hotel room in Paraguay where we have a sister project to this project I will present that we have in Laos. We have done a lot of trials with bamboo over the years, but we have come to the conclusion that we like fast-growing trees the best, mainly due to the good possibility to capture carbon and becoming good construction materials. But I will go through our project that we have in Laos called Burapa Agroforestry. But I will actually start telling why we are in Laos, and that goes all the way back 150 years ago in Sweden. So we are a Swedish investment firm investing in Laos. And the reason why we are investing in Laos is that we think it's one of the best countries in the world for a forest industry, to build a forest industry. And the way we found out is that we found a lot of similarities to Sweden 150 years ago. Sweden 150 years ago was a very poor nation. We had a lot of degraded land that were deforested, mainly due to the mining industry. But we passed a forest law where we started to replant the nation. Through this replantation, we have been able to build a forest industry that today is the backbone of our economy. We are today exporting fighter jets, we are exporting technology, IT, so on, but still the main export net income we have is forestry. Laos today is very similar how to Sweden looked 150 years ago. There's a lot of degraded land in Laos. There's estimations that about 10 million hectares of land that's degraded due to illegal logging and shifting cultivation. Laos also just passed a new forestry law, opening up this degraded land to increase reforestation, and both with effective forest plantations, but also set aside with the remaining forest, native forest in the country, which you can see to the right there in the right corner. When we are in Laos, we use an agroforestry system where we intercrop our trees with rice. This is upland rice called dry rice that is can be intercropped between the trees, mimicking the shifting cultivation cycle that the farmers have. We are able to give food security to the farmers, but we're also able to increase their income 3 to 3.5 times. And then after 7 years, we cut down the trees, we replant them together with rice, and then again mimic the shifting cultivation cycle. We also believe that trees should be harvested. And I'm glad to be in a group with all the good presentations before that have the same idea, that wood should be used to substitute oil-based products. So we cut them down on a 7-year rotation, replant them directly. And I mean, as most of you probably know, eucalyptus is such a wonderful tree, so you don't even have to replant it because it copies and shoots new shoots directly. So it starts to grow as soon as you cut it. And I also like to show an example from Sweden. This is a house that was built in Växjö in southern Sweden. And they compared this house that was built with a wooden frame compared to if it was going to be built in cement. If it would be built in cement, it would emit 96 tons of carbon emissions, while now being built in a wooden frame, it actually sequestered 150 tons instead. So that's where we want to take the project now to the next phase. We want to be able, from these plantations that are creating significant social and environmental impacts on the rural countryside in Laos, we want to now also start to make construction material that can be exported globally and have an effect globally. So in May this year, we inaugurated our new plywood mill. This is a state-of-the-art plywood mill being built in rural Laos, in the middle of nowhere, more or less, that produces about 50,000 cubic meters of plywood each year, mainly structural plywood for export markets such as Australia, US, and the UK, our main customers today. And through this, we've been calculating the life cycle analysis for both our plantations and the plywood mill. And when we look for each hectare that we are planting, we are capturing about 182 tons of CO2 per hectare. Even though, and this is the average, we are continuously harvesting the trees, but this is an average per hectare over the 20-year period. On top of that, when we are selling the plywood, our substitution effect and the sequestration in the products that are used as construction material or furniture, we have an additional 1,800 tons or 800 kilos of CO2 per cubic meter of wood produced at the plywood mill. So in total, over the coming 20 years, our mill and the plantations that we're establishing will capture about 7.8 million tons of carbon. And that is when we have deducted all the emissions that we would do from the construction and the harvesting and so on. And this is just the beginning. So I can hear myself. This is just the beginning. Because everything you make from oil, you can make from wood. And this is not the future. These examples that you see on this product, on this picture here, these are products that we have made at a mill that we used to own in northern Sweden earlier. We made, for example, dissolving cellulose for textiles, substituting cotton or oil-based fibers. We were making something called lignosulfonate that was used in concrete to make it disperse better and it become stronger. We were producing ethanol for cars, and we were also Northern Europe's largest biogas producer at the same time. And this you can also see in Sweden as well, that the share of energy from renewable resources in transport are among the highest in Sweden and Finland in Europe. And this is due to a very active forest industry. With that, I hope I kind of kept my 5 minutes. And I would like to thank you so much for your attention. And I would like to end with a Chinese proverb that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, but the second best time is now. So let's do it.
Thank you very much indeed, Martin. And thank you to all of our speakers. Now, we have a small window of opportunity for some questions, but I do want to bring in one particular reflection into this. We heard John open this session talking about a vision for cities and the way in which cities aggregate demand and therefore aggregate possibility. We have here a representative of the city of Vienna who is sitting in the front line of some of these very difficult choices on how to think about alternative designs, alternative policies. And in our first session we heard a lot about the importance of reintegrating our understanding of the way in which we think forward, and we heard in the second session around the importance of changing our underlying systems. So may I ask you, Mr. Czernohorski, just to come briefly upwards and give us a city perspective on how a city might accelerate, please, the demand for this kind of rewilding and rethinking of urban construction.
Okay, thank you, Kirsten. First of all, I'm really, really enthusiastic about the contributions you made, because it helps us as a city to work on a vision of a totally rethought city, as a circular city, and that's what we are working on in Vienna. We have the goal of being carbon neutral in 2040, and we have a special emphasis on the building sector, which is very Viennese. Vienna is a city that considers it as a duty to provide shelter for everybody. That's why 60% of the city is living in social housing, in city-owned social housing or in subsidized housing. Therefore, we think it is our special duty to think about the building sector, to think about the built infrastructure and to rethink it in a circular way. And I think basically there are two main columns. The first is when we do something new, we don't think it as at it as something new, but think the whole process as a circular one, linking the beginning and the end of the life circle of a building. But the second thing is that we also have to take into account that the city is a place of built infrastructure that is already there, that has to be appreciated, but that has to be retrofitted in a kind of updating way for future needs. And that can be a huge potential for a contribution for better living. And that is maybe the Viennese perspective to all the Bauhaus initiative. It is radically putting the human being in the center, because it is our duty to make to make a contribution to better and a more affordable, more livable city. And I think when we rethink our building infrastructure, when we upgrade our building infrastructure in a circular way, and we also think about circularity as boosting sharing infrastructure, repair culture, as a contribution to the society, as thinking not only about buildings as silos, but part of a neighborhood, and recreating the neighborhoods with the future needs and the visions you have, then we could manage that the vision experts have, and the vision that architects have, and the vision that politicians has, can be a vision that a whole city society can bring forward. So that's our goal, that we work together with the people, with the Viennese people, and we try to come up with solutions that are planned together with the people. And so maybe this can be an additional perspective from the point of view from Vienna, that we may not only think about cities as ecosystems, as organisms that have to be rethought in a circular way, but first and foremost we have to think about each and every citizen and the contribution we can do for a better life for this citizen. And I think if we take that into account, it's going to be easier to transform our cities.
Indeed, we heard at the very, very beginning the notion of human systems and human thinking. So this is about social systems constructing their sense of shelter around belonging, and the construction of the city as remetabolizing civic communities and remetabolizing the pollutants that we have built into more organic and more regenerative systems. Thank you very much. Please stay there and stay with us for a moment. Are there any questions? One question. Okay.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Hello? Yeah. Thank you for the inspiring talks, and what came through for me was the need to reconfigure our relationship with nature. And so picking up on the inertia point, what role do you think the formal education system and the professional training system has to instill in the stakeholders that can deliver this new way of thinking about nature in creating buildings? Thank you.
Anyone like to take that? The education system.
Maybe I can just jump into it, since effectively I've been involved in teaching and education for the past 20 years. My partner Claudia is also professor in Innsbruck, and the practice, we collaborate very closely with the lab there, so there is a constant feedback between the two. But I think that education, especially in architecture, which is the field which obviously we are concerned, has for too long, let's say, adopted this kind of definition of style that we want to overcome. And I think that one of the elements that it's very important and is kind of emerging, I think, in the last few years is really a kind of a explosion, if you want, of possibilities in terms of what students as researchers, or students as innovators, or students as young practitioners can bring to the conversation. I think this is really the moment in which the kind of traditional relationship, which perhaps shaped the original Bauhaus, if you want, with the master and then is a style. It's kind of reversed or subverted, if you want. And I think, and so the lab really becomes an environment where everyone contributes with his own vision, and there is this a continuous cross-fertilization. And I think in that sense, this become also an opportunity to go beyond the disciplinary boundaries, of course, which is the other crucial element. It's no longer a question of like borrowing from other disciplines or working in a disciplinary discourse, but it becomes literally a kind of network, an ecosystem of knowledge that cuts across, and we see that more and more happening. And for me, that is really a key ingredient in kind of innovating the architecture and the notion of shelter and the city as such.
And we know that the lab, the bottega, is at the heart of the new European Bauhaus, and I would very much connect it to this notion of putting citizens, every individual citizen, into a network relationship with city decision-making, with architecture, and with the materials and land use management, Martin, that you were referring to. And John started by talking about the fact that this is a reconceptualization of the way we think about forests and trees and biomass generally. My apologies for the fact that we're going to need to bring the session to a conclusion. Please join me in thanking every one of our speakers, and we will take a short break before the last session.
Thank you so much.
John, Martin, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
We'll take a short break now, and we'll start at 10 minutes past for the last session, where we're going to look at the planet as our shelter. Okay, everybody. For those who are staying with us, thank you for your endurance. For those who are joining us, welcome to the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. I'm going to apologize for the interview that I'm now disrupting. We're now joining the last session, which is focused, this is a session focused on shelter. And I'm going to speak slowly and encourage those of you standing at the back, please, to come and sit down and join us if you're going to join us. Please do come and sit down. Thank you, James. Thank you, Emma. Okay, so we are here as part of the United Nations Global Innovation Hub. This session is focused on shelter, and it's looking at tracing a number of interdisciplinary perspectives on the possibility of reframing and rethinking of the huge impact on global emissions that human accommodation, human cities, human buildings, and the human social, mental and cultural construct of shelter has on the environment and on climate change acceleration and climate change effects. So we've thought, and we've covered in these sessions, the question of how we think about shelter, our core need for it, our understanding of it, expanding our understanding of shelter as something that is housed in our bodies, that is represented in our social connections and our social belonging, and that requires us to open up to a set of possibilities to access new technologies and use them, but to access also a much broader perspective on what it is that we are doing to regenerate through the way in which we live. This last session is focused on the largest possible scale, on reframing, rethinking, recasting, imagining our planet as a shelter. We started the first session reflecting on the question, what is it that we shelter from? And all of the long-standing histories of human instincts to shelter from the environment and to train ourselves to think of the planet, of the environment in which we live, as something that requires us to retreat and to build protective walls. We heard a voice from Indigenous communities in Australia arguing for the othering of those communities who do not think like that and who occupy a completely different understanding of the relationship, not on, but in and with the environment and the land. This last session is going to bring in a number of different perspectives. UN Habitat, we're going to hear from visions around planning and thinking about how we think of urban civilization going forward. We're going to hear from Federica de Palma, who represents and is leading the Earth Biogenome Project, thinking about how do we understand the biodiversity, the diversity that is our planet. And we're going to hear from Eva Gladek, who leads an organization whose entire work is around design and redesign of the way in which we think about materials, systems, businesses, business models, and our financial system. But I'm going to start with Serine Kirakatotem, who is working with UN Habitat, and she will give us a little bit of a sense of what's happening in the UN's vision for urbanization.
Hey, thank you so much for the invitation. That's a really great start, and I'm really happy to have that overview, what has already have happened in the since 4 hours. I mean, that's impressive, and I hope I can meet that benchmark as well. So I think first maybe to unpack a little bit what are human settlements in our definition, and what do we mean by urbanization, and where do we get there with the urban trends, and also what challenges are we actually facing with those urban trends. So many cities in West Africa, East Africa, and Southeast Asia and East Asia are seeing consistent population growth of up to 8% each year. Most regions now passed actually the tipping point of over 50% of population living in urban areas. The sub-Saharan region actually being the most affected, or not most affected, but where you can see the population growth doubled in the last 20 years. Of course, this population growth brings unprecedented competition of resources, energy, food, water, land, housing. We've just heard it. It's overshooting our planetary boundaries. The Earth Overshoot Day comes every year earlier and earlier. So, for example, 52% of the land used in agriculture is moderately or severely affected by soil degradation. and 12 million people, 12 million hectares of once productive land is now completely lost to desertification. Nearly 1.5 million people depend directly on degrading land for livelihoods, most of them in our least developing countries and our developing countries. So you might say less tangible, but I think nonetheless super significant is that the process of land degradation not only erodes land, it also corrodes the spirit of communities and watching their homelands going into wastelands. So this urbanization trend also means that the physical spatial needs of cities is changing. It's becoming more unsustainable. The map here that you see is a map of hotspots of the largest 300,000 of the largest cities with over 300,000 people. It projects the sprawl into remnant habitat and of the world's most vulnerable biodiversity hotspots. As you can see, this is pretty much along the coastal lines, and climate change and sea level rising will affect those most vulnerable populations the first. These challenges are severe, and climate change will exacerbate that, and vulnerabilities will become even more severe. While cities drive growth in emissions on the other side, with up to 75% of global CO2 emissions being related to cities. So as you can see, most of the hotspots are situated along the coast, and the low elevation coastal zone covers 2% of the world's land, but concentrates 13% of the world's urban population. A disproportionate number of countries with a large share of their population is in the zones of small island countries, but most of the countries with large population in the zone are larger countries with heavily populated areas like delta regions in Nigeria, Bangladesh, and Vietnam. So you might think, okay, why is she then working for cities if everything is so miserable and so pessimistic? Because in all of that is also an opportunity. Cities are our social hubs. Cities is where we get together. It's our social identity, where we express our social identity. It's an opportunity, especially for developing countries and least developing countries, to not follow the high emission pathway that countries in Europe and Northern America have followed since the Industrial Revolution. While there is rural and urban migration and urban population growth, this is also, and it is driving our problem, it is also the opportunity to do it differently and have it in a way that returns actually value to the planet. And now I come to what could that be? And I think being in the Global Innovation Hub, I would like to focus on innovation. So I'm offering a few innovative approaches that you might have all heard and are actually not that new. And I think it steers a little bit of rethinking what we mean by innovation. So cities are also a hub of innovation because they are magnets of talented people who found and lead NGOs, they are startups, they have entrepreneurships, and they generate innovation, and they generate technology, and they generate new economic models that help to distribute those new technologies to people in need. So innovation can be thought as different categories. I'd like to focus here on, for example, entrepreneurial innovation, where ideas are taken to the market and which can create new possible and hopefully green jobs. And social innovation that focus on meeting social needs by enhancing social interaction and integrating ideas, knowledge and vision of social civil societies with urban development, and that combines with technological innovation. So to help people to organize in a new form of thinking, in a more effective way of thinking. And also cultural innovation that drives urban regeneration and encourage pride and participation in the city with indigenous knowledge in mind and at the center. So why do I categorize it in this way? Because you might know, like, this whole conference is all about mitigation and adaptation, sometimes more about mitigation, but let's get to this later. And this will require technological, social, cultural and economic innovation in terms of making zero carbon transport available for everyone and affordable, innovating in how we provide low and zero carbon energies to homes and businesses, and in terms of how we design cities to incorporate ecosystems and nature features that provide green public space that supports people to adapt to climate hazards. Especially last point, I think, has been very critical during the pandemic. It has presented us with an opportunity, the recovery process, and we're still in it, to plan, build, manage, empower cities differently. The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, actually, he stressed that the COVID-19 recovery is an effort, is a generational opportunity to put climate action, clean energy, and sustainable development at the heart of cities, strategies, and policies. So it's a call to invest in green and sustainable recovery. But addressing all these climate issues will require social and cultural innovation too. So people, communities need to innovate in the way to organize their voices. It's a democratic process. The school strikes that we hear, the Fridays for Futures, have taught us that young people, they are not the leaders of tomorrow, they are the leaders of today, using innovative forms of collaborating to make leadership pay attention. And I think we know that that actually worked by now, all the blah, blah, blah that we can quote. But addressing climate change goes, of course, also beyond that. Finally, there's this cultural innovation, has a role in terms of how we regenerate urban areas. Cities are showing that we can innovate in terms of regeneration and preserving culture. Our executive director, she was actually the former mayor of Penang City. So that's why I'm taking that example. Penang City has taken the lead in preserving its historical center and became a UNESCO World Heritage. So the city center, Georgetown, was built resilient while also incorporating ecosystem services and ecosystem-based adaptation and conserving the city as it has been built once. So it then provided natural cooling and more amenable public spaces and improved capacity to absorb heavy rains. While cities have been drivers of GHG emissions, as I said, and the location of some of them are where the most vulnerable people of today live, they also drive of our innovation, education, and are magnets of our talents. We must harness these opportunities of cities with respect to environmental regeneration, and we solve the challenge of a climate crisis, but also the next 6 mass extinction that we are going to face. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, I want to build a little bridge from one of the things that really struck me in our first session, and I'm never going to forget, which was an image of some of the earliest human settlements built out of mammoth bones 15,000 years ago, and the reflection that Professor John O'Nyans gave that the interpretation that these constructions actually mimic the structure of a mammoth, the safety of being inside a mammoth, eating from the inside, replicated by taking its bones and building human habitations that create that kind of massive, stable structure of protection. And I'm going to use that bridge to introduce Federica Di Palma, who is looking at the planet as a whole and looking at eukaryotic species and some of the most extraordinary diversities of organic species that we only begin to understand. And the thought that occurred to me is the extent to which we begin, if we are to begin to think of the planet as our shelter, how do we begin to understand its forms, its structures, its life forms in ways that give us inspiration to restructure our lives and to restructure our notions of shelter in ways that are coherent and that are in fact reflective of those structures. Federica Di Palma is the chair of the Earth Biogenome Project, my apologies, the International Scientific Committee, and she works in British Columbia. Federica, thank you very much. I'm bringing you onto stage now. We can see you clearly.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and it is a phenomenal panel session. And a little bit of context about me. Yes, I've been working on biodiversity for quite some time. I am a genomicist. I look at the genome, at the code of life, and the instructions within. And of humans and all other species, and I try to understand how best really to conserve and live in harmony with the species and our interaction with the environment. I am also a professor at the University of East Anglia, a professor fellow in biodiversity, and I have a pretty global context. As I have worked on sustainable bioeconomies in developing countries, such as South America, particularly Colombia, and also East Africa, and most importantly, also working with developed economies, such as the UK and of late in British Columbia here with Canada. And what I say comes from this from this global and multi-sectoral really perspective. Of course, biodiversity and biodiversity loss, as we know, it's incredibly connected to climate change, to our pollution crisis, and that is putting really at risk our well-being today and the well-being of many species, as well as that of our future generations. And so what I have learned from my perspective, and also from working in a multi-sectoral environment, I'm an academic researcher from start, but then really worked very much with governments on policy and science, innovation, and technology research agendas. I think that what is obvious to me is that we need a system leadership approach in order to really have some positive outcomes for these issues that we are facing. A system approach that is the only one, in my opinion, to be capable of transforming the system, and the system being political system, financial systems, and social system that really on which we depend for the way we interact and we use our land, our water, our energy, and our food. And so really going back to the theme of this panel and the theme of shelter, I firmly believe we need to make peace with nature. We've heard this sentence over and over, and I absolutely love it. And I think it's extremely important because I couldn't say it better. We do need to make peace with our shelter, which is our planet, because we are destroying it and we need to stop essentially destroying it. What we need to do is transform the way that we interact, our relationship with nature, with the environment, with our natural capital. We are an overpopulated planet. The extraction industries have continued to increase their work in order to cope with those overpopulation, but it's time to really change. And I believe that the developing countries, which has been one of my interests and experience in working with, are really the ones that feel also mostly the impact from a Western society with regard to this, and we need our help really to carefully manage the remaining resources that are so key to our entire livelihood, our entire planet's livelihood. But not just that, we actually need their help. And this is not often appreciated. We need their help to actually understand how we can make peace with nature. And we can learn a lot. Working in Colombia, we have founded a huge program that has been going on for several years, where we are looking at biodiversity and way of characterizing the many species that are yet to be discovered, frankly, and really trying to manage and to understand how sustainably use them for social growth of the country, but also for the economic growth of the country. I think that it's really important that when we work with in this context that we also trying to understand the value that such natural capital and assets have. Our current financial system do not account for the benefits from nature, and this is part of my work and that I have been addressing with colleagues over the last few years. And I think it's extremely important to highlight that value and the ecosystem services and the benefits. And in order to do that, we have to bring to the table everybody. This is not just the academic researcher problem, the institution problem, the private sector problem, the government problem. This is everyone's problem, and most of all, the people. And by this, I mean also the communities and the indigenous communities, the marginalized communities. Extremely important to involve them in this dialogue, to involve them as part of the solution, to learn from them how to really interact with the environment, and to responsibly understand how our innovation and technology should be really applied in order to obtain gains. And so this is it. And now I'll go a bit more into the specific of innovation, which responsible innovation, which for me, it's really the technology of using genomics, the understanding of our genome or a species genome, to really, together with a few other disciplines such as computer science and synthetic biology, bioengineering. These are really some key technology that I have dedicated my work to try and understand how best it can help us to conserve species. We know a million species are going to be extinct by the end of the century. We also, it's a technology that is going to help us monitor future species from going extinct. It's a technology that we are using to increase resilience of our plant, our crops, our animals, in order to really generate climate-ready products, to increase the resilience and our health of our soils, so that the impact on the environment is also reduced, and ultimately to increase productivity, but in a sustainable way, and to reduce with that the competition for land and water, which are so tied to degradation of our environment and also poverty. In order to do that, we have, you've heard from Kirsten, there is this global initiative, the Earth Biogenome Project, led by Harris Lewin, and is brought together globally a number of very important projects that are aimed in every country at characterizing the genomes of species so that we can responsibly use it, maintain it, and preserve it for our future. And this initiative was brought to the table also developing countries with their own projects. And I also represent the Colombia Earth Biogenome Project today as well here. In order for this genomic technology to really play a role in our responsible innovation for climate change against biodiversity loss, I really feel that we need to, the reason for doing this characterization, of which academic researchers have been doing for quite some time, we need to have a good definition of what a genome is, a good characterization of what a phenotype is, of sample collection, which is still quite, we're still not quite well equipped with that. And this is why these global initiatives are really, really important. But more importantly, we also need to involve the government, the regulatory processes into this. I think this is a huge conversation that needs to happen, a conversation that I believe we've seen here from COPs. I know that many countries are thinking about, but the use of genomic technology in a responsible and ethical way to combat climate change is indeed important, and it is not necessary, and we have a responsibility to understand and communicate how this can be done ethically and responsible to the public, because we have been always, as a human society, been very good as human beings to adapt and to manipulate nature. And domestication, one of the earliest manipulation, and it goes on. We're trying today to make plant and tree species resilient to our environment and prevent them from extinction, and etc. So in summary, I think that we need to make absolutely peace with our shelter, with our planet. Everyone needs to be part of this conversation, and a transformation needs to happen that needs to be political, social, and financial. And with that, a responsible technology and innovation needs to really be at the center of making this happen. And I hope that some of the Western countries that are also very resource dependent and resource rich, such as Canada, for example, and others, take a lead in this endeavor.
Thank you very much, Federica. I'm going to thank you. I'm going to build immediately on what one of the reflections you made on what we need and how we need to bring together different elements, which was also something that Serene mentioned. We've talked about policy, we've talked about science, we've talked about multi-actor and multi-level collaboration and bringing the planet together to protect it. Finance and economic design, the redesign of economic thinking, of economic systems, is one of the things that Eva Gladek, the CEO and founder of Metabolic, has spent a long time working on. How do we completely change our design for life at some of its core componentry? Eva, what is your perspective on how we change our design for life so that we live more effectively in this planet? Switch it back on. Yep. Turn it back on.
Need a microphone. Yes, we have a microphone.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Kirsten, for that great prompt and very broad one. I am going to attempt to answer it in 3 points that are potentially going to sound a bit disconnected, but all relate to adopting this broader systems perspective on what it means to redesign our shelter in a fundamentally sustainable, regenerative, inclusive way. And just as by way of introduction, with Metabolic, we always approach any system that we're looking at from this multi-layered, multi-scalar perspective, looking at how things are interconnected, at the consequences of an action over time, over space. And this is what we are bringing to also considering how we need to transform our built environment, our living conditions, our shelter. So to start with the first reflection, and I think these are also going to repeat some of the points that have been made earlier, because so many great points have already been made in this session. A few weeks ago, I was at an event also about climate, and I was shown a video of an indigenous woman in a forest talking, a climate activist, talking about the need for accelerating climate action. And the thing that really stuck out to me about that video was the fact that she continued to repeat that as people were encroaching upon the territory that she lived in, that they didn't see the forest around her as a shelter, as a home. They saw it as a pile of resources. And she insisted on saying, well, actually, everything around me here, yes, this shields me from sunlight, from wind, but I can also eat this plant or use this other plant to heal myself, or construct something out of these materials here. And if you look around us now, we have tended especially in the north and west, to build shelters as very sterile boxes. So we're in this environment with entirely artificial light, with air that's being purified through filtration systems, etc. And as we abstract the notion of shelter from the way that it serves us as a natural system in the entire planet, with every one of those steps, we require more energy, more resources to maintain these systems, because we need inputs to do that air filtration. We're not using ecosystem services for that anymore. So one of the pathways that we need to consider as we move toward more sustainable regenerative design of living environments is to reconnect the notion of shelter with how it functions in nature, dissolve the boundaries between cities and buildings and urban areas and natural systems, soften those boundaries, and start to design buildings in such a way that they can really tap into naturally occurring ecosystem services, passive air systems, water filtration systems, etc. So this is point one. Now, the second point has to do with considering the importance of multiple scales. So we are often thinking about, okay, well, how do we make a city or a building more sustainable? But we also have to consider that planetary level. So what does our planet need in terms of managing ecosystems on a grand scale? And so I have a few slides just to illustrate some of these points. This has already been made, this general point of cities as a leverage point has already been made very well by, I forgot your name.
Serene.
Serene. Can I please have the next slide? So just to reemphasize it, these are statistics from the UNDP, but I realize that they also vary sometimes. But cities only occupy 3% of global land surface, give or take, depending on how you define a city. But they consume 75% of global resources and produce 60 to 80% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and are also where most patents are generated, where most people live, and that is accelerating. So you can see them really as this genuine leverage point. If you redesign the way that cities function, then you can really start to bend these exponential curves that we've created around the impact that we're causing as humanity, but also improve the quality of people's lives. So this picture presents this very linear resource drain image of a city. They're plugged into the world, and they're sucking resources from their hinterlands, because all of these resources have to get there somehow. From a circular economy standpoint, this is also an amazing opportunity, because that means that all of these resources are concentrated. So then you can create interventions there, create new green economic systems to plug in. If you redesign buildings again to fit into that metabolic structure, as Marco was discussing previously, then you can start to really leverage cities as the solution. So next slide. But bringing that global perspective into the picture, this is roughly how land is currently distributed. We have 38% of the planet's surface covered by agriculture. And if you consider the land that can actually support life, so anything that can support plant life, it goes to 50%. So that leaves us 50% of the rest of the land to occupy. Then we have the 3% cities, as I mentioned, and recent studies have shown that only 23% of the Earth's terrestrial surface is now wilderness, so genuinely untouched. And the rest is modified, so either urban or industrial sprawl, or covered in roads, or various other things. Now, this is not a very healthy picture, and is being driven by this resource drain function of cities. And if we want to have our home, our main shelter, get back to a healthy state, scientists have estimated that we need at least 50% wilderness, and that's a lower boundary. So that means dramatically reconfiguring how and where we're putting shelters and how they are interacting with those hinterlands. Next slide, please. Now, this is a very stylized picture of how we could start to shrink the human footprint and redesign, reorient where we put our habitations. So basically imagining moving away from this sprawl, creating much more room for wilderness, and actually bringing urban centers, creating from them these circular productive economies with buildings that are plugged into the kind of metabolic system of those cities that are generating air, water, functioning more like living things, creating these circular green industrial zones, but also designing for community, for strong communities that are the basis of healthy environments. So positive psychology shows that you can actually create well-being by changing the way that you design your built environment, not building too high so that people still feel connected to the ground, actually making sure that you have courtyards and meeting spaces so that people can encounter one another. If you design these parts of the city in blocks where people can form communities of maximum 50 or so adults, some research shows, then you can really start building these strong networks of people that can drive all of this change further. Now, in between the cities, you have to have great rapid transport, and you can have a productive landscape mosaic that includes things like agriculture, nature, and recreation, and energy production in this mixed grid. Now, over time, this means that we actually have to change zoning laws and move away from some places that are currently occupied. Now, this is very politically difficult, but this is the kind of pathway that we would need to take to really move toward this kind of vision of cities. And this can, of course, incorporate things that we've heard. So cities as a carbon sink with materials that are bio-based, that are really drawing down carbon, et cetera. So that's just one kind of general picture. Now, the last point that I wanted to make also echoes some of what Alistair brought up in his presentation, which is around the notion of shelter as such a foundational human, I don't know if it is a human right, but without shelter, without the security of a place to live and a place to be, we lose so much of our humanity. We can't possibly care about the environment or even broader social issues if we have no security in where we are and an ability to be somewhere safe. So on a deeper level, the kind of real estate crisis that we're facing around the world, it has to be dealt with in a fundamental manner in order to accelerate and allow for capacity for more people to be mobilized in the shift toward a genuinely sustainable society. And one of the things that is an interesting tool or piece of thinking around this is something called the community land trust. So basically giving land back to people in trust for a purpose, for basically securing shelter over time. So new legal structures, new financial structures that cities and governments can start to participate in. So this is something that we need to think about fundamentally. So all of these are systemic perspectives, one having to do with the context of the global environment and how we need to manage that and how we have to translate that to planning for individual cities, but also financing building projects and bringing that ownership back to people. So that is what I wanted to share, those 3 points. And I don't know if we have any time for discussion, but I hope so.
Yeah, so much to consider. 3 fascinating, despite the very bleak beginning. Serene, thank you very much. Painting a very gloomy picture of what cities are, but plenty of opportunity out there as well for innovation. Do we have any questions from the audience, first of all? Good, let me take one from there. This one. This one. Okay, no, we're back on, I think, with this. Or maybe that's my mic, I don't know.
I turned it off.
Hello. Thank you. So how realistic do you think this is with like increasing wilderness to 50% and making buildings smaller, especially with how the population is growing and we're going to need more. We're going to need more urban area and bigger buildings, etc. You know, how realistic do you think it is for this to happen?
Yeah, I'm actually glad that you're asking that because I wanted to mention something about that specifically. There's a town in the Netherlands called Dordrecht, which is just a random little Dutch town, very iconic for the Netherlands. It has fairly spacious streets, and it has these row houses that are 3 to 4, maximum 5 stories high, and it feels very charming and quite open, actually. And one day I was curious about what if the entire population lived in this level of density, all in these kinds of houses that still provide a lot of open space, but these buildings are small enough that you can actually make them energy neutral because they can have enough solar panels on them to actually generate their own resources, etc. And I did the calculation, and it turned out that the entire population of the planet could live at that density very comfortably in an area the size of France. So if you imagine how much space that would create, and even if you have a growing population, you can actually really manage to do this. It's about planning and going forward without not saying, okay, we're just going to build huge towers, or not doing density in the wrong way. So certainly you can, especially in areas where we need to build housing. In the developing context, 70% of the buildings that have to be there are not there yet. And that's the reverse for Europe. So in Europe, we have the retrofitting problem and infilling and these kinds of things that we need to do.
Yeah, and maybe Alistair can also speak to this, because I heard you talking in the break about the fact that we're so accustomed to going to the established city hubs that we have and building there and investing there, when actually there's all this room we have. For instance, here in the UK, in the north, you mentioned there should be more investment there.
I think Eva's nailed it, really. I mean, I think that the main point to take away is that the scarcity you've heard about is a myth. Yeah. Like, there is no scarcity. We have as much land as we decide what to do with. And remember that land value, what is location value, right? So we make that. So today, if you build an Ofsted outstanding school at the end of a street, the value of the house, of every house on that street, goes up between 40 and 80,000 pounds. So remember that land value is a function of the location, right? So we can create that anywhere we want, but the point is to do it in a smart way. So at the moment, because we're poorly coordinated, as you say, Eva, like we just sprawl all over the place, we could create those at sea, right? The Dutch have literally created land out of the sea, and it pays for if you make sure you design the financial circular system right. So every time a government or a local municipality installs infrastructure and gives planning permission for development, the value of that land shoots up by millions of pounds, which is way more than you need to build these houses, right? Yep. So if you design that system right, you can literally create land out of the sea. Yep. So it's the wrong question. If you think, oh, we haven't got enough room, it's the wrong question.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the point. I wouldn't go as far as saying it's the wrong question. I think it's a good question, but the point is, it is realistic. Why is it not already happening? Is there another question out there? Otherwise, we have one here. Yes, go for it.
Great service. Thank you for this great presentation. This is really amazing. I was just thinking, what about the how? How can we really implement this vision? I think what is particularly interesting to me here is that we cannot even blame governments about that, because most of the competencies here, when it comes to policy level, are on local authorities about implementing this planning. So how could we start re-educating our political leadership at local level around this vision that goes beyond, of course, this siloed discussion, agriculture, rural versus urban, which is, I mean, of course, we will never get there if we keep following this kind of logic.
Okay, thanks. Do you want to speak to that, or does anyone?
I'm happy to. Yeah. How is a very. I don't have a simple answer. It's not a silver bullet type of situation at all. So I definitely think it involves creating a clear, strong vision that a lot of different actors can get behind. I think that's important. I'm presenting this here. This is based on some of our own research and work, and it combines all sorts of things. But we actually need an industry-led vision, multi-stakeholder thing that is put out there. And then we need to actively translate that into policy lessons and educate those policymakers and make sure that new funding models are constructed and that pilots are set up, et cetera. So it's work for all of us to do. And that's, I guess, the start. And the question I'm struggling with is, how do we do it faster? How do we unlock the speed? Because we know we don't have that much time, and a lot of these processes that we're talking about are slow. And I know that we have certain ideas about how to speed it up, but that also has to be tested.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you for the question. Really interesting, actually. So basically, why I was excited to hear that question is local government's doing a lot already to lead, actually, to drive, but they're also restricted in many ways. They're restricted by, for example, the mandate they've been given if they're bound in a centralized government system, and then there is no democratic process. It's a top-down approach. That's the reality. On the other side, also, they are trying to localize their SDGs effort. They are trying to localize their climate action effort, but they need to bring it to a large scale to really make the impact. So how do they do that in a way that actually, has, as you said, this accelerating effect? There are many ways to do it. And I would say, like, one of the key things is also what's been discussed here is the enabling policy environment to allow them to do so. So let me walk you through that. And I hope I'm not repeating things that everyone knows already. But we have the nationally determined contributions. They've been negotiating here. They've been asked, the parties been asked to submit revised and their second more ambitious nationally determined contributions. Without an urban lens in those nationally determined contributions, cities don't have the mandate to do something. So it is really critical to put in the urban lens and the sectoral approach into those NDCs, and that with an adaptation and mitigation lens. So not only, okay, what is the energy efficiency that I can have on a national level that is centralized, but also giving actually the grounds for the mandate for cities to act on adaptation. And that brings me to the second point. When it comes to what cities can do, if we have any mayor here or any city local government leaders, you're bound by your budget. You're bound by your municipal revenue. And you can't do things if you have not the finance to actually implement the really grand scale adaptation actions to make your own citizens more resilient. So again, if it's in the policy and if it's in a national law, you're getting the mandate to also have intergovernmental transfers that allow you to have an increased budget for climate action. So that is where you then have like you have the money in your pocket to do the climate action. So that's the reality local governments often face. But they really want to do something, and sometimes they're bound. But again, thank you so much for the question.
Do you really want that? Okay. There's time for a couple more questions, I think. One of which will be ours. No? No more questions? I thought I saw a hand up earlier there. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. It's been a fascinating discussion this afternoon. I'm from Ireland, and I've actually personally been involved in trying to develop my own property. I won't go into the intricacies of that, but what you really highlighted is that unless there is a central government that allows a more enlightened approach by local authorities, lots of this really doesn't materialize, and that's a terrible pity, because in Ireland now we have a huge housing crisis, like in Britain, and property and land in Ireland anyway is seen as an asset for venture capitalists to invest. It's an asset rather than the resource. So common people are really frozen out of it. And the downside of that is that people are now living in terrible conditions. Families are living in tenancies which are short-lived. Do you have any case studies that could illustrate and convince maybe politicians around, here in Europe and around the world, that this is the way to go? Because if you have case studies, that's very convincing. You mentioned the town in Holland. Are there other examples you could cite? Yeah.
Thanks.
So I do, sorry, it's working now. I do have quite some case studies from the Netherlands, but I would love to we can speak afterwards as well, and I can get your details so I can share some materials. There's an interesting movement that's not just limited to the Netherlands, it's happening throughout Europe and North America about community-led developments for shared housing, which is a way of fighting back against this kind of commodification of land resources, and there's some really great examples of successful projects. And later here in these slides, I have some images of projects that we've been involved in spearheading that follow that model. That's I don't know if that answers exactly your questions. And the community land trust issue that I raised before, there's more work coming out about community land trusts and how they can be used to actually bring back land into the ownership of the people for the purpose of living on. And that is something that has to be developed with governments as partners.
Okay, I am going to thank Eva very much, Serene very much, Federica, and Ikenna. And I'm just going to end this session with questions, because any good session that's asking about self-transformation should be ending with questions. What you were describing, Alistair, is a perfect example of something that Patricia referred to, mindset shifts toward abundance. What is in front of us that we don't see because we've trained ourselves to think in terms of false binaries between the state and markets, and we have structured our way into thinking so that we simply can't see, or we make it hard to see things that are right in front of us that are about self-transformation. And I think, interestingly, in that middle space between markets and state, the concept that we heard talked about of stewardship, of community land, of trusts, stewardships and trusts that are structural differences to false binaries or to binaries, that are about a space of creation and abundance. I think your point about the fact that cities aggregate intelligence, that's really interesting. How do we think about the aggregations of cultural, collective intelligence and do something with it? But the question that's really sitting with me as we come to the end of this session, and thinking about what we heard at the very beginning about trauma and about the relationship of fear to an environment that crashes in on us, how do we collectively avoid that climate change onset intensifies our fear of the environment and our trauma responses of numbness that we heard before, and therefore intensifies our withdrawal from looking for solutions in the natural world and in ourselves for transformation? For me, that's the question I have not at all resolved, but certainly it's something that Climate Geek is very proud to be working on, with innovation as the play and experimentation and learning space in which we do it, together with the Open Earth Foundation, with organizations like Mission Innovation, like RISE, and above all with the UNFCCC Innovation Hub. Thank you very much for joining us, and I wish you, if you have any power, to go and protest outside the process and ask for the 4 words that need to go back into Article 6 for subnational cities, regions, and communities to act. Please go do so. Thank you.